Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again. This is part 2 of the Dell mini-series. So, we have 9 more Dell machines to take a look at. The first of which being the Dell Dimension 4500. So, as you can see, there's no special Dell branded recovery utility or anything like that. This looks to be just a standard, typical installation media for Windows XP Home Edition. So we're just going to go ahead and skip right to the good stuff. Here's the out-of-box experience. The difference here, no animation, no music, no Dell branding. This is just standard retail stuff. No internet connectivity. There's the music. I guess the music might have been delayed, or is it just me? And we're all ready to go. So right to the desktop. And I don't think we're going to be seeing anything special there either. Yep, as I thought. Nothing else too special. If we go to all programs here, these are all the XP games. So this is just a standard, typical, clean copy of XP, except the only difference is this Dell Solution Center HTML document, where you can get help and support and online support documentation for your machine. But that's not all, because now we are going to insert the Dell Tools disk, a resource CD, which will install all of the drivers. It says the Dell resource CD is about to begin the installation routine. Once the installation completes, you can launch the resource CD by reinserting the CD-ROM. The application can also be started from the Dell Accessories group on the Start menu. So we'll click OK. So this will install the resource CD software. Welcome to the Dell Tools CD. This is not required for the initial installation. Please keep the CD in a safe place for future reference. So this is a resource for reloading certain applications in the event they are required to resolve a problem. You can also reference the CD to learn more about Dell's award-winning products and services. So, so this is where you go to look for drivers. So it looks like this spanned across the dimension 8200, and these are all of the applications. And this is for the dimension 4500, and I think it looks like they're all the same. Yep, they look to be all the same. All right. So, the first program it originally came with was America Online version 7. We recommend you exit other applications. Please click one of the following things below. We recommend you install AOL. This is Dell Image Expert and Dell Image Studio, powered by Shutterfly. So, and then we have the Paint Shop Pro, which is just like the other one we were just looking at. And there it is, America Online version 7. And then we have MSN Delnet, which is an internet service. No, we don't need it. So we'll just go and close it out. I'll get to the warning in just a moment. I guess it requires a company name before we proceed. Install it. Requires QuickTime 5. So it'll install the additional software as well. And this warning says you are about to install a customized version of MSN Explorer which will replace the current version. It may change your homepage and other visual content but will not affect your personal settings. I will accept. Oh, this is the customized version of MSN. You just connected to the internet. You want internet communication features like instant messaging, XP, add your .NET passport to the system. Let's click in and see what happens. Or is it just a reminder? Looks like it didn't ask for a company name. Yeah, let's try it. But yeah, this is the new Delnet MSN Explorer. This is JASIC software registration. Dell Image Expert. We hope you enjoy using your standard edition of Dell Image Expert for Windows. And it says that this contains a 60-day period of premium features, where after that you will then have to purchase a license by visiting their upgrade page. And you can find more about the Dell service at dell.shutterfly.com, which doesn't even work anymore. And it also runs on Millennium Edition 2000, and just a bit of some basics of the tool and what it does. There's two more programs. The Dell Music Match Jukebox. It's coming up as Media Player 7.1. And lastly, Norton 2002. So this is to reinstall all the programs that originally came with the system. But I don't expect any Dell branding in my system properties. Yep. Just a standard copy, now getting some Dell branding put onto it, except there's no Dell background. So, welcome to the setup for Music Match Jukebox. Yes, proceed with installation. Please complete the registration. Yeah, I guess you have to go through the registration card in order to finish the setup. So, but that's right. You've seen Music Match Jukebox too many times, so it shouldn't really be anything too special. And that's really all of the applications that it came with. Norton antivirus was successfully installed. So that was a software disk. There's one more CD. This is another version of Dell Resource CD. The previous version can be uninstalled. Would you like to run? Well, that version of Resource CD was for the software. So let's go ahead and remove this old version. Yes to all files. Okay. And now we go back to my computer. This one should display drivers. So let's see what happens here. Wait a minute. What did the error read? The Resource CD provides backup drivers and user guides for Dell computer systems and is only intended to run on Dell machines. Yeah, so it knows really well that this is a virtual machine, so we can't really install the drivers, but pretty much all the software on that's going to be exactly the same. So next up is the Dell Dimension 2300. Now, it doesn't really come with any sort of Windows install CD or anything like that, but it's pretty much exactly identical to this one. So we're just going to go ahead and add the programs from this CD on top of what we already have. Oh, this is a driver disk. This says reinstall software. Yeah, these disks don't work. And I know for sure that driver disk won't work either. The Roxo Easy CD Creator 5 CD has been detected. Yes, let's install it. This is really the only program we can get installed on top of what we have. So this is one of the many programs, which I think that was about the same as this one here, so I don't think we're really missing out on too much. So let's go ahead and get this installed. And done. You must restart your system and log in as the administrator for the configuration changes to take effect. Well, we're not going to do just that. What we are going to do right now is look at Dell Image Expert Standard. So this is their custom branded software. And that's notice that this is a 60-day trial. So let's see here. We have a few sample pictures. That's Big Sur, California. I don't know where this is taken out of. Capitola. I'm not sure where this is. This definitely is in California. I know that for sure. But I can tell by the scenery it looks like it, but it really isn't. I'm guessing that's Italy or something. And then Central Coast, probably about the same. And I don't know what that red eyes is there for, but here we can assign keywords to specific files. We can search for images, and we can even upload them to the internet. We can make a new album out of all of this. And we can even flip pictures around. This operation cannot be undone. Do you want to proceed? So, and of course, it'll turn the picture around. It'll rotate it. It'll rotate it by 30 degrees. And then if we can rotate it to the left, and now we get it upside down. And we can even record audio. However, this is a premium feature, but it's pretty much exactly the same. So that's what that is. And let's see what Paint Shop Pro is. And what's that Dell Picture Studio Home? It's the home page of all this stuff, which explains what you can do with it and some special offers. And where do we start? Select files that will be associated with this program. Tip of the day, just like in Windows 95. And essentially this is a painting program. Although we have an overview window and tool options. We click new image, and there we go. Now we have a workspace, and we can take this pen and we can draw. Yeah, there we go. Now we can draw with this pen. So this is essentially like an enhanced version of Microsoft Paint that usually comes preloaded with XP. All copies of XP by default out of the box. So I can just fill the whole thing black. Essentially, CD Creator is the same thing as the other one, where you just create CDs. Cannot create creator, returned error. But yeah, that's essentially what that is. So it'll just close the individual image, and I think we can do multiple images. Yeah, so it looks like we can start multiple images at once. So this is definitely something that you can't do in Paint, in the MS Paint by default. Except I believe you can run multiple instances at once. You can run Paint. So there's one instance. And there we go. We now have two instances of Paint running, each essentially performing their same action here. It's going to be a little crazy, but I'll just try and do a really crappy drawing of the Wi-Fi symbol, because I believe XP was the first OS to introduce wireless network support. You know, people back in the day could still use dial-up internet, but many would opt into high speed like we have now. So yeah, that's really the story of both the Dell Dimension 4500 and the 2300. So let's move on to the next one now. Alright, next up on the list is a Dell model, which now I don't even remember which one it was, because when I was getting the CDs, I apparently forgot to determine which one this is. But I'm sure we will find out what model it is when the setup is complete. So, we are loading into the first of the two recovery disks. The overall process should be the same. Alright, so here it is, same as before. Here's the factory image. And this is a larger hard drive, so yes, let's proceed. Here it is. This is another one of those Windows 7 Russian copies. Well, let's see if I can change it to United States. Right here on this screen. Let's see if we can do that. This is United States. Well, we could change it to United States, but we can't really proceed. We can't really proceed from there. So it's locked into the Russian copy, so we can't proceed in English. We can change the language later, however... Ooh, let's see it recover from this. I'm just going to use the name of the last model. Just like before, this is Service Pack 1 of Windows 7. And I'm just going to tell it a random network. And now to the desktop. So there's the hardware message again. And once again, check the boxes for Dell's support. And here's the desktop. Pretty much this looks exactly the same as we had it before. Well, on the other one, that is. And the desktop gadget stopped working. There's McAfee installed. The data safe backup, of course, is what helps you restore the system. You can back up your files onto Dell Data Safe Online. And then there's the same things as before. Same Live Central webcam program from the other one. Now we're back to the graphics message in Russian. I'm not even going to try messing around with putting it in English again. I think this is that same model we were looking at, because everything looks pretty familiar to me. Well, let's find out when we go into Properties. This is the Inspiron N5050. That's the model that these discs are for. There's my 1 gig of RAM. I labeled it 5110 because that's the previous model. And so there's the information there. I'm not going to try messing around with putting it into English again because, well, we still have a bunch of other computers to take a look at. So let's go and turn this one off and go to the next one. Okay, next up is the Dell Inspiron 1300. I have actually already went through the installation, which again, this is just the standard stuff, the retail copy. So here's the resource CD message. So we'll go ahead and we'll put next. Well, we can't really do the drivers because it doesn't know this is a Dell machine, but I'm guessing all those other programs that we were able to get running on that other copy are going to be basically the same, so nothing to report here. In fact, if the 1440 is also going to come with XP, looks like no, it's going to be its own restore set. What other restore CDs do we have? Okay, so let's look at the resource CD then for the Inspiron 3700. So as you can see, we have some folders that represent different countries. I'm guessing these are for specific regions. You need to tell Windows what modem you have before you can connect. So this Delnet is supposed to be that replacement to MSN, just like before, and of course it'll display in each respective language. It looks like the Switzerland copy works. So we can go ahead and hit configure, but it'll ask for all this stuff. That's essentially dial-up. And in here, we have Nav9X. So what's this? That's for Windows 98. And what's this one? This is for the NT. The system does not need this update. Setup. I'm able to process the sign-up file. And the setup opens up Norton Antivirus 2001 with a compatibility warning. The simvent.sys driver installed by this program is incompatible with this version of Windows. Well, let's proceed. It says 2001, but installs Norton 2000. So we'll just go ahead and we'll just hit next, next, and next. And it looks like it is done. I believe we can access other things too while we're at it. I'm able to start SimEvent. Symantec utility driver will cause Windows to become unstable and has prevented the drivers from loading. Interesting, I've never seen that message before in XP. And Symantec has been updated successfully. And what else do we have? Able to locate component. Q console failed to create empty documents. It's Norton's quarantine. No DLL name specified. Each of these do. This is a Netscape plugin. Unable to initialize program. That's the update module for Symantec. This will install the latest version of Live Update. Do you want to proceed? Well, that's what that's supposed to do. And this is the kind of familiar message you get on Windows 98. Your virus protection is 9,000 days old. So it looks like this is more designed for Windows 98. And essentially everything else here is just going to be the same. So that's the 3700 disk. And here's another resource CD I want to take a look at. But anyway, here's the REBI file for Norton Antivirus 2000. The installation was successful. And it just scans the disk. And I do not think this is going to work. Checking OS version. Welcome, next. And it'll work. Okay, this one will work. And it is done. And it reads, selected calling sequence not supported by the operating system. And it just crashes. But here we just get a standard retail copy of XP, no Dell modifications, nothing. There's no Dell thing, and of course no Dell branding. But this is XP Home Service Pack 2. And I do not think that resource CD will be able to run. Let's reinsert the CD and see if it executes again. Yeah, so inserting it executes it automatically, which does not work. And then I want to see what this media direct is, because it looks like this is for some other machine. This says installation notice. This install will take several minutes. Press enter to start. So what this basically is yeah, it installs that media direct tool that we took a look at in the last episode. So we're not missing anything, and it can only be used on Dell machines. So that's good to know there. So that's really it then for these CDs. So let's go ahead and move on now to the next one. Next is the Dell Inspiron 1440. Once again, just like the 5050, the N5050, this came with Windows 7 pre-installed. But we're going to see if this will be either the release to manufacturing build or Service Pack 1. Most likely this is going to be the only Service Pack that Windows 7 got. But we're going to find out here in just a bit. And considering there wasn't an end label, I believe that this entire machine will be in English. So we are about to find out if that is the case. And whatever the case may be, it looks like this whole procedure will be very similar, except this layout looks much different than what we saw. So restore your computer, factory image, and do I need to extend the hard drive? Yes, I do. Alright, yep, let's proceed with the restore, and off we go. As expected, the restore process was very similar, except now we have the Home Premium Edition of Windows 7 in English. That N5050 machine we looked at earlier, that one was on 7 Home Basic. So now, of course, we go through the usual procedure. We'll name this one 1440, although it cannot contain just numbers. 1440 HP, meaning this is Home Premium. Soon you should let us set a password. And the look of the Dell logo is much different, and especially the background too. It's because this is actually the release to manufacturing build of 7 Home Premium with absolutely no service packs. Oh, look at that, it got the time zone correct. Right out of the box. I like that. So, let's let it finalize, and we will be at the desktop. And we can see the activation timer already ran out, but we can just click Ask Me Later, and it'll still let us log into Windows and prepare a desktop and whatnot, but and here's the desktop. So you can see we have this nice background of boom boxes. I'm guessing Dell was kind of catchy at the time. We have a 60-day trial of what looks to be Office 2007. And of course it's going to be 2007 because this is the release to manufacturing build. You can see our profile, or user picture I should say, is the Dell logo. I see we have McAfee installed. And it's going kind of slow for some reason, even though it's running on the root of the drive. I'm guessing it's because of all the drivers and such. Or maybe potentially all the stuff opening up. Like the Getting Started guide, which is essentially the same thing as we have seen previously. However, it actually tells us about McAfee Security Center, that a trial version has been installed, and that then next you should create recovery disks for the machine in the event that something goes wrong. See, it is loading the system properties menu that I requested. Let's try and get over this pretty slow system. See, we have Adobe Reader 9, we have Power DVD DX. And then there's Data Safe Online. And then this is where you go to learn more about Dell support and everything else like that. So then to system and security, this is the Inspiron 1440, the release to manufacturing build. And there you go, it says you must activate today because the timer ran out. And finally it plays the logon sound. Now it finds the network. So let's see what other desktop background options we have. So you can see we have a Dell folder which contains all of these backgrounds, which are essentially the colors, and then one of them is the boombox picture that we have now, and there's actually a second one right here, and it'll change it right away. So, you must be on a Dell computer to use the Dell dock. So I'm guessing Dell dock, I believe, is essentially the answer to, let's see, HP Assistant or HP Organize, whatever. It's sort of their version of that, which essentially really is like quick access to internet options and everything of that nature. And here's Cyberlink's PowerDVD, which I'm sure is a alternative to Windows Media Player's DVD functionality because it really can't play protected media. And here's another nice funky background. And if we want to, we can even set it to the blue like we see on the later Dells. We'll just hit cancel to discard the changes and set it back. Once it lets us open up the start menu, we can see what else we've got. I see we have Works on here too, the free alternative to the Office 2007 trial. Windows Live Essentials is also installed, I can tell. Except they've actually bundled them all in this one folder. We also have Roxio Burn, which is a media burn tool. We've seen how Microsoft Works works, so we don't need to worry about that. And then Office, this is the 60-day trial of Office 2007. And Java wants to run its update thing. And then we have the usual Windows 7 maintenance things. Dell did not provide any special games like other manufacturers do, so we just have the default ones out of the box in Windows 7. And then we have Dell's Support Center. Click here to see how to use it. Sure. And then we have Dell's Support Center, and then here's Data Safe, which contains all the stuff for the recovery partition on the hard drive and everything like that. And then, of course, there's Dell Dock, and nothing different about the accessories in Windows 7. But then, of course, Data Safe Local Backup is where you restore your partitions for recovery. And then the Support Center, that's where you go to, get driver updates, technical support, and everything else like that from Dell. And then, of course, you've of course seen that local backup thing earlier in the series when we were doing the Dell Vostro that I still have in my room to this day. Well, as of the time of recording, that is, but that might differ by the time this episode is released. Just let the Sports Center set up. And that thing right there, that's the local backup thing starting up. Except what we have here is a bit of an older version. So you go to the restore thing, and here's all the advanced features, and then this, you can restore the entire system to a previous date or the factory. And then of course this is where you go to create backups of stuff. You can see this is the date of when the recovery video was last made. So that must have been when the thing was put up onto the Internet Archive. So really that's what that is, and essentially the support center is nothing too different either. So it's just support for drivers and everything like that, so there's nothing we need to see there. So that takes care of the 1440, so let's move on now to the next one. Okay, we're moving on now to the Dell Inspiron N4010. Now, while the restore was mostly successful, it got stuck at like 25% during the formatting stage when the hard drive was set up. I put in SCSI, it went through all the way, and then the hard drive controller didn't work. Tried putting in Falcon 4, which I know obviously will not work with Vista. I think it mainly is incompatibility or sorts. So, we're going to move on now, and the only difference here is we get the my language is English, and you can tell it's a Dell OEM. You can see by the Dell factory backgrounds. But otherwise, everything else about this should be very identical to, a standard retail copy of Windows 7. You accept the license agreement for Home Premium, you do custom, and select your partition, and then you let it do the rest. Pretty much it's the same as the retail disk. So you set your password, use recommended settings. It didn't ask for language. No special offers from Dell, and we're not going to get any sort of Dell support things, so we're just going to go straight to the desktop and just the bare minimum of Windows 7, except the only difference is we get a Dell user profile picture, which is in a very different style, the new style for this time period. And again, nothing special, just the bare minimum. Here's Windows 7 Home Premium, Service Pack 1 of course. Now let's look at the resource disk, and this is what it contains. So we'll run auto RCD, and it executes a setup file, and it'll let us proceed. Nice. So it should also come with all of the backgrounds from the factory. So I see we have a Dell theme already. Yep, and these are all of the wallpapers that it comes with. Nothing else too special. But then we have the usual Windows 7 stuff. The main theme, the architecture theme, character theme, all the basic themes in Windows 7. So we'll go ahead and open up the resource disk and let's see what originally came shipped with this. And here's that same Dell system owner message. So you can see we can choose between 7 and Vista because it looks like this system also had backwards compatibility for Vista. And here is for this specific model. Now we can see everything that originally came with it. So these are all of the drivers. There are digital TV receivers, so that means that there was a digital TV tuner in the system. So we have a JRE6, which is for Dell OS tools, it looks like. And we have Welcome to Java. So this is a Java installer. Now you have a full-featured Office suite that's compatible with Microsoft Office for free. It's OpenOffice, which I don't even know if that even exists anymore. And this here is, of course, Dell Tools. This is the Dell Quick Set application. And it says this is not a supported system, and it won't go. Then we have the Dell Support Center, which we have looked at already. But essentially, again, this is where you go to search for driver updates and everything else like that. This is not a Dell system. So it says, please note that full functionality may not be available. And then we have the webcam software. So then we can go to all here and we can separate everything by category. So we can sort it all by just applications, diagnostic utilities, drivers, and other utilities. So we can separate them all. And then we can even sort it by operating system. So these are all of them that came with the Windows Vista edition. Although we can press all, and it will show all drivers for all versions. But it's best that you do the version of Windows that you have. So this is that same Dell Support Center application that we just saw on that other Inspiron. And again, this is where you can tell it to allow updates and stuff. And then it'll finish setting up. We don't need audio chit set. And then the Turbo Boost, well, you've all seen that. Dell 32-bit Diagnostics. And it looks like it opens it up in here. And here this gives instructions on going into the boot menu, inserting the Dell Resource CD, then selecting the CD-ROM to boot from it, and then choose the option to run the diagnostics, and then there will be a menu to select the version of the diagnostics tool. Well, the F12 boot menu doesn't appear. Of course, the boot key will be different for each machine, and then you just complete and you just follow the on-screen instructions. So you can see it says VMware Virtual Platform, however, everything is not available because this is not a Dell machine. So let's see what the webcam software is. I'm guessing it's that same webcam program from earlier, but we're going to find out for sure. And even though the screen's black, we can still use it. So, yep, here's the splash screens to what it's going to do. essentially you can do like green screens over scenery and everything like that. That's pretty unique. I mean, I've been able to do that on a different program. We can see Webcam Central. We've seen that program already, so there isn't much else to see here. So, of course, the hardware acceleration won't work because this is a VM. But of course, we can play around a good old solitaire while the driver installs. No, I will not restart. This solitaire window is huge on the screen. And we can go ahead and run the program. So here's what it actually looks like. But it says please plug in a support device, because this machine did come with a webcam. However, this is a VM, so of course it won't. So that's actually it then for this machine. So let's move on to the final one of this set. And finally, we have the Dell Vostro 270 from 2013 from the date. So this will come with Windows 7 Service Pack 1, and I believe this is one of the computers that also offered the option to upgrade and try out Windows 8. So pretty much this restore is identical to the other one. Let's go. While the restore was successful, now it looks like this system does not want to start. And the error went through so quickly I couldn't even see what exactly was the stop code. And the error is 7B, so it is related to the hard drive controller, which I do not think that Falcon 4 is going to fix, but let's try it. And of course I did see the script start right away, so yeah, I don't think this is going to work. So that then concludes part 2 of the Dell mini-series. We got part 3 coming up next week, so we got a lot of Dells to go, still a lot to look at. So we'll see you then for part 3 of the Dell mini-series, but until then, we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everyone, it is nostalgia time once again, and welcome to part 3 of the Dell mini-series. I've got 10 more Dell machines to take a look at here, with the first one being the Dell Vostro 3360, which came pre-installed with Windows 7 out of the factory. So this is not a Dell data save tool. This is essentially the original installation media from the manufacturer. So we'll begin the setup here, and considering this is the Vostro line, this should be 7. It's actually 7 Home Premium, interestingly enough, because back in the day Dell did offer the Home Edition of Windows for the Vostro line, but now they're actually offering the Home and Pro editions to the Inspiron line as well. And yep, the same out-of-box experience as we've seen already. So, password, I'll just say ask me later. And everything else is correct. And now let's look at the pretty basic desktop. Yep, this is just a standard retail copy of Windows 7, except with some Dell branding slapped onto it. So that's really all there is to see. But let me also see, there's more to it. So that's really the OS part. Now comes the drivers and software. Personal cannot be installed because this is not a Dell machine. And the fourth disk is Webcam Central, which we have already seen. So next up is the resource disk, which will contain all of the drivers and other software that came pre-installed. It's going to take a little bit of time because while it looks to be doing nothing, it is doing something in the background. So if we look at processes, we can see the Dell resource menu program process is starting up. So we'll give it some time to copy over all of its contents and then load everything. So here it is, Vostro Notebook Resource CD. So we'll select it. So we have the rapid start technology and the quick set. And then these are all of the drivers and other things that came with it. So that's it for this one. Let's go to the next one. So next up is the XPS15Z, and while we did try this out earlier in the mini-series, I actually forgot I had a second copy of it, because one copy was a USB recovery media, so this looks to be the DVD version, which is the version I prefer to use. So here we go, restore my computer. Here's the factory image. Yes, we'd like to proceed, and off we go. So, while the restore was successful, I booted into Falcon 4 in a different mode, so that way it'll detect the 64-bit drive. So we'll run the fixed HDC. No, we are not going from the recovery partition. Yes, from the OS, which is the Dell Media. Creating backup. All right, it finished. So no, Falcon 4 did not fix the hard drive controller. So that's a bust. Let's go to the next one. Next is the XPS 17 L702X. The majority of these machines are going to come with Windows 7 pre-installed. So if I look at the disk, this is going to be a standard install of Windows 7 Home Premium, complete with all. So this is just going to be a standard install of Windows 7 Home Premium. And so we'll just skip right to the desktop since everything else is going to be identical to what we saw at the beginning. Okay, the main installation is complete. Now we'll go ahead and we'll insource the... So with the main installation now complete, let's go ahead and run the resource disk. So again, this will take a little bit of time as it's copying files. There's the XPS resource CD, that's our model. So here's all the drivers it came with. So there's the Dell 32-bit diagnostics utility, and there's the Dell OS tools. Now essentially all of this is just pretty similar. Alright, so that's the end of that. Next up would be the Dell Optiplex 3050, which only contains a 16 gigabyte Windows 7 disk, which essentially will be the same exact thing as this, so I wouldn't really see any sort of reason going about it. So we'll just skip that one and move on to the 7010, which does also come with Windows 7 Professional Service Pack 1. So all we'll really just do is we'll just use this installation and look at the resource CDs for each of the remaining models. So here's the 7010, and these are all of its drivers. It comes with special professional tools like Dell Data Protection. Could not run installer. Fatal error. Well, we don't need that. So let's take care of the 1318 driver disk. I was going to install a 32-bit edition of Vista Home Basic. However, I thought, why don't I just go ahead and do the resource CD for that machine here on Windows 7. It doesn't have an operating system. Well, we can select it. So these are all of the drivers it came with. I'm not going to bother installing any of them. So that's a look at that. Are there any additional driver disks we need to do, or is that it? That actually looks to be it. Okay. So let's move on then to the 8100. So, next up is the Dell Inspiron N5030, which comes with the original release to manufacturing build of Windows 7 Home Premium. And the restore process on this is going to be pretty much identical, so let's just skip right to the out-of-box experience. Of course, our language and region is US English. We'll do N5030 for our computer name, no password. And as I said, this is the license agreement for Windows 7 Home, released to manufacturing, no service packs, and from Dell. And everything is correct, so to the desktop we go. And there's the hardware change message and Dell's software acceptance thing. And right away you can see the Dell dock message. That's one of the preloaded programs on here. And as soon as the rest of the Explorer shell loads up, so nothing on the desktop right away. McAfee Security Center is installed by default along with Dell's recovery utilities. And we also have Adobe Reader 9. We also have Cozy's family calendar. And we see we have a trial of Office 2010. We also have LoJack for laptops, which is a piece of theft protection software, sort of similar to Apple's Find My or Microsoft's similar functionality that they have on both Windows 10 and Windows 11 linked to a Microsoft account. But unfortunately, Cozy no longer works as the service has been shut down for, well, I don't know. So essentially, as I said, this is theft protection. So you could track down the location of your laptop or other Windows device in case you left it somewhere, or if you forgot it, or, well, there's lots of things. Anyway, so there's Windows Live's Essentials, already preloaded. There's Dell Dock, Skype, the Roxoburn, which we've looked at already, Intel's Control Center. We also have the Wild Tank Games collection. I see Yahtzee is also installed. And I see they've also got categories. So there's casual, enthusiast, and then there's a kids game category. So I see Bejeweled 2 is also on here. My goodness, that's become a more famous game on this show. It really has. Of course, accept the license agreement for this thing. And of course, we have the good old Windows Center in Windows 7, which of course will not work as expected because there's no compatible video driver. And there it is. Welcome to Windows Media Center. The last version of Windows to include this out of the box, as this would be part of an extra set in Windows 8, and then it would be phased out altogether in Windows 10 and 11 now. So you can see that this Media Center is Dell branded. So you can see some custom Dell branding on there. Alright, down here at the bottom, well, we saw it for a moment. Yeah, thanks for the tips, but of course we have all the sample music, and this must be Media Center's update. Errors during the last update will retry at 4:12 p.m. I'm guessing it's because Media Center servers no longer work, considering that this is an outdated piece of software. Let's try to see if we can set up live TV on this. We probably can't. because it's a VM, but who knows? Maybe it will work, maybe it won't. My goodness, Plants vs. Zombies is on here as well. Wow, it was quite a craze back in the day. I clicked 3. I think I might have ran it twice. Yeah, I think I probably ran it twice. But while we wait for that to be ready, we can of course enjoy the good old Solitaire, the last good implementation before Microsoft started bundling ads into it and combined literally every single Solitaire game ever made into one whole app, now called the Microsoft Solitaire Collection. I think it's actually called the Game Collection now because they've actually taken all their titles and merged them all into one game bundle. Here we go. So these are all of the games that they have on this list. So there's a whole lot of pages. There are 16 pages in all. Doors World Adventure. Of course, these are some of the games that are already installed. I mean, am I even gonna bother playing Bejeweled 2 again? I've showed you Plants vs Zombies once already. I mean, too many times in these episodes we've showed off these games, so I don't even think there's really a rhyme or reason to even, waste some of my time and just play these. Especially when we have to move on to the next machine, which is what we're going to do right now. Up next is the Dell Inspiron 1521, which came shipped with Windows Vista. I believe this is the 32-bit edition, if I remember. But we will find out here in just a moment as the recovery program loads up. So we have the system recovery options, which has us to select a language, and it doesn't look like there is an operating system. We have Dell Backup and Recovery Manager, so we will click that. However, this is the first machine that I think does this. It says this is not a Dell computer system, and this can only be done on a Dell machine. So that is good to know. So let's go ahead and move on to the N7010 and we'll see if we have better luck. I have discovered that the Dell Inspiron N7110 disk that I found is apparently a driver disk. So we'll have to install a version of Windows in order to take a look at what drivers that thing originally came with. And I've decided that we're going to go ahead and take care of the Optiplex 790, which came shipped with Windows 7 Professional. This is the 64-bit edition of Service Pack 1. Now, of course, this process will be very identical to the other two that we took a look at earlier in the episode. So we're just going to go ahead and skip right to the desktop and we'll look at the driver disk. Alright, the installation is done. So I've already inserted the CD that we need. So let's go ahead and see what's on this. So this CD is essentially just a driver disk. So it's essentially all the drivers for it downloaded from Dell's website. I'm assuming for this specific machine, I'm guessing there's no specific service tag assigned to it or anything else of that nature. So it doesn't look like anything special to see on that one. And I don't think there are other driver disks that I am aware of on this list right now. So that's gonna do it for this episode. Next up, we've got some more Dells as we get ready for episode 4 of this little mini-series. But until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everyone, it is nostalgia time once again, and welcome to part 4 of the Dell mini-series. This time we actually have 9 different Dell machines. The first one's the Dell Dimension 1100, and we have a problem already. Fatal conditions exist, no changes. Well, there goes that one. Wow, this episode is off to a great start, and the XPSM 1530 also has the same problem. We're on now to the Dell Latitude 110L, which actually came, interestingly, with the Home Edition of Windows XP, although modern-day Latitudes now come in the Pro Edition exclusively of Windows 10 and Windows 11. And considering this is just going to be a standard retail copy of XP, we'll just skip right to the out-of-box experience or the desktop, which has nothing special, no Dell branding or anything of that nature. Even looking at the computer properties, nothing special. Comes with Service Pack 2. However, there actually is, and this is one of the next things too, Dell also released a netbook which was themed around Nickelodeon, and they also included a special theme in a program called My Colors. So we will install this theme, and we'll show you what it looks like. So the theme should be installed, and we'll launch the program. And it says we'll click Apply Theme. However, the theme didn't apply all the way. Or I guess it will soon. It says please wait. And there we go. Now we have the complete theme. You can see we have a different background. We have the changed recycle bin. The File Explorer windows have also changed design. The start menu is now covered in slime. And I see other icons have also changed as well. But we can click XP and we can return to the default look. And I'm sure nothing has changed with the lock screen, but let's see. Nope, nothing has changed with that. So that's what this is. It's pretty neat, to say the least. And even the turn off computer menu has changed too. So this really modifies the theme in every sort of way. So let's go on to the E6530, which comes shipped with Windows 7. So I'm not even going to bother making us sit through the whole install. So we're going to go right to the desktop of that. So here it is. Nothing really too exciting to see, except this is Service Pack 1 of 7 Professional, so nothing exciting to see here. And this, I believe, is a newer image, which includes a newer version of Internet Explorer. And I believe this is the version that did release with Service Pack 1. And when we launch it, we have Dell's Modern Supported Browsers page, which mentions that you need to upgrade your browser. So it supports these browsers here. And it says support for older browsers ended on May 11th of 2023. So they implemented new features to protect data safety and privacy, meaning TLS 1.2 is required in order to access the page. So yeah, meaning that basically Dell.com can no longer launch on Internet Explorer, any version in that case. So, with nothing to see here, and considering that Dell doesn't include driver disks anymore for each of their machines by this point, we're going to move on now to the Precision M4700. Yeah, pretty much the same as the other install that we just looked at. Just some Dell branding, so onto the 6430. It's pretty much going to be just like this, but let's look anyway. Yep, the same old configuration from before. Standard retail install of Windows 7 with Dell branding slapped onto it. So we're going to move on to the next system, which actually is a XP Media Center Edition installation. So let's get to that. So I've already noticed a difference in the installation sequence of this disk. It didn't ask for welcome, press enter to begin install, press R to repair an existing installation, and it didn't ask for the license agreement on that first screen. It just went straight to the recovery partition. And it's only up until this point that it finally asks for the license agreement. So it looks like they must have done some modifications here, but we'll find out when the rest of the installation is complete. And even though it's mentioning professional, this is the Media Center Edition. So this is actually an Alienware OEM of XP Media Center Edition. It just looks standard, except the only difference is the Alienware branding at the top. Now this was actually before Dell bought Alienware, and that name is still being used today, mainly in the gaming sector. So we'll just skip all this stuff, and now when we go to the desktop, we will see if there's any custom Alienware branding. And of course, nothing different on the welcome screen. And once we arrive at the desktop, we have a command line that says, now starting Alienware's Windows Media Center Edition automated updates loader. This process may take 5 minutes. So what this is doing is it's installing patches. And I can see we already have some programs preloaded on here. So there's Adobe Reader 7 plus the digital media enhancements, which we've taken a look at already. Of course, Media Center is on here as well, considering this is the Media Center edition. And we also have a special theme from Alienware with the Alienware logo and the silver look. That doesn't come with any sounds, though. I see an aquarium background. So it comes with the backgrounds, but do we have any of the custom sounds? No, we don't. It's the default ones. Although nothing else, on the other hand, is too different. So I'm assuming it's just going to install all the patches and then install or restart automatically. So we can play around here while it's doing that. And I saw a Napster thing, so it seems like there is Napster on here. So movie link, Cinema Now. I'm guessing this is... Yeah, the page cannot be displayed. It's because services are offline and I told it not to access the internet. So Movie Link looks like it's its own app. And that's the start menu. And these are some of the programs we were just looking at. And considering that this is Media Center Edition 2005, it's already safe to assume that this is going to be Media Center Service Pack 2. The link, of course, isn't going to work. So let's go ahead and exit Media Center. So we have the Alien theme. But we do have the plus themes. So maybe it does apply the plus sound scheme when we change the themes. It looks like, yes, we do have the sounds. It's just that I never applied the theme. So, nothing much is different. Let's apply the space theme now. It's still the Da Vinci thing. Alright, so let's set it back to Alien. And then we'll just hit OK on space because we'll leave it like that. It's installing the .NET framework, and I'm not sure what version of framework this is going to be, if it's going to be framework 2 or framework 1. I'm guessing 2 most likely. So now we have the custom space sounds. So we have the space sounds now. And of course we can turn it up all the way if we wanted to. And of course we have the 2 sample songs and sample photos. Please verify that all updates or patches listed above have installed correctly. With no errors reported after this update process is complete, your system has been restarted. What happens if we press any key? Alienware is now updating your Media Center machine to version 2006. So, what version 2006 is it talking about? Or is it installing the 2006 updates or something? So that's interesting. It seems like it comes preloaded with 2005, and then it says it's going to try and update it to the 2006 edition. You can see there is the custom Alienware branding. At the time it was called Alienware Corporation. That was before the company was bought out by Dell, and Dell uses now the Alienware name in their gaming line of computers. And they're pretty cool machines, to say the least. I mean, you can have it flash colors. I mean, you could have it flash colors and everything. But I'm not sure if you could still do that now with the modern day Alienwares, but we'll do as it says and make sure that the update's installed correctly. And we'll find it in add or remove programs. And we can check show updates and we can see all the hotfixes and everything. And we get support information, but it doesn't give anything else. It also redirects us to the support article for the update, which they unfortunately no longer provide. So yeah, all the hotfixes did install correctly, along with update rollup 2 for XP Media Center. Success. Your system is going to be restarted, so all the updates can take effect. But yeah, that's really everything there is to discover on this thing. So now it's going to restart the system, and since that's pretty much everything, let's move on to the Optiplex 3020. Alright, so here we are on Hiron's boot CD with Windows 11. So here is the image that the Optiplex 3020 comes in. And we will hit restore image. And it should have found my virtual disk. Yes, it has. And even though this has 4 gigabytes of space, we're going to copy over both of these partitions, and this will leave 89 gigs of space, but we'll see if it works. So go ahead and proceed with the restore, and now we wait. Alright, that's done. So we'll see if this all works. So let's go ahead and exit, macro reflect, and restart. And it looks like it boots. And right away, it's already loading into startup repair. Well, there's no operating system, so... Oh, repair cannot be canceled. And we can try and close the X, and we'll just get the same message. I guess it's going to try to repair, but it isn't really going to do anything considering there's no operating system on the disk. Yep, as I figured. So it looks like we're going to be in an automatic repair loop here because there's no factory restore thing or anything like that. So I guess it's a bust for this one. Here's the Dell XPS 9320. It looks like it's trying to boot into the Linux environment, which would have been nice if we were to take a look at it. But it seems like it's stuck in a boot loop. Either it keeps kernel panicking or it's in a boot loop. So it doesn't look like we're going to get anywhere. Or there might be some hardware restrictions on this disk of sorts. So unfortunately, we won't be able to take a look at this one. So, another Alienware OEM of Windows XP Media Center Edition. Something tells me this is very similar to that other one. Same screens as before. We still have the Alienware branding. Sure, go ahead and turn on automatic updates. Skip the internet. No, I'm not exposing a 20-year-old OS. And finish. And now it says applying computer settings instead of starting up, so I think that's pretty much the only difference that I can see right now. And we're going to get that Royal Bliss theme. You're just going to install patches and everything. Pretty much the same patches as we've seen earlier. And here's the system properties. Service Pack 2 of XP Media Center 2005. And once again, we get the Alienware custom theme by default. And then we have the Plus themes. And of course, we also get the Plus sounds. Yeah, the critical stop. Let's try it. Critical Critical. Critical. Well, that was my best attempt at pronouncing critical, or trying to at least spell critical. Well, here's Adobe Reader 7 we didn't get to look at previously, but yep, as with the other one. We didn't open up the Windows Dancer on the other one. Ooh, that sounds terrible. So I guess we'll just end this one with the howl of a wolf from the nature theme, which is that's the shutdown sound of the nature theme on the Plus pack for XP. And speaking of XP, that actually really takes care of that, but we aren't done just yet, as I have a few more machines I want to take a look at. So we're going to go ahead and move on now to the next Alienware machine. Kind of fitting because this was recorded on Halloween 2024. Now that I mentioned the wolf thing, I actually, when I was a kid, used to be scared of the Wolf Films logo. The little logo with the wolf at the end, with the wolf howling in the background. To me, I kind of get scared of it at night. And although I haven't seen it in a very long time, they've actually finally updated their logo after all those years. When seeing the original logo at night, it kind of gives me like a spooky feeling. But then again, I'm kind of mentioning Halloween stuff considering that we're taping this episode on Halloween and that it's going to be way past it by the time this thing is released. So anyway, this Alienware M7700 is just going to be a standard retail install, but it said XP Home, but this says XP Pro. Well, we'll have to see what edition it actually installs when this is done. I figured this was going to be one of those XP things that is going to ask for a key. I'm not even going to continue with this, considering that everything on this is going to be pretty much just like a standard retail copy, maybe with that same Alienware branding we saw in that other install. So that's a bust. So now I've got one more Alienware to take a look at. And so that last Alienware is the M14XR2. And I believe this was when Dell bought the Alienware brand and began using it in their gaming line of computers, which I think was a first for this company to be exact. You know, there are other gaming companies out there that do gaming computers like MSI and yeah, I think MSI is the only other one I can name right off the top of my head. So we will be seeing Dell's factory restore program. We do, but it's coming up under a different name. They're calling it Alien Respawn. Interesting. So here's the factory image from 2013. Is this going to come with Windows 7? As it looks like this might come with Windows 8. Well, we're going to find out when this is done. Well, I figured it was going to fail, and I don't even think Startup Repair is even going to do anything, really. So yeah, that's really going to be it for this edition, then. So, in our next episode, it will be the conclusion, the exciting conclusion to the Dell mini-series, and a look into our next mini-series yet to come. So, until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and welcome to the fifth and final part of the Dell mini-series, as I've got 5 remaining Dell machines to take a look at, 2 of which are on Windows 7, well, came pre-installed that is, 2 of which are the Xeno lines, which we haven't looked at yet. Those came with Windows 7. The Inspiron 5721 came with Windows 8, the original version of Windows 8, I'm assuming. And then we have the 3420 and the Precision M4800, both of which came with Windows 11, interestingly enough. So we're going to start with the Xeno line of Windows 7 machines, as the factory restore screen, as we've always seen, shows up. Christmas Day 2010 for the factory image. Yep, start the restore. Alright, so we were able to successfully get past the boot screen, and here is the out-of-box experience for Windows 7 Home Premium. Which, of course, US is our country and language. I'll call this 300, 400 Xeno. And this is the release to manufacturing build of Windows 7. Just don't ask for updates. The time is obviously not correct. And now it is. We'll just set it to a home network. And now we should see Dell's support stuff. And then the desktop will follow. No preparing your desktop. It's asking for activation. But again, we don't need to worry about that because Windows 7 doesn't lock down the whole system like XP and Vista did. And there's that Dell support screen, and this checkbox is already checked by default, and we'll go ahead and, no, I just don't want it to. This is a non-Dell machine, so don't even think about it. We got the McAfee Security Center and all this stuff preloaded onto it. So we have Adobe Reader 9, Office 2010, we have PowerDB DX. This is an ATI machine, and it says the Catalyst Control Center is not supported by the driver version. And that's the Dell dock. So here's PowerDB DX. Well, of course, there's no disk. And let's see what we have. So there's the Catalyst Control Center, Bluetooth file transfer. I think that's a driver. Dell Support Center, which we've seen many times before. No special games. Pretty sure it's the default ones. Roxio Burn, we've seen that before. The Live Essentials are already preloaded on here. And I see Skype is also preloaded. And we'll open up the system properties. And this is the Inspiron 400 to be exact. Released manufacturing build of Windows 7 Home Premium. And now we'll see if any backgrounds or screensavers have came in. Nothing special from Dell. And then screensaver, no screensaver by default. And the only special one we get is Windows Live's photo gallery, but otherwise nothing else to see. So that's really it for this one. So let's move on to the Xeno HD 400, which I believe the restore process will be very similar to this one. So we're just going to go right to the desktop or out-of-box experience on that one. Alright, here's the Xeno HD 400s out of box. Once again, it comes with Home Premium, and I believe this will also come with the release to manufacturing build. Yes, indeed. Also comes with that with no service packs. Time is once again incorrect. And now it is. And now to the desktop once more. And yep, once again, the timer ran out. Or we can just go ahead and ask me later. It'll switch the theme to Aero Basic or Windows 7 Basic, whatever the theme is called. And then we will see Dell's support thing again, which I believe once more it'll be the first thing, yep, by default. And then we have the optimal update delivery message. And of course it's going to come up for a second time. I was asking to restart again. No, we will not let that happen. And pretty much this is going to be just like that other one. We have Adobe Reader 9, Office 2010, there's the PowerDB DX. And yep, same as before. So nothing else to see on that note. We'll just go ahead and close that getting started thing. 7 Home Premium, this still says Inspiron 400, but this is the Xeno HD 400. And there's the Dell dock and that Catalyst Control Center again. So that's all there is for this one. So we're going to move on now to the 5721. So the disks for the 5721 are corrupted because it is network booting automatically. No compatible bootloader found. Couldn't find boot manager. Any luck with the Precision M4800? Yes, we have some luck. And right away we can see that that is the Windows 10 logo, although this thing did come with Windows 11. So we have just a standard install. of what looks to be Windows 10, but it said Windows 11 when I was getting this, so we'll have to see what it's like when it's all done. So we have the applicable notices and custom. But it looks like this is Windows 10, but we're going to see if this will be Windows 11 when it's all done. So we'll see what it is when this is complete. Well, that's another great way of installing Windows 11 on unsupported hardware. Just throw it into a Windows 10 installer. This isn't sysprep mode at all, so yeah, I think that's it. So here it is. It looks like it's, well, mostly debloated, so it looks like it's a mostly debloated installation. Except it looks like it's already got some games and stuff built in. So it looks like we have an admin account out of the box. We have a different cursor. We're logged into a local account, and I do not see Windows Update, so it looks like Windows Update has been disabled. And I can try to look it up in settings, and it will not find it. Well, it will find it, but it just hid itself from settings. But even if it were to be there, of course I can't access it. And I can tell that this is a newer version of Windows 11. This is the Enterprise Edition, actually. This is Windows 11 Enterprise 23H2. And however, the date is not correct. So this is the bill number. So this is the Enterprise Edition of Windows 11. And of course it's not activated because it requires a volume license. But this is interesting, a Precision coming preloaded with 11 Enterprise. So I don't know why Enterprise would be needed for all this stuff, but I can see some essentials have actually already been preloaded, like Audacity. Yep, 3.7 is the latest version. The version here is 3.4. Oh yeah, this is the one where I really like the scrubber. And then Balna Etcher. So it looks like this is a drive cloning piece of software. So you could use this to clone a drive. BlueStacks, I'm guessing this is a gaming platform. Battle.net. And I can also see that the Microsoft Edge browser and Copilot have all been removed and have been replaced with this fork of Chrome called Thorium. So if we go to Thorium here, this is by the Thorium authors, and the latest version is 122. Well, it's just the version that comes on here, and I can see that updates have been disabled on this as well. And this is an older version of the Battle.net launcher. So I guess if you want a sort of debloated Windows 11 installer, well, this is the closest you're going to get. And I also see we have a custom background. So let's see if we can change that. I can also see the default right-click context menu has also been disabled and defaulted to the classic style, but also some additional things have been added, like safe mode, system properties, notepad, PowerShell, and then there's the Ultra ISO. So this must be one of the custom themes. And then there's a light and dark, but let's see what backgrounds we have. So it looks like these are the only three. However, before we can change anything here, we'd have to activate Windows, and I don't think it'll give us the option to change the colors either. Although we can here, but again, it won't let us change it. So it looks like, yeah, we can set themes, even though it's not activated. But the Neo Crystal, and here's a dark one. It's just like the lock screen background. So I don't see BlueStack launching anywhere, and I wonder what this Clementine is. So it looks like it's a music controller tool. I'm guessing it's like an add-on. Convert X to DVD. I wonder what this is. I'm guessing this is a media conversion program. Oh. So you can drag and drop a file and you convert it onto a DVD. And then I see Dell Audio is also preloaded here. I'm guessing this is an older version, considering that now newer Dell machines have the Max Audio driver, and I didn't even hear a startup sound either. All data protection. Cannot find accelerometer, but I'm guessing what that is it's just like, I'm guessing it's just like the sort of protection that Lenovo has, where if it detects movement, it'll stop the hard drive to reduce the risk of the drive failing and losing data, which I find pretty good. And I'm guessing that's why that Dell Audio program isn't launching either. We also have that touchpad driver, and then there's Dumbo Flap DVD Ripper. So essentially you could rip videos from anything and you could convert them to MP3 files or movie files or anything. And then I'm pretty sure this is the default Getting Started app in Windows 11. And then there's this GIMP thing. In fact, this looks to be a image manipulation tool. So there's an update for that. So let's just pick a random picture from the web folder and we'll try it out. So let's try this one here. So this is another interesting wallpaper. It looks like this might be a sample from the Windows 11 trailer or something. So it looks like we could add shapes onto it, I think. Oh no, that's a crop tool. So we could crop it down. And then, of course, we can draw all over it. What is it drawing? Is it actually drawing stars? Oh, cool. We can actually draw, we could draw everything in like specific shapes. So we could draw straight lines. We can draw whatever that is. And then this thing. And then what are these? Nail bolts. Well, there's certainly a lot of possibilities with this. That's pretty neat. But no, we do not want to save the changes. And I see they've also put WordPad back into the OS. Deck tracker. And yep, I can see the sound does work. There's the notification suggestions. Now let's try and open up that classic sound panel. And even here I can't personalize the sound? Well, that's unfortunate. We can go to output devices Or is this a troubleshooter? More sound settings. Pulls up that classic context menu. So if we go to sounds, so it looks like we have the play Windows startup sound unchecked and grayed out. That's why we didn't hear the Windows 11 startup at the beginning. And there wasn't even an out-of-box experience either, so that's pretty neat. And I see here they've patched it with a bunch of other things. They've even preloaded Minecraft and Roblox on here, although they aren't the Windows Store versions. They're the ones that you typically install with Windows 7 or older. And what's this thing? To import your deck, it looks like it's a. I'm guessing it looks like it's an achievement tracker for gaming. And then heroic. But then I see they've also included an older version of Rufus. A new heroic version is available. Now, here you have to provide a game, so to install. And then image burn is a disk burning tool. So nothing too. And we have an Intel with a partition folder. And then of course iTunes. And the Minecraft launcher, which is the Java edition. And then Mini Tool Partition Wizard, we took a look at that in Hiron's Boot CD. And then we have Notepad++, which is just what it is. It is a Notepad document. And then what do we have? It said update available. Notepad is opened. Update. We'll close it. Yeah, and this looks to be the new page for the Java edition. So here's the mini tool partition wizard. Of course, that's where you go to repartition your drives. And then OpenShot. I believe this is a screen capturing piece of software. I saw the window for a split second and then it closed. Oh, here it comes. So OpenShot is a video editor. So I'm guessing this is free. I'm guessing this OpenShot thing is free. So OpenShot is free and open source. That's pretty cool. And Pop Player. This looks to be a third-party media player. So Pop Player looks to be a third party. I'm guessing like an alternative to VLC. And then Qubit Torrent is just like 7-zip. Wow, there's a lot of these things are like outdated since they compiled this. And of course there's Roblox. We know what Rufus is. Steam, of course I know what that thing is. There's Pop Player's installer. And then Ubisoft Connect, of course, is where you would connect up to Ubisoft servers and play some Ubisoft titles, some more modern Ubisoft titles. And then Ultra ISO is just like that other one, except it's much more advanced. And here's its startup page. And that's really everything there is to see on this one. Now, I have a video I want to try. I want to try out OpenShot and see what it's about. So, I'm just going to hook up one of my USB drives and do Windows key E to open File Explorer. And of course, this is going to be on top of it, so we can just... I'll take out the disk because we're done with it. Oh, here's a gateway file that we never did. So let's try OpenShot out with my channel intro, which was compiled in Clipchamp. Now, speaking of Clipchamp, I'm actually kind of considering a better editor, considering Clipchamp hasn't been acting so well. When editing this series, it's been crashing a lot, and I mean, Clipchamp isn't even giving me the same luxuries that other editor that I used previously had. Like the ability to reverse videos, do green screen, and all kinds of stuff like that. So let's see what we can do here. And so we have some copy things. We have fade, animations, no rotation at all, layout. That's the time. You can set the volume, slice. Let's see what other properties do we have? Let's see, video. We have audio things too, so we have distortions and echoes. Let's try the echo. So this is, I'm guessing, how we apply the effect. And by the way, this is the channel intro from last year. Great echo. That is a great echo. And it looks like I could apply multiple effects at once. It just sounds terrible. And of course we can undo all those actions. And just like my other editor, I can add a marker. So these are project files. Looks like it undid what I did before. Yeah, these are really the only videos I have. Let's try the robot effect. So we'll add that in. And we'll go to audio. And we go to the effects. And here's the robotization. We'll give it about a moment to add because this is a virtual machine. Oh, it looks like it hasn't added. Maybe I'll just need to drag it in. There we go. Oh, that really sounds like a robot. Oh, that's great. That is just great. And then what other options do we have? Do we have the ability to reverse? Looks like we have a animated title. Ooh, animated titles powered by Blender. Neon curves. Blender, the free open source, is required for this action. So So apparently Blender does not come with this program. It looks like you have to get it separately in order to use this feature. But it's all right. So, but let's look at their help page, and I'm curious to see if I can do green screen or reversing or anything like that. Meanwhile, let's play around with all these effects and see what kind of fun we can have. So, so this undoes the previous action. Well, it's still trying to process the help and support. And of course, this is where you log into Ubisoft to access all your stuff. So nothing to see there. And there's the Street View card. It looked like I-55 for a second. That, or what was that Street View card? Oh yeah, that Street View card is definitely I-55 that I used in the channel intro. And it opens up in the Thorium browser, of course. So it looks like this comes in both a installer and portable version. Now let's see if they have a reverse. Let's see. Let's see if they have a reverse. Found 3 pages. We have clips. So we have resizing, split selections, context menu, end of clip, entire clip, time, reverse and speed up or slow down. So it looks like it does have an option. Nice. So hey, this actually might be a good open source replacement. So that actually could be good. So we go to time, and we click backward, and backward we have 1x and slow. So we have a 1x and slow. Oh yeah, these are like all cramped together. So now we can hear now let's go directly to the end and let's hear it in reverse. So yes, is OpenChat going to be a great video editor as a replacement for Clipchamp? Absolutely. Absolutely, because what I can tell you is that Clipchamp has been taking up literally every single remaining piece of storage with my virtual machines on my main hard drive. Like every month I have to remove Clipchamp and reinstall it and re-log in just to clear all of that cache. It's just incredible to think personally. So this actually is going to be a very good replacement for Clipchamp, and I'm very happy I found the one. But I'm not completely satisfied. I also want to go back to the documentation and I want to see if there's any sort of green screen option. But I see it also reset the custom cursor too. It looks like we're back to the default one. I want to see if I can do any sort of green screening. Oh, we have an effects. Brightness and contrast. Effects can be added. List of effects. Chroma key, green screen. Replace color with transparency. So where do we go? So let's say chroma key. I think we'll find it in effects somewhere. Video. Chroma key, green screen. Yes. Now, where do we select the color? Details view. Details view just gives like a more description as to what it's going to do. And of course we can add captions on top of it. So edit this caption with our caption editor. So we go to show all and then image. Let's see, this is smiley, so it looks like we can add custom things into our video here. So whole. Interesting. Then go back here. These are all of the images we've added. This is everything in the project. And of course we can pop out the properties menu if we we can move things around, and we can merge them all together if we wanted to. And then we can add some other effects too, like fog. However, it looks like it doesn't want to work. I'm guessing these are transitions. I'm guessing these are transitions. That's pretty cool that these are transition effects. So I really like this. And then of course, when we are done, that's to save the project. And then what do we have? Choose profile. So that chooses the kind of video we want, and we can import files here, and the red record button exports the video. Let's just call this test project, and we can hit export. And you can see the other editor showed a preview of the video as it is rendering. However, here it just shows a percentage. It just shows the percentage. And it looks like the thing's in full screen because I don't see the Windows 11 taskbar like we saw earlier. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so it looks like it starts maximized, I assume. So that's pretty neat. And while that continues, let's look at what else is on here. I see we have the classic calculator from Windows Vista and Windows 7. I'm guessing this is the same one that was used in Vista, and this is also the same one that was used in Windows 8 and 8.1 before it was replaced with the universal version that we have now in both Windows 10 and Windows 11. So of course we can do simple advanced math calculations like there. So you can do 5 times 6 squared. And then I also see we have the older version of Notepad before a newer version of it was made available in a later Windows 11 update, in which this is the version in question, 23H2, where that update was first rolled out. And then of course yep, just like that. And I see also customized the start menu as well, and we also have the original Paint program that was bundled with Vista 7, 8, and 8.1, and also Windows 10. However, in the creators update, it was replaced by Paint 3D, which was discontinued as of November of 2024. So sadly, that is no longer available in the Microsoft Store, and I don't even think there's really even going to be a chance of reinstalling it. So if you want Paint 3D on Windows 11, well, you're out of luck. And I'm guessing that's because Microsoft finally updated the Paint program for Windows 11, They made a newer version of it and they're marketing it more and more. But there are several disadvantages of Paint from Paint 3D. With Paint 3D, I could just drag and drop pictures and just overlap them, and then I can make drawings and texts and all that stuff. Well, with Paint 3D, I could do that, but I can only do it with one picture at a time. And then, of course, I can. Yeah, sorry, type is misspelled, but it doesn't matter. QB BitTorrent, yeah, we looked at that already. That's just like that other one. And then also here I see some tools, including the standard PowerShell and the command prompt. It looks like this command prompt window must have been tweaked. So I see we have some transparency going on within the command line too. That's pretty cool. And I see the color has also been changed to blue. I mean, that's kind of difficult. I'm not sure how difficult it is to change the text colors in the command line in Windows 11. I'm guessing this is probably what Windows 11 should have been. They should have made this transparent, which is pretty neat. And then, of course, we have the classic PowerShell, which is also transparent. I mean, to be honest, I think Microsoft should have kept the arrow transparency for Windows 10 and made that also available on Windows 11. That would have been really nice to see the arrow transparency live on from Windows 7. And I'm guessing that's really the reason why many people really enjoy using Windows 7, because of the transparency, and there was barely any telemetry on there back when it was new, until Microsoft threw Edge onto Windows 7 and 8 about 2 years before Windows 7 reached end of life. Or was it a year after? Or was it a year before? Yeah, I think it was a year before. So, is that everything there is? Let's see, I think there are some more accessories here. Oh yeah, I don't see an accessories folder, but I believe we can access all our stuff. I wonder if any of the... So it looks like they must have modified the start menu, but we can still launch the narrator and have it talk and stuff like that.
Starting taskbar pane, start, button, off.
Yeah, it's rendering at 4 frames per second, so it says it's going to take 22 minutes to fully complete.
Calculator window, result, text, 310. Asterisk untitled, notepad window, text editor, editing, new notification from Microsoft. Windows Store asterisk untitled, notepad window, text editor, editing, we can type anything we want like the good old days. Selected, new notification from we can type anything we want.
Yeah, the arrow keys and enter keys are not enabled by default. So we'll have to go to the accessibility settings.
Settings window, desktop 30, accessibility, 9 of 10 level 1, narrator, toggle switch, on. Have narrator announce when I type group, arrow, tab, and other navigation keys checkbox checked, asterisk untitled, notepad window.
So now,
up arrow, right arrow, down arrow, left arrow, left arrow, left arrow, left arrow, left arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, and.
Yep, there we go. Now we can hear the right arrow.
Asterisk, CA, asterisk, asterisk, caret, caret, caret.
Yep, of course we'll still say all this.
Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, ampersand, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, colon, colon, semicolon.
Yeah, I've been trying to see if I could get the exact same way David said semicolon before. I remember that. I can't remember what version. Was it the Fall Creators or was it Anniversary? I can't really remember, but I've been trying to manipulate that on Windows 10 by installing a older version into a VM and seeing if it would do that, but it looks like it doesn't. But of course, everything else is still
question mark, greater than sign, less than sign, double quotes, single quote.
Okay, that's enough.
Exiting narrator.
Keyboard shortcut to exit and open narrator still works. So that's pretty cool. Well, actually no. I actually would like to see the. I actually would like to carry over the final product before we're done here. So that's pretty cool. So will OpenShot be my new editor going forward? Definitely. I mean, Filmora is really basic. This is just like Filmora, but you know, in a free open source fashion. So this is amazing. I am definitely going to be enjoying this for a long time. And boy, will I be happy when I finally get to do those green screen reversing experiments again. Which is definitely what I have not done in a long time since I've upgraded this thing. So the export is almost complete. It's at 99%. I've also just found out that the Inspiron 6000 download link now works, so that will be the last machine we will take a look at in the mini-series, and then that will be the end of it. So 99.9%. 1 second remaining at 4.6 frames per second. Well, the speed of the rendering process. And done. So now you can press F11 to put it in full screen. So if we go to where does OpenShot usually save its stuff? I think I saw it usually put it in the admin folder. Yeah, it saves it in C users admin. So it saves it in the root of the administrator account. So we'll go to C users admin, and there's our video. And this will open in Pop Player by default. And I believe we can just drag it in and we can give it a watch. We could give this beautiful creation a watch. Give it a moment to open because this is a VM. And I'll go through. Still as loud as Filmora is, but okay, nonetheless. Oh sure, that gives me another idea of something we can mess around with while we wait for that disk. And speaking of which, let's get VMware Tools installed so I can drag more videos onto it. And I see they also disabled the user account control, so it's just gonna straight up open. I see they also removed the recycle bin too, which on a normal version of Windows 11 it's impossible to do so. Before I could even finish the login. VMware Windows 7. This is not Windows 7. This is Windows 11. I guess we could call it 7-Eleven. And now we're about to get that big widescreen experience. Oh, yes. Love the experience. I'll just navigate to one of my folders on the host. Take a random video. I don't know if we can copy stuff yet. And it says it's complete. It says reboot required. Of course, but it looks like everything's already working right out of the gate. So that is great, that everything is already straight up working. So I'll copy over another video and we'll test it out further. So we'll take this out and we'll try another one. So this one here is the driving video. Not a Street View video, but a driving video. A real driving video. That was recorded in December of 2023, so it's been about a year since I last made a real driving video. Let's see what we can do. Let's add some bars to it. And it's still laggy because this is a virtual machine and I believe I can move the bars around, or what's this? I'm guessing this is like a center slider. And then we can adjust. Oh, I'm guessing this is probably adjust the size. Let's see what else we can add. Let's add a blur effect to it now. Ooh, really blurry. Yeah, I think it's a little too laggy to even continue here. Adjust the hue and color. Ooh, that'll be a lot of fun. Well, thumbnail view. Now let me. So, is this the hue? Reverse transition. Yeah, I think it's too laggy to even continue in a virtual machine. So, considering that this is a great editor, I've already went ahead and installed it on my host. So, considering that Inspiron 6000 is a ghost file, we're just going to go ahead and skip right over to the out-of-box experience. And then we will wrap up the Dell miniseries. Okay, the restore is done. And here's the very familiar license agreement screen that we saw. And it didn't give us a service tag, unlike the other ones. So now we'll load into the out-of-box. There is that Dell logo. Let's go ahead set everything in the United States. settings, and then it'll be done. And right away I'm seeing some found new hardware wizards coming up. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit cancel on them all. And here is the desktop. So in fact, a lot of this is pretty much identical to what we've seen already. So there's McAfee Security Center. We have Wanado's internet service, because this is a European copy of XP. See, Wanadu positive generation. So that's to get online. Service Pack 2, of course, and we'll get the Dell branding once it finds it. If it will. Yep, there we go. And then we have Tiscali service, and then this is all the high-speed offerings. Interestingly, Mozilla Firefox is already preloaded. We got My DVD. We got Dell Picture Studio. Let's see what the Start Media experience is. Oh, these are all the offerings from Europe. And there is, again, McAfee Security Center. It looks like Apple's software update. And here's Dell's Picture Studio with all the offers. And everything like that. So this is about Sonic Digital Media. Here's AOL 9. Yeah, it looks like it's starting something in full screen. I don't know what it's starting, but I guess we'll just wait. So here's Dell's support program again. And this is for, is that for AOL or is that for Adobe? Yeah, it's Adobe Reader. eom.pdf. It's the owner's manual. It's about connecting to the web with America Online. Airing the application. Here's Sonic's product registration card. Here's the import wizard for Firefox, which we all know what that is. And let's take a look at these two programs, see what they're all about. Hope you enjoy the standard edition of this thing. License agreement. This interactive guide will get you started with Paint Photoshop album, which is already starting up, I can see. Sure, go ahead and check. Although it really isn't going to work. I see Firefox opened with the license agreement from Dell. So that's cool that they put a different browser other than Internet Explorer. However, IE is still the default. Anyway, accessories, nothing special. AOL 9, there's the Dell stuff. Driver reset. Picture Studio Paint Shop Pro. I mean, we've already looked at this tool, so we should know how this works. Wonder what this reminder thing is. It's on the trial. And then, any games? Nope. ProSet, Java, McAfee, Works, Modem Helper, the net waiting. In fact, all of this is essentially what we've already seen. So, Photoshop 6. I don't think this is going to be any sort of special branding or anything like that, but Cyberlink Power DVD with branding. Really, I think that's just going to be exactly the same as what we've seen already. But what's my DVD? Yeah, I think we know what that is. So that's going to do it then for the Dell mini series. As next time we kick off the Lenovo set of machines. But until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and welcome to our next mini series here on the show, where this time around we're going to be taking a look at a series of Lenovo machines. There are a whole bunch of them out there on the Internet Archive, and a majority of them, of course, have hardware locks, hardware restrictions, and everything like that. Now, all of these here I have tested beforehand, and they do appear to work under virtualized hardware. Majority of those failures were on USB flash drives, where as I burned image after image after image, it would boot. Well, there are a few of them. So in relation to the flash drives, which is what a majority of the modern ones were, there were a few that did end up booting into the factory recovery. However, upon the completion of the process, and when it starts, so upon going through the first screens and saying accept the terms, here's the boot layout, where do you want to put windows and everything like that, it looks like it's going pretty quickly, but then it ends up failing, most likely because it is virtualized hardware. And the rest of them didn't even boot at all. So, these are the working ones right here. And we start with the Lenovo 3000 and 100, which came with Windows XP Professional Service Pack 2. And in the restore disk, we load into this rescue and recovery workspace. So what we're here to do is restore the system. It says if you want to access a USB device but it does not show, first make sure the device is fully connected, then restart your PC. So choose what you want to do. We want to restore the entire hard drive. Choose a backup to restore from. So this is a startup disk. It also does come with a restore CD. So I'm going to insert that disk now. And CD DVD. So restore hard drive to the original factory state. The rescue and recovery application indicates that you have chosen to restore the factory contents from the media. Before continuing, make sure you have the appropriate recovery disks. If you do not, all data will be lost. Are you sure you want to proceed? Absolutely. There are no files to back up. You are about to start. Yep, let's begin. It says do not power off. during this process, of course, because if you do that, then the recovery will end up failing and you'll end up with corrupted files, which is definitely not good. So we'll go ahead and hit OK. And here it says restoring the factory contents is useful if you intend to transfer the computer to another area, sell, recycle, or put it into an operational state after other methods. So we'll click next. Yes, I accept the terms and conditions, and we'll click next. And then this is where the process begins. I believe it'll ask for the recovery disk a little later on, but it looks like the restore is starting, so we will let that proceed, and I will insert the recovery disk when it asks for it. So now it says, please remove the CD, power off your machine, and turn it back on to continue the process. So we'll click OK. And I'm guessing it wants me to restart. So we'll just hit the reset switch. And let's see what happens now. So what that just did was it copied a recovery partition to the hard drive. So now it's booting from that recovery partition, and that will be used to restore the system. I'm assuming we'll have to go through the same process here once it loads up again. It says if you have a product recovery supplemental disk, please insert it now. There's another one that says recovery DVD, but I don't know if it's really going to work, but let's find out. So I'll click yes. That is not the correct disk. Okay. So we'll just click no. I already have disk 1 in the drive. And this should be the only disk, because there is only one disk in the archive set. I don't know if it's going to ask for any more, but if there are no more, then we'll see what we can do from there. Well, there we go. We finally run into the hardware block. I mean, the whole reset was going pretty good at first, but now at this point it finally stopped working, so I gotta say that was kind of impressive how far we got up to this point. So, I guess then this machine's a bust, so we're gonna move on now to the IdeaPad Z580. And even if I were to set the drive to SATA or leave it at IDE or anything like that, the portion of the restore we ended up getting to would have still failed. This is Lenovo's One Key Recovery utility, and this is the drive we want to restore it to. And this is the confirmation, and This is showing the date of the backup. And yes, we want to proceed. And now the restore begins. Here we go again. I believe I saw the hard drive controller blue screen. So instead of, some nice background like that one key recovery, we're going to get a newer version. So it says restore the contents. We'll click next. Yes, we agree to the terms and conditions. So Clean OS Recovery won't install any of the manufacturer drivers or software, but we're here to look at everything. So we're going to do manufacturer recovery. And now the restore process begins. Process recovery fails, occurs an error. Press yes to try again. So anyway, here we go. Next, agree to the terms and conditions, and we're going to do the MBR style. This is not a UEFI, so GPT will not work. And let's see if it'll fail. Yep, it's going to fail in spectacular fashion, just like those USB drives. So this is not looking too good, and we have 2 machines left in the set of recovery disks. Oh boy, this is also going to come with Windows 8. And it looks like it will fail in the exact same fashion as before. We go on now to the last disk of the initial set of CDs. This one being the IdeaPad V570. So here's the one key recovery utility again, just like we saw with the other one, except this one is in English. But will this complete all the way? We are about to find out. So would you look at that? It's about time. We finally got a Lenovo machine to work. So here it is. This is Windows 7 Home Premium, considering this is an IdeaPad. And of course, we'll... And now for the craziest name I could think of. Finally a successful... Finally a success. Okay, that's good enough. Okay. No password. This is Service Pack 1 of Windows 7. And this is the agreement from Lenovo. We'll just say no because the updates don't really work anymore. No, not Central America, Central Time. And of course, I see the network driver doesn't work out of the box, or it doesn't even bother asking. So now we will load into the desktop in just a moment, and we can see the custom lock screen background that Lenovo provides, or has provided specifically for this machine. I actually kind of like the design though. It's like all... There's the nice design of the... all the lines and such. So I'm guessing this is their second default lock screen background, because the one on the ThinkPad models was a lot different. It was exclusive to that line. It had the black with the Think on it, the Think in the place of Lenovo. So that one was an exclusive to the ThinkPad line, and this one is used on all their other lines of machines. So here we are. Here's the desktop. And we can see McAfee's already come up asking for activation. I see Port Locker is installed. BioAccess is not installed. Initialize. Swipe your finger to start the initial wizard. Current boot time, 66 seconds. Previous optimization state, never. So, get McAfee out of here. So, BioAccess. Now, this model had a fingerprint reader. So, you can enroll your fingerprint and you can use it to log into Windows. Just like we saw on that HP ProBook, which we couldn't seem to get working. But again, this will not work because this is not that specific hardware. And you can hear all the hardware coming up. And for Port Locker, this is where you set up a password for, well, other things too. You can hear all the hardware sounds and hardware failures and everything like that. It's just going to get pretty crazy. So, we have the Intel wireless display from 2010, which is, I believe, a projector. Software for projecting, although Windows 7 has one by default. We have Veriface 4, which pretty much is like, I guess, face recognition. And then UCam, of course, is a webcam program. Cyberlink Power to Go, we know that is a DVD creator tool or DVD media player. So, yep, this is where you burn DVDs and CDs. Device driver software was not successfully installed. You can see this is everything here. It said some are finished, need to restart, and then there are some that were unsuccessful. Telephony start now. Surf the web with Google Chrome. So apparently Lenovo acknowledged how terrible Internet Explorer is, and they actually decided to preload the Google Chrome browser on their machines, which of course this is going to be an older version. Version 7 from 2010. Oh boy, from 2010. man, thousands were still using XP around this time, so this would be the best browser for them. But it doesn't say that the browser is not receiving updates because this is a very old version. But of course, it's going to eventually update to the last one that supports Windows 7. But it'll likely have to go through like 15 other versions first. But the telephone start now, I'm guessing that's the telephone tool. Lenovo Security Suite. It's basically a safeguard protection mechanism. And then Boot Optimizer. Well, that's what it is. So it just optimizes programs to speed up boot time. And this is to Best Buy's website. And then one key recovery, as we saw, is what you use to restore the system. We also have Lenovo's Active Protection System on here as well, which again will stop the hard drive in the event of intense movement. Office 2010 is also preloaded on here. Windows Live Essentials is also on here too. Silverlight, McAfee. This is all the Lenovo stuff. And then here's the rest of everything. No special games from Lenovo. We just get the default ones. But Best Buy actually opens up in its own separate app that I can't seem to move. It says, oops, you currently don't have an internet connection. Well, of course I do, but it's that this app no longer functions. So I'll just close the program. I don't need it. Now let's see if they've included, I'm sure they've included custom backgrounds. So I see we actually have a series of custom themes from the manufacturer. And of course, this is one of their slideshows. Here's another one. Here's the third. And here's 4. Number 4 actually looks kind of nice too, because there's some pictures. And then of course we have the standard ones in Windows 7. This is the default ones. Let's set it back to the other theme that we had. And now the last thing to do here is look at the files. Now you can see some documents have been created on the root of the C drive, like logs. And this is the recovery partition. So we'll go down to Web, Wallpaper, and you can see we have the folders for the Lenovo backgrounds. So this is the lock screen background, and then these are some other designs. Pretty cool. So all in all, that's really all there is to see here. So we are going to move on now to the next model. So next up is the Lenovo IdeaPad Yoga 11S. And pretty much right now, this just looks like a standard installation of Windows 10. So it looks like this is obviously going to succeed. And I can tell already it looks to be in Chinese. We're going to skip the product key. And we'll see what edition this comes with. I'm going to assume it's going to come with Windows 10 Home. Oh, it actually comes with Windows 8. So this is either Windows 8 Pro or Core. I'm guessing this is going to be Windows 8 Core. So I was actually wrong. This actually comes with Windows 8. Interesting. It translates to Windows 8 pre-release. Is this like a consumer preview or a developer preview in Chinese? I'm not sure. Well, that's what we are going to find out when the installation is done. And one more thing. Since we all pretty much know how this is going to go, we're just going to skip right to the out-of-box experience and set it up. Alright, so changing the hard drive type worked. And now, this is the Express settings, Microsoft account, local. There we go. Let's see what keyword layout this is. I see it's detected US English. And finish. And now we'll load into the desktop. This says, hi. While we're getting things ready, check out the new way to use Windows. And then this explains about moving your mouse into the corner of the screen to bring up the charms bar, charms menu, however you say it. Oh wow, we get our first look at McAfee. Let's say no or whatever that message is. And at last, here is the infamous start screen of Windows 8. And yes, this is the original release. No start button. And of course, we'd have to go to the charms bar to hit shut down and everything like that. So, looking around this installation, just a standard copy of Windows 8 with nothing special other than a custom wallpaper. I actually managed to find the user guide for this machine. Of course, it's in Chinese, and this is what it would look like. And of course, it opens up in this reader program, which of course was designed for full screen tablets and stuff like that. And the worst part about it is that there's no bar. I gotta go here, click on the start menu, and go back. This is all while I was copying over the wallpaper for the machine here specifically. Reopen the start menu or start screen, I should say. There are some more things installed here that I did not see until just now. McAfee is also installed. Let's see Weibo. I think this is a web service program, something like that. Yeah, it looks like a service of sorts. And then we have Double Q. I wonder what this is. I wonder what this is. I guess we won't know either. And then it comes with Office 2013, I believe, out of the box. Yep, of course, in Chinese. And I believe this is a file sharing app. Lenovo Transition, I suppose this is a. So, this Lenovo Transition, I suppose, is a mode where you can switch certain features on or off. And I believe this is to transition it into tablet mode settings. And yeah, that's what I thought this thing was. And this is a download manager. Yeah, it looks like a download manager or something. What else do we have? It looks like a radio app. I believe this is a language translation tool, and use this to translate text into various languages. I believe that's what this is, but I have no idea. I don't know what this is. Need internet connection in order to work, which it won't. It's a travel program. No, whatever. Yeah, it's a travel. And then what's this one? It's a weather. Weather.com.cn. So it looks like this is a weather. This is like a third party weather app. But then otherwise, there's the default one in Windows 8. And of course, this would be the same too in Windows 10. I mean, Windows 11 doesn't have a weather app. A separate one by default. It's now in the form of a widget. What's ZCom? Looks like a news magazine. Lenovo Companion. I wonder what this is. I really just don't know. Evernote, we know what that is. And I think that's all there is to see here. Oh, this is about one key recovery. So that was one key recovery. So to create a recovery disk. But while I was also scavenging through the Windows folder, I noticed a Amazon browser bar icon. Not sure what that's for, but I believe that's for Internet Explorer, which has some Lenovo things by default, which probably don't work anymore. And I think that's really all there is to see. So, again, here you can create a backup or restore from an existing backup, pretty much like a factory recovery, as we normally see. So that's really all there is to see on this one. So this is shut down. So here's what looks to be an updated one key recovery screen. This is version 7. There's an antivirus built in, which is new. And this changes settings, but we're going to load the one key recovery utility. And let's see, I couldn't read that. Went too fast. Restore from original backup. The system will be restored from its original state. And then the error reads partition. The program cannot recover because the structure is incorrect. Well, that would essentially mean then I would have to start over. And then if we look at the backups, we have a backup right here. But then once again, it says invalid image file. So we could recover, however, what's the drive type? This is SCSI or is this SATA? I'm probably going to have to do it again. So we are on Hiron's boot CD here as we start the next and what will probably be the very last machine of the set. And I mean, considering how quick all this is going, I can't really say that this is really the first one of a whole set of episodes. This is actually the first and last episode of this little mini series. I guess it lasted for just this episode and this episode only. So, well, there goes all that. So I guess we can just go right to the Asus mini series or whatever other mini series we come up with next time. So, we are restoring the media for this. We get this interesting looking screen, a little different than what we have seen so far. Instead of the Lenovo Rescue and Recovery background, it looks like we get these nice custom designs of sorts. It looks like a 3-leaf clover. I don't know what the heck that is. And it's all on a gray background. So that's kind of unique. And right now it looks like nothing is happening. Or is it just grabbing all the stuff it needs to start the restore? And it doesn't look like anything appears to be happening at the moment. It could also be because I set this to a. Probably because I set it to 4 gigs of RAM. Error while initializing the recovery environment. Yep, that is not good at all. So I'm afraid that is where we are stopping. But hey, we got a lot of discs in, and furthermore, we actually ended up completing the entire mini-series in one episode, which is absolutely amazing. So, in the next episode here, we will be starting our next major mini-series, that being the Asus set. So, there's going to be a whole lot of stuff there. But until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everyone, it is nostalgia time once again, and welcome to our next mini-series, the Asus mini-series. To kick things off here, we're going to be doing an install race of 10 different Asus EPC models. And there's a whole lot to cover. The 1000 series, the 900 series, 700 series, there's a whole lot to cover here. And this is going to be one of our biggest install races that we've had in a while. Because if I remember correctly, the last time that we tried an install race was back in the E-Machines mini-series a while back. Now I say that because that was when we last did an install race of this magnitude. And right away, the restore process. Where's the 1000? I don't think it's updating. There we go. So you can see that a lot of them are asking just right out of the gate, do you want to proceed with the restore? That's really all it's saying. So all it's asking is, do you want to proceed? There's still two more I got to boot up. And I got to switch them all so it displays everything. And it looks like the EPC looks to be corrupted. I believe it's a driver disk, so we will come back to that at a later point. Right, here we go. Here are all of them. I think there are two that didn't start. There we go. They must have aired out. Beautiful. So, we start with this prompt that says, restore image to your hard disk. Yes, we want to proceed and start them all. And there are a few more. Here's another one that's in like 16 colors. This one has the same message. And it already, oh, this one already finished. Okay, that was quick. What else have we got? And then we have a newer one that actually gives a partition label. That labels the partition. We're going to restore it to the partition. And here it says, it's been programmed to only work with the ASUS lineup and will not work with any others. Which actually has been the truth with a lot of the ASUS machines, as I have tested all of these discs prior to taping. And in fact, a lot of the multi-disc images had hardware blocks on them, all but the ASUS EPC line. And even though it says it won't work on a virtual machine, I found out that these actually do work inside of virtualized hardware. And I believe that is it. They're all going. Is it booting back? This one didn't even work at all. So it went pretty quickly and nothing happened. So yeah, so this disc didn't work. I just assumed it would boot directly off the disc and that would be the end of that story. So now here's a good view of the 8 other ASUS machines as their restores continue. So a lot of them, in fact almost all of them, have Symantec Ghost restores. So what it's essentially doing is it's copying files for the recovery partition onto the hard drive, and then it will use that recovery partition to restore the operating system, and then it will do the rest from there. So with that being said, we'll just let you all see the massive, I guess now 8 EPC restore procedure, and we will look at an out-of-box experience when one finishes. And it looks like we have a winner. We actually have two winners. Be more exact, and one's giving an error. Oh, this one says it's done. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. There we go. I see another one finished. So we'll take the disk out of that one too. And this one says no recovery batch file found, but it did restore. I was going to boot normally because I had to fix the hard drive controller. So here we go, because the EPC line is specifically for low-end hardware. Of course, they're going to come with Windows 7 Starter Edition. It says, thanks for purchasing this computer from Asus, featuring Windows XP. Everything is correct. By the way, here's Windows 7 Starter. So, did it say my language was Russian on that first screen? I think it did. Let me go back and... Oh. I wasn't paying attention. Oh well. Let's switch the keyword layout to English. And change the name. I'll name this 1201N. And this is RTM of Windows 7 Starter. Just ask me later. We'll leave the time as it is. Oh no, it's about to be chaotic. And this is Service Pack 3 of Home Edition, considering it's a netbook. So this was one of very few machines that came preloaded with Service Pack 3 of Windows XP. And here we have an Italian copy of XP. I believe this is the Home Edition. No, not register. Who will use this computer? Of course we know who. And we'll hit finish. And I'm not even gonna bother. And this looks to be RTM. I didn't see any Home Edition branding, so maybe this is Service Pack 2. But I'm sure we'll find out when this is complete. These are the only two that have yet to go. Saying no, do not register. Who will use this computer? Beat. Alright, so here is the 1201N. Now that recovery batch file was to restore all the manufacturer's software. So if that was not provided, then it will not install. It'll just be a standard installation with nothing special added onto it other than the Asus branding. So 7 Starter, Asus EPC, 3 days till automatic activation. I don't care. So let's go ahead and shut this down. I like the wave background too. That's kind of unique. Kind of unique that they added a wave background to it. And I see another EPC is done. As I said, this out of box. And let's see, there's a whole bunch of other out of boxes we got to go through. So my language, oh, you cannot change your language later. So this is English US. This is a US copy. E. I'll just do the triple E. that's what it is. Again, 7 starter RTM. We'll skip the updates, leave the times it is. And where is the other out of box? Right there. This is a US copy. So next, Central Time. This is Service Pack 3 again, because what we're dealing with here is a netbook. And here we have some customizations already. So it looks like we have a larger image size by default. We will use this computer and finish. Alright, so here I see we have larger icons by default. If I go to arrange icons, show icons, it doesn't show a size. But they are larger icons by default. And I see we have some drivers that didn't install because this is not an Asus machine. And interestingly, I see the classic start menu layout has been enabled by default. And if we right click the start menu and go to properties, we can enable the default start menu in XP. But for the purposes of the episode, we're going to leave it as it is, everything by default. So let's look at everything that's installed. Doesn't look like anything much here. We also have a cleaner that's in the startup folder. We have Asus update for EPC, which just like with other manufacturers, allows you to update hardware and drivers from the manufacturer. And this is again Service Pack 3. We'll say no to automatic updates because, as I said, it doesn't work. And the 1000H looks to be done. Set it to Central. Home Edition Service Pack 3. Oh no, it's in the Russian keyboard layout. Alright, let's keep looking while we wait. And then this is Super Hybrid Engine. I wonder what this is for. Yeah, this is now that thing is for Asus's HACPI service, which again, this is not an APC, so it isn't gonna work as well. We know what Microsoft Works is, and I see Windows Live is also on here, including something new. This is called Windows Live Home, and apparently redirects to Outlook. We have Adobe Reader 8. We have Skype phone. Star Office, it looks like, is also on here. I've never heard of this before, and it looks like this is from Sun Brands. So here's their entire license agreement. Let's do random initials. Sure, go ahead and check for updates. I'm going to say I do not want to register, and we'll click finish. Where's the other out of box? There we go. So once again, just like with the other EPC, just a standard copy of starter, nothing more, because I passed on the customizations. And I see 2 of the activation timers have already ran out. That's not good. So what's this Start Office Draw? I believe this is a drawing program. Yeah, it looks like it's a drawing program, but I don't see anything for, well, brushes. Well, yeah, this is a drawing program. You can draw shapes and whatnot. And what else do we have? Start Office and Press, which looks like a PowerPoint. It looks like it's a PowerPoint creator. So hit create. So yeah, it looks like this is PowerPoint essentially. So this looks like PowerPoint. And then what else have we got? Star Office Calculator, which I believe is Excel. Writer is Word. And Star Office Base is like Microsoft Access. And yep, Star Office Writer is Microsoft Word, as I expected. That installs the AI Guru driver. And yep, Star Office Calc is Excel. Exactly like Microsoft Excel. So that's interesting that they provided alternatives to the paid version of Microsoft Office. And then lastly, eStorage. I don't know why, but it redirects to File Explorer. But it does have a special icon here. I wonder what this is for. I'm guessing this is like a secondary storage device. Provides an amazing online free space which allows you to share files with your friends. Another great feature about EPCs, it's excellent AES file encryption that protects your files and gives you totally secured storage environment. Our Download Center offers free resources including music, wallpapers, movies, trailers, games, movie trailer, games, and more. You will definitely find something new from time to time. But it looks like this is something you have to log into in order to access. So it is a cloud file storage service. And of course we have Windows Live Mail, which of course is just like an email client. So we'll go ahead and I believe, yeah, the fast log off, fast user switching is enabled on here too. But one more thing before we shut this guy off. We have a couple of EPC backgrounds. Here's a second one. And here's the third one. And this is the one that we just had. So we have multiple EPC backgrounds. Alright, so that is that. So we're going to go ahead and take a look now at this one here. And I'll take care of the activation thing on these two in just a moment. Actually, I'll just go ahead and restart into safe mode on these two. To reset the activation timer. Okay, so here we have the error again about the ACPI. And a few other drivers too. And I see these two have the Genuine Advantage update already installed out of the box. We have the default start menu in XP by default instead of the classic. There's the eStorage utility again. We have a 60-day trial of Office 2007, which is the latest. Microsoft Works is also on here. Skype, Windows Live Essentials is on here too. The Super Hybrid Engine, all the games in XP. Nothing special here. We have Adobe Reader 8 and the Remote Assistance, PowerPoint Viewer, the Works Manager, and Adobe Reader, as I said, Adobe Reader 8, version 8. We're just going to accept the agreement. But really, that's just what it is. And Norton Security actually isn't installed by default. It actually comes in a separate installer package. So this is Norton Internet Security 2009, actually. So while we wait for that to go, let's go to the 701, and we can see it just looks pretty standard, except we have, of course, the missing drivers and resizes to match the display of the device when it was new. Auto run cleaner. Looks like we have a different game. Yeah, I'm guessing this is a different variant of Minesweeper, as we've seen earlier in the series. Adobe Reader 8, so pretty much the same, and it should be Service Pack. Oh, it's Service Pack 2 actually. Interesting. That is Service Pack 2. But in fact, a lot of netbooks that came out in 2009 have Service Pack 3 already installed out of the box. So that takes care of that. So that leaves us with these four. One is not shutting down, and the other one is in safe mode. However, one has been stuck on... Oh, now it's finally moving. Jeez Louise, it's been sitting on that screen for like half an hour, and now it finally wants to move? Okay. Alright, while we wait for that to finish, we can't really look at everything, but... See, it's done. So it's Norton Internet Security 2009. And considering this is from 2009, it should be Service Pack 3, which it is. And this is Media Player 11, which is also preloaded. So this is as up to date as XP got around this time. I think this is really the only background we have. I think I might have already sent the shutdown command. Yep, I already sent it. So over to the 900HA now. I see Adobe Reader 8, eStorage tool. We have WinDVD, which I don't think was preloaded on the other ones, and this looks like just a standard copy. Nothing special to see. We once again have the large icons, and we have the classic layout start menu by default. The Super Hybrid engine comes in its own folder in this one. Nothing special about the games. There's Works, Skype. The Super Hybrid engine runs on boot. There's Live Essentials, Adobe Reader 8, the Skype phone software, PowerPoint Viewer, Task Launcher, and that's really all there is. But it doesn't come with any background, so it looks like yes it does. This is the, well, this is supposed to be the Luna theme, but we're in safe mode, so we're not going to be able to see it. And we have the same three backgrounds from earlier. So that's it for this one. And here we once again have the large icons. We have the 60-day trial of Office 2007, Norton Security 2009. We have the 8th version of WinDVD, and I just heard it beep. So that probably tells me it doesn't run in safe mode. So we have an Office Live add-in this time around, the Live Workspace. We got Works, Adobe Reader 8, but otherwise nothing else to see. Looking at the properties, we have a very different background than we just had. I like all these. Wow, that's a lot. They have it in a lot of textures and colors and all that good stuff. This should be Service Pack 3. And yes, it is. Alright. The EPC 900 seems to have stalled at this screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this over from the beginning. And now I'm going to grab over the next set of EPC machines. 17 hours just for a restore? Okay, this disc is messed up. So, if it's messed up, it's probably going to be just like the others. So, that then leaves us with this. So, we're on Falcon 4. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted Ghost 32. Yes. So, we're going to move on because there are some EPC Ghost files. VMware. Yep, there we go. And it should go to the local. Yes, proceed. All right, so here is the EPC 700. The activation timer, of course, ran out, so we're once again loaded into safe mode. And from what it looks like, nothing too much. The updates. Are there really no games? Dang, that's a first for XP. I see there's a Bluetooth radio driver on here. I see there's a Bluetooth radio driver on here. And you see Windows Movie Maker. We also have Norton Security Suite. Some features may be unavailable while running in safe mode. So, we can see no other special backgrounds, default one. And lastly, this is Service Pack 2. As you can tell by the build string on the top. Now, the last one is a Acronis image. So I'll get my copy of Acronis 2014, and that would be the EPC. I believe this was the 701 that we just did. Yeah, so this is going to be the 700, and that will be the last of the EPCs for this episode. So apparently that's already it. Just going through the Acronis process, and this is what we get. A very stripped down copy of Windows 7 Professional. Look at that, just calculator and notepad. That's really all we've got. And I can see somebody's already put some information in here. Well, I guess that's a wrap then for the EPC lineup. We've got some more Asus machines to take a look at, and we will do that next time. But until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. It is Tuesday. Now let's get started. We're going to do 19 as our platter. Okay, here we go. Number 2. The dessert is gone already. 22. Wing stew, 15. Spicy meatballs, 10. Eggs and toast, yikes. 24. Vomit bun, 11. There are the cigars, gone off the board, and it's bonus time already. Alright, we are about to get our first offer, and it is lasagna at a discount. But no. Okay, 6. Daikon, 17. Red onions, 20. Banana surprise, 5. Chicken feet, and 25. There's the tomato pizza. Okay. The offer is tagliatelle. Is that how it's pronounced? I don't know. Anyway, no. 13. Intestines, 8. Bunny cake, 4. Salty oysters, and 16. There is the fresh dead chicken. Hey, what's the offer going to be? Semifredo again. But no. Alright, 14. Fresh garlic, 1. Mushrooms, 23. Cinnamon bun. Alright. The next offer is Napoleon Dynamite. I say no. Okay, 9. Puffy fish, 21. Juicy peaches, yikes. Alright. We're about to get our next offer. More peaches, but no thank you. Alright, 7. Philly cheesesteak. Alright. Here we go again. What's the offer? More peaches, but no thank you. Alright, 3. The roast lamb. Alright. The offer now, more peaches, but no thank you. 18. There is that salad. Okay, let's see what the next offer is. No, let's go for the enchilada. And we're gonna take it. I will definitely be enjoying that tonight. What's on the tray? Well, some fried rice, but yeah, I'm gonna like the enchilada. It's really good. So we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I can get that enchilada. But till then, we'll see you next time. Alright, it is Tuesday. It's time once again for the tower. Alright, 16 will start us. Alright, on the right side, $64, otherwise $250. Number 8. Right side, $4,000. Other side is $2,000. Number 11. Right, left side, $125,000. There was a $250,000. Oh boy. Number 20. Okay, left side. There's $1, and we would have lost it all. Very nice. Let's go to 14. Left side. And it's over. Well, perfect. If we had hit the lose everything instead, we would have went away with nothing. So at least we avoided a much bigger disaster. So we finished with $129,065 today after just one round of play. Just one round. Let's see where everything else was. Where were the other cards? Where was the out of 1? There's the 0 right here. There's the million. There's the 1. There's the lose everything we saw earlier. And yeah, that's really about it. So we'll be back tomorrow to try this again, but until then, we'll see you next time. Welcome to Tuesday. Let's get rolling. We start with a 10. We're going to take off 5, 4, and 1 off the board. Next roll, it's a 7. We'll do that. Okay, next roll. It's a 4. Wow. Just 3 rolls in and it's already over. Dang. But we're going to try again game number 2. Let's see if we can do it. Alright, first roll is a 10. We'll take off the 9 and the 1 off the board. Next roll is a 6. We'll do the 5 and... No, we can't. 6 on its own. Okay, next roll. It's a 7. We'll do the 5 and the 2. Alright, next roll. It's a 2. It's a double, of course. There's a 4. Alright, next roll. It's a 9, which unfortunately ends the game. Well, didn't do it again today, but maybe tomorrow. And I hope we can. But until then, we will see you next time.
Damage and wind and continuous object lightning are occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, you can keep your home or close temperatures. Rainfall is occurring with this storm and may leave a flash flame.
That thing only ran for like 10 freaking seconds. It's still trying its hardest. Now it's saying everything's going offline. All right. Well, hello, good afternoon. Hope your Tuesday has been good. Man, I have been following this severe weather event for a while today. Even after hitting the reset button multiple times. I had to hit the reset button on the station multiple times. Hello? Is it even going to restart? Alright. Let's hope and pray that fixed everything. Hopefully it did. So, I did say I was going to get to production of the bowling train, but I was surprised to learn that the severe weather event had actually gotten started much earlier than I thought initially. So now pretty much have to wait probably a little bit longer before I even get to production. this week. Blurs? We were close. It was Bliss. It says station started, but it hasn't done anything else. I'm gonna have to restart the device again. Should be the correct station. So yeah, all day today I've been following this severe weather event in Pennsylvania. I know state colleges are doing upgrades. Let me get this back on quickly. They save the file. Okay, good. It's just those monitors and nothing else. And I did have to take some monitors out, so we wouldn't end up with issues again. Alright, everything's back up now. Hopefully we won't have another issue. Because yeah, I've had a few issues later on in the event. But everything's up and running now. Yeah, there's absolutely no way Louisville's testing tonight. Of course, because of the severe weather. Not even gonna bother waiting. Okay, so everything's back up and running now in terms of my station. But that's really everything that happened today. Meanwhile, everybody's going crazy issuing stuff. I don't know how far my station got. Let's see how far it got in those 10 minutes.
You're gonna just want to take KJC off. You're gonna just want to take them off because you're not even gonna be like to test on tomorrow. Like, you need to take them off.
All right. Now, where did Laurel come in? Okay. I'm going to go back on a few other products before we get moving. This will go pretty quick and then we'll start the game.
Hazard, all size hail and 60 miles per hour with gusts. Zones, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near High Top around 5:45 p.m. London Corbin Airport around 5:55 p.m. Levi Jackson State Park around 6 p.m. Repeating. How do you play multiples in the background? How can you play multiple? County, Kentucky.
Okay, that's one.
Issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Spencer County in central Kentucky, southeastern Shelby County in central Kentucky, northeastern Nelson County in central Kentucky. Shelby County has a team up for windstorm.
All right, this is the last one we're getting before we have to get out the door. All right, I'm actually going to wait till later to trim this down because I don't want to even continue it. Oh, yeah, this is what I was actually working on earlier, too, before it all went crazy. That actually is a highlight reel of Season 2 of Downers Grove, which, as you all may know, we're looking to premiere a third season very soon. Very soon, we're looking to premiere a third season of the program. We were talking about it last night. Before we signed off. So what we're doing right now is we're just going to go ahead and get the game started. I'm not going to continue any further with catch up or anything like that right now. Instead, I'm going to wait on it till later. Along with setting up the marathon. I'm going to do that when I get to campus because a lot of our time to do so was basically wasted. So, no, I'm not going to make our folks sit through the intros. I'm just going to hand it over to Vinny the Gooch and Sunny Day now, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning for the weeklies.
Ready to have fun, kiddos? Well, I hope so, because it's baseball time! Hello, baseball fans! Sunny Day here, along with my good friend, Vinny the Gooch.
Thanks, Sonny. It's good to be here for another exciting game of baseball. I can't get enough of it. This afternoon will feature a fierce competition between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Detroit Tigers. Brand new this season, we've got Pablo Sanchez dolls on sale at the concession stand. Take home a miniature version of everybody's favorite, the Secret Weapon. I'm hoping next season they'll come out with a Vinny the Gooch doll.
Alrighty then, it's time for some baseball. Let's play ball. On the mound today is Marky DuBois.
He's gonna let him know who's boss.
Don't you go blinking now, else you'll miss my next pitch. Ricky Johnson is the first one out of the dugout.
Here we go. Another chance to show 'em all who rocks hardest.
Hey, batter. Over he comes center. The pitch. Hey, batter. That was ball one. Hey, batter. Swing, batter. Give me From the windup, cuts to the plate. A swing. Foul. Nobody out. Ready now. The 1-1 pitch. Ball 2. 2-1. He's ready now. And the delivery. The wing. Strike. 2-2. Into the windup. Cuts to the plate. Got him. Strike out.
That's a one-way ticket back to the dugout.
Take this. Now it's Luann's turn.
Lulu has good hitting accuracy, but her little arms don't offer much power.
Hey, man. The target goes up. Cuts to the plate. The wing. Lays out. Didn't quite make it. She's safe. Move on up.
I gave this kid some pointers in batting practice. Let's see if it pays off.
Runner on first. 1 out.
Over here, man.
He sets. Fires. That was a ball. Tries to steal. Quick toss to third. Throw to second. Safe. Good job. They have a runner on second. 1 out.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder.
Takes the stretch and delivered. Low and outside. 2-0.
Over here, man.
He set and delivered. A bouncing ball. He's got it. And she's safe. Toss to third. Pete Wheeler steps in.
This kid can walk the walk, but can he hit the ball?
Runners on first and third. 1 out.
Swing, batter. Heads up.
He winds, fires. Ball 1. 1-0.
Hey, dude, maybe you should try a
He
bigger
sets
bat.
and the pitch. Hard left.
Batter's gotta have a great eye to smack one of those babies.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder.
Takes the stretch, fires. Swung on. The stretch, 1-2 pitch. Swung on. Sends him back to the dugout.
That's a one-way ticket back to the dugout.
Take this. Cal Ripken Jr. is late.
Cal Ripken Jr., huh? He won't last long. Yeah, right.
Keep your eye on the ball, okay? We want a batter, not a broken
From the windup, he throws it. Low left hook.
That's a terrific pitch, but it sure is hard on the arm.
And the count is 0-1.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder.
Takes the stretch. He throws it. That was ball 1.
Bowling for dollars.
And the count is 1-1.
Hey!
Ready now. Pitch on the way. That was ball 2.
Over here, man.
Here's the motion. He throws it. Looped up. Makes the leap. And a nice catch. That's it. Out. That'll bring our team up to bat. I gotta see that one again. 2 left on. Luann Louise steps up to the pitcher's mound.
She pitches better against kids who speak French and write poetry verses. And rumor has it, she's not a big fan of Brussels sprouts.
Really? That's weird. My parents told me all kids like Brussels sprouts.
Oh, man, are you a sucker.
Ken Griffey Jr. leads off here.
This kid is a good choice to lead off.
Should I hit this one over the right field fence or the left one?
The stretch. He delivers. The wing. Strike.
Swing, batter.
Swing, batter. From the windup, the pitch. Swing. He bunted.
Ooh, that's too bad.
And he's out. Kenny Lofton comes to bat.
You think Lofton's good at baseball? You ought to see him play basketball.
1 out.
You don't want me on those bases, man.
Swing!
Here's the motion. She delivers. Swinging. Foul.
Hey!
What are you doing? Sliding slide. Into the motion. Here's the pitch. Swinging. A bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those tables.
He's got Ahmed Khan in place. Runner on first. 1 out.
This one's out of here!
Swing!
Sorry.
She's set. And the pitch. Back towards the outfield. Better take a picture now, because this ball is out of here and it ain't coming back.
Time for pitching. Four of the bases. They throw the knife in.
Rock and roll!
Sammy Sosa steps to the plate. 1 out.
Get at it!
Look at me. Hey, takes the stretch. Throws it.
Get!
0-1.
Okay, I'm rooting for the other team.
Target goes up. Pitch. Swinging. Another strike.
If he can keep it together, he's got one more shot.
0-2.
Hey!
She kicks. Pitch on the way. Swing. A bouncing ball.
That little gooper sent him running.
Was that good?
Flies into second. Takes the second.
Nice play, right? Yeah!
Barry Walker up now. They have a run on second. 1 out. Give me a nice pitch here, eh? Takes their stretch and the pitch. A bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those tables.
Slides in, and the runner is safe. Okay, that'll bring up Marky Boyd.
And big, because this one here's going plumb out of here.
Into the motion and delivers. Foul ball. Runners on first and third. 1 out.
Not some broken ladder, you know.
The windup and the offering. Swinging.
Some action or something. Comedy.
The windup. She delivers. Ball 1. 1 and 2.
Let's see some action or something.
Takes the stretch. The 1-2 pitch. Swing. And he was banned.
Oh, man!
Mikey Thomas comes up to the plate.
This kid looks a small business out there.
I'm gonna get on base.
She kicks and delivers.
Some action or something.
Strike 1. Makes the break. Slides in. And he's safe.
Bold move.
And there are runners at second and third. 2 outs.
Okay, I'm rooting for the other team.
She's ready. Touch to the plate. The wing.
Round.
0-2.
Swing, batter.
From the windup, pitch on the way. Swinging. And that's strike 3. He goes down on a strike.
You give it your best shot, and that's all you can do.
No fair! I'm telling my mom!
And that'll do it in the first inning. 2 left on. Timmy Texas steps in. And the count is 1-0. Into the windup. He throws it. That was a ball. 2-0.
Hey, batter. Hey, batter.
Give me action, not words, dude.
Hey, man.
Into the windup. Pitch on the way. That was ball 3.
We want a batter. Not a broken ladder.
He winds, throws it. Strike 1.
I'm not sure about that one.
The windup. 3-1 pitch.
Not a broken ladder.
Strike.
Look, I should have swung.
Hey, batter. Swing.
Into the motion. The 3-2 pitch. And another batter goes down.
Thank you for playing. Stick around for a year's supply of air freshener. Next contestant.
Take that.
Angela Del Vecchio coming up to the plate. The windup and delivered. Swing! A blooper in foul territory. And the count is 0-1.
Swing, batter. Hey, batter.
From the windup, pitch on the way. And popped up.
Oh, yeah.
Lays out. And he can't make the play. And the throw to first. Safe at first.
Right on.
Next up, Kenny Coach. The windup and delivers. Runner on first. 1 out.
We want a batter, not a broken
Into the motion. The pitch. That was ball 1. 1-1.
Broken ladder. Over here, man.
Hey, dude, maybe you should try a bigger.
From the windup, the 1-1 pitch. Tattoos that one. And he dives. Yes, he got it. That'll send him back to the dugout. Tosses it over second. Ernie Steele turns it back. Runner on first. 2 outs.
Over here, man. Keep your eye on the ball, okay?
Here's the motion and the delivery.
We want a batter, not
Strike.
Okay, you got me.
That was a slow one.
Bet the batter wasn't expecting that.
0-1.
Hey, batter. So.
Here's the motion and the offering. Strike 2.
It was in there like swimwear.
Right hook.
Don't try this at home, kids.
And the count is 0-2.
Hey, dude, maybe you should try a bigger bat.
Easy out.
He winds, throws it. High ball 1.
Batter. Oh, man.
He sets the 1-2 pitch.
We
That
want a
was ball
batter,
2.
not a broken ladder. Hey, batter.
Into the motion, the 2-2 pitch. A bouncing ball.
Let's get him.
He's all over it. Quick throw to second. She's out of there. That'll bring Archie to bat. Let's see that play again. Left one on first. Penny Fraser steps in, ready for action.
Because her parents taught her peaceful values, and he's not a very competitive player.
I'm looking for a kind hit here, pitcher.
You can't hit a touchdown.
We want a batter, not some broken ladder.
From the windup, she delivers.
Okay, I'm rooting for the
Ball 1, no out.
swing batter.
Into the motion, she delivers. A swing, pop fly. And she's out. Chipper Jones at bat.
Chipper Jones is real solid with the bat and the glove.
1 out.
I'm gonna hit that ball, man.
Swing batter.
Hey, we want a
She kicks, and the offering.
you know.
Swing. Tattoos that one. He's out. Penny Jr. at plate. 2 outs.
You really want to pitch to me?
Swing batter.
Swing.
Hey, over here.
Here's the motion and the pitch.
Hey, batter.
That was a ball. And the count is 1-0. The stretch and the pitch. Ball 2.
Can't score a goal.
Hey, we want a batter, not some broken ladder, you know.
She is ready. And the offering, that was ball 3. She is ready. Here's the pitch.
Hey, batter.
Strike.
Looked like a good pitch to me.
Swing, batter.
Target goes up. 3-1 pitch. A bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those taters.
Blacks out a single. Penny Lofton comes to bat.
If you think Lofton's good at baseball, you ought to see him play basketball.
Runner on first. 2 out.
Better not walk me.
Hey, batter.
Here's the windup and the throw. Strike 1.
I don't know what to say.
Swing, batter.
From the windup and the pitch.
Do it, swatting flies.
Chopper to third.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those taters.
Slides in, and the runner is safe. He's got Ahmed Khan at the plate.
This kid's looking to make a name for themselves.
This one's out of here.
The stretch, the pitch.
Go team.
Swing. Strike.
Gotta swing at the right time to hit the ball.
Here's the motion. She delivers. Strike 2.
That's lame.
Runners on first and second. 2 out.
What to say?
Bet you can't hit a touchdown.
Target goes up. The delivery. Swing. Third strike. That's it.
Oh, man, I blew it.
And that's going to end the inning. 2 left on. The Tigers are looking good here. Up by 2. Ricky Johnson coming up to the plate.
This young batter eats left hooks for breakfast.
The target goes up. Pitch. That was a ball.
Hey, batter. We want a batter.
From the windup, the pitch. Strike 1. Lefty. And the count is 1-1. The stretch and delivered. Swinging. There's a bunt. And he goes after it. The throw to first base. Save the first. Good job. Now it's Luann Louise's turn. Runner on first with nobody out. From the windup, here's the pitch. Ball 1. Attempts to steal.
I don't think she meant to do that. At least I hope not.
Slings it to third. Throws it over to third.
Couldn't quite cut the mustard on that one.
They have a runner on second with nobody out. He's ready now. And the pitch. Swinging. Strike 1. 1-1. He comes center. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on. A bouncing ball. She gobbles it up. Here's the throw to second. Move on up. Runners on first and second. Nobody out.
Hey, keep your eye on the ball, okay?
Into the windup. He throws it. Swung on. Snaps one into right center field. Runs over to it. He's basket catch. He got him out. Tosses it over to second. Safe. Pete Wheeler steps in.
Wheelie's older than your average first grader because he's stayed out 4 times already.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder. Come on. He's set. The delivery. The swing. Strike 1. The stretch and the pitch. Strike. Runners on first and second. 1 out.
Over here, man.
The windup and the throw.
Hey, batter.
Ball 1. the windup. Cuts to the plate. A bouncing ball.
Hey, all right. Oh, oh. Hey, batter. Hey, batter.
Ready now. Fires. That was ball 2. Runners on first and second. 1 out.
Over here, man. Hey, hey. You call that
Into the windup. And the throw.
Hey, batter. Hey, batter.
A bouncing ball.
Let's do this like Prudent.
He grabbed it.
Gotta look where they're going out there.
And he's safe. On to second. Quick toss for third. That's it for her. Cal Ripken Jr. is placed.
Cal Ripken Jr., huh? He won't last long. Yeah, right.
And there are runners at second and third. 2 outs.
Hey, we want a batter, not a broken batter.
Takes the stretch. Cuts to the plate. Swing. Foul ball.
Hey, batter.
0 and 1. Takes the he throws it. Swing. Another strike.
You could feel the breeze from that one over here.
Low and away.
Come on. Hey, batter.
Into the windup. And the delivery. The swing. And he has banned the batter.
Take this.
Runners left on second and third. The Tigers are looking good here. Up by 2. Sammy Sosa steps to the plate.
Sammy Sosa, the guy you can build your team around. Kiss this pitch goodbye.
From the windup, here's the pitch.
Hey,
A swing. Strike 1.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm rooting for the other team. If that's all right.
From the stretch and the offering. The swing.
Not even close to that one.
Take a swing, why don't you?
The stretch and delivered. A bouncing ball.
That's a slow roll.
You can do it.
Slides into second.
Was that
And it's an out. Mary Walker up now.
I like this kid's batting stick. Strong, but not too flashy.
1 out.
Give me a nice pitch here, eh?
Swing.
From the windup, the pitch. Swinging. There's a bunt. And he's out. Okay, that'll bring up Martin Wood. 2 outs.
Man, Vic, 'cause this one here's going plumb out of here.
She kicks. She delivers. Come on. 0 and 1.
Hey, batter.
The windup and delivers. Swinging. A bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those tables.
And it's an out.
All right, now let's go.
Watch it.
That's it for the 3rd inning. The Tigers are in the lead. Kimmy steps in.
Everybody likes Kimmy because she's a one-of-a-kind original. Nobody else like her.
No outs. He winds. Pitch on the way. Ball 1. And the count is 1 and 0.
Maybe you should try a bigger bat.
From the windup, the
Not a
delivery.
broken ladder.
That was ball 2. 2 and 0. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swing. Whoops. Slice. 2 and 1.
Give me action, not words, dude.
Ready now. 2-1 pitch. A swing. And popped up. Takes the dive. No, he didn't make it. And he dives. Scoops it up. Fires it over. And Wood Delvecchio coming up to the plate.
Sugartop shares with her brother Tony a very self-confident attitude.
Runner on
Give me
first.
action, not
No
words,
out.
dude.
Over here, man.
Into the windup. And the throw. Strike 1.
Now's a good time for a slow ball.
And the count is 0 and 1.
Hey, batter.
We want a batter.
Becomes center. Pitch on the way.
Easy out.
Swung on. It's wide vacant. Here's the throw to second. First out. The throw to first base. Safe on first. There's no way he'll be able to catch that. Lays out. And it's out of play.
Man.
Next up, Kenny Kawaguchi. The windup and the pitch. The wing. There's a bunt.
Over.
It's a little flirt to the pitcher. Great shot to first. That's it out. Ernie Steele turns it back.
Ernie's kind of a slow runner because his legs just grew a lot and he's not used to them.
From the windup, he throws it. Ball one. They have a runner on second. 2 outs.
Keep your eye on the ball, okay?
He comes center. And the delivery. That was a ball. And the count is 2-0.
Give me action, not words, dude.
Here's the motion. The pitch. Ball 3.
He's trying to pull it together out there.
3-0.
Over here, man. Heads up. Hey, batter.
From the windup and delivered. Strike.
Okay, you got me.
A right hook, folks.
This would be a great time to use the heat.
And the count is 3-1.
Over here, man.
Ready now. 3-1 pitch. Swung on. Ground ball up the first baseline. And he dives. This was fantastic. That'll send him back to the dugout. That's all, folks. Let's see that one more time. Halfway through the inning now. 1 left on. The Tigers are looking good here. Up by 2. Mikey Thomas comes up to the plate. Nobody else.
I'm gonna get on base.
Takes the stretch. Fires. That was ball 1.
Bowling for dollars.
And the count is 1-0.
Swing, batter.
Comedy. From the windup and the throw. Strike. And the count is 1-1.
Try keeping your eye on the ball.
Hey, over here.
From the windup, the 1-1 pitch.
Me.
The swing, another strike.
Swing, batter. You're supposed to hit the ball. Yeah.
She is ready. The 1-2 pitch. That was a ball. 2-2.
Swing. Hey, we want a batter, not some broken ladder, you know.
From the windup, the 2-2 pitch. That was a ball. 3-2.
Can't score a goal.
Watch it.
Yeah.
The stretch and the pitch. Take a swing. Strike! That's it for this kid.
You give it your best shot, and that's all you can do.
No fair, I'm telling my mom.
Penny Fraser steps in, ready for action.
Come on, pitcher, push me up.
Takes her stretch. Pitch on the way. Strike 1. 0-1.
Hey, batter. You're supposed to hit
The stretch. Throws it. Ball 1.
Watch it.
Hey, batter.
From the windup, here's the pitch.
Hey, over
Ball
here.
2.
Take a swing, why don't you?
From the stretch, the 2-1 pitch.
You can't hit
The
a
swing.
touchdown.
And popped up. Safe. And it's an out.
All you can do is try your hardest.
Chipper Joe is at bat.
I wonder how you get a name like Chipper.
Watch this. Hey, batter.
Ready now. Cuts to the plate. The
I
swing.
don't know what to say.
A bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on this page.
And the runner is safe.
All right,
Ken Griffey Jr. at the plate.
you know, Sonny, I'd rather eat a rattlesnake than have to pitch to Griffey.
Runner on first. 2 outs.
Should I hit this one over the right field fence or the left one?
Bet you can't hit a touchdown.
She is ready. And the pitch. Low ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Angela Del Vecchio up to pitch now.
Like her brother Tony, Sugar Pop has a pretty solid spitball, especially on days ending with Y.
The stretch and the throw. That was a ball. Makes the fake. Slides in.
Decision.
He's safe. They have a runner on second. 2 outs.
Swing, batter, batter.
Target goes up, and the delivery.
That kid was frozen.
Ready now. The 2-1 pitch.
Can't hit a touchdown.
2-2.
Bet you can't hit a
From the windup, the 2-2 pitch. He was banned.
You give it your best shot, and that's all you can do.
Beginner's luck.
And the 4th inning's over. Left one on second. Tigers are in the lead, up by 2.
Here's something. In the majors, the Tigers had a pitcher named Dizzy Trout. He was always doing crazy stuff. He once pitched from a wheelbarrow.
Ricky Johnson coming up to the plate.
Ricky's really coordinated, but he doesn't practice enough to be a good hitter.
Here's the motion. Cuts to the plate. Swing. A bouncing ball. Easy play for him. Straight to first. Out. Now it's the Van Lee's turn. He's set. Throws it. Ball 1. 1 out. Into the windup. And the offering. You know what this game. Got her with heat.
Man, that was so fast, you could barely see it.
The stretch fires. Low and outside. 2-1.
Over here, man.
Ready now. And the delivery. The swing. Strike.
Hey, dude, maybe you should try a bigger bat.
Here's the windup. Fires. Swing. Whoops. Slice. 2-2.
Over here, man. Hey, batter. Hey, batter.
He's set. The 2-2 pitch. And another batter goes down.
That's a one-way ticket back to the dugout.
Take this. Move on up.
Give me action, not words, dude.
He's ready now. Fire. A swing. And popped up.
Ooh.
Jumping in the air. Beautiful catch. That's it. Out. That pulled their flag for this inning. Let's see that play again. The Tigers are in the lead. Kenny Lofton comes to bat with nobody out.
Better not walk me.
The windup. The pitch. The swing. Strike. And the count is 0-1.
Don't trip on the grass on your way out, eh?
Hey, batter.
Here's the windup. Cuts to the plate. Strike.
Yeah. Swing.
You can't hit a touchdown.
Takes the stretch. Here's the pitch.
If that's all
A
right with
swing.
you.
And that's a strike three. He goes down on strike.
Oh, no.
He's got Ahmed Khan in the plate.
Axman, one of the best hitters on the team.
This one's out of here.
Hey, batter. Heads up. She kicks. She delivers. Strike.
The batter's got to pull the trigger on those.
Come on in, outfield.
Can't score a goal.
From the stretch. And the offering.
That's lame.
And the count is 0-2.
You're supposed to hit the ball.
This is comedy. Takes the stretch and the pitch. That was a ball. And the count is 1-2. The stretch, 1-2 pitch. That was ball 2.
What are you doing?
Into the windup, a 2-2 pitch. Swing. A long drive. And he's out. Jimmy Sosa steps to the plate.
He's the kind of kid who's just waiting for the beat.
2 out.
Kiss this pitch goodbye.
Watch it.
From the stretch and the throw. That was ball 1, and the count is 1-0. From the windup, here's the pitch.
Whoops, sorry.
That was a ball. 2-0.
Okay, I'm rooting for the other team. That's
From the
why
stretch,
you,
the pitch.
batter.
Swinging. There's a bunt.
Nice play.
Yes.
Safe on first base. Barry Walker up now.
This Walker kid is pretty solid at the plate. Good hitter, decent runner, solid.
Runner on first. 2 out.
Give me a nice pitch here, eh?
Hey, batter.
Uh-huh.
Into the motion. Here's the pitch.
Whoops, sorry.
That was ball 1. Breaks for it. Flies in.
I don't know if I would have done that.
Lands on second. They have a runner on second. 2 outs. We're in for some excitement with Ernie Steele pitching.
Ernie doesn't throw that hard, but he can put that ball anywhere he wants to.
I'm rooting
Here's
for
the
other
motion.
team.
Throws it.
That's why with you.
That was ball 2. And the count is 2-0.
Not some broken leg, you know.
The stretch. The delivery. Swing. Popped it up. He's out of there.
What?
That's the end of the 5th. Left one on second. The Tigers are in the lead.
They are all over it out there today.
Pete Wheeler steps in.
Really is the fastest runner out there, which is great as long as he's headed the right way.
No out.
Hey, batter.
Ready now. And the delivery. High ball 1. 1-0.
Give me action, not words, dude.
Hey, batter.
Into the windup. The pitch. Swung on. That's a foul. And the count is 1-1.
Hey, batter. So win, batter.
He's ready now. The 1-1 pitch. Strike. He winds. 1-2 pitch. Swung on. Tags one.
Let's get him.
He's got it. Fires it over.
Get him, man. Way to go, dude.
Cal Ripken Jr. at the plate. Runner on first. No out. The target goes up. And the pitch. Strike 1. The runner goes straight to third. And he's safe. Tosses it over to second. Slings it to third. He got him out. Good job. 1 out.
You call that a swing?
Into the motion. Here's the pitch.
Now's a good time to use a breaking ball.
And it was the heat. And the count is 0-2.
Not a broken batter.
Takes the stretch. The delivery. The swing. Popped it up. Got it. Excellent. That'll send him back to the dugout. Timmy Petty steps in. 2 outs. He comes center. The pitch. Oh, stand by. Heat. And the count is 0-1. ready now, and the throw. That was ball one.
Dude, maybe you should try a bigger bat.
Hey, batter.
Takes the stretch and delivers. Another strike. Look, I should have swung. Looked like a right hook. 1 and 2.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder.
From the windup, fires. A swing. A long drive. There he goes. Takes the dive. No good. Chucks it over to second.
You can do it.
Safe.
Nice, man.
Couldn't quite cut the mustard on that one.
Oh. And for Del Vecchio coming up to the plate.
Come on, man.
Ready now. Throws it. Swing. And one deep to right field. Runs over to it. Lays out. And he can't make the play. The throw to first base. He's out of it. They are turned away in this inning. Check out the instant replay. Left one on second. The Tigers are in the lead.
Wow, I haven't seen these kids play like this since that unforgettable game last season. That was the day of the broken bat home run. I never saw anything like it. What a season that was.
Okay, that'll bring up Marky and Wood.
He's the kind of kid who's just waiting for this year.
No outs.
And big, because this one here is going plumb out of here.
Rah, rah, rah.
Okay.
From the stretch, cuts to the plate.
Team, if that's all right with you.
Strike one.
The batter's got to pull the trigger on those.
0 and 1.
Hey, batter.
Swing, batter.
He winds, throws it.
Swing.
Swinging.
Swing!
What are you doing?
Sorry.
Into the windup. The pitch.
Go
The wing. Strike 3. That's it for this kid.
We're fair.
Mikey Thomas comes up to the plate.
Going right down the middle for me.
Swing! Whoops.
From the windup, here's the pitch. Swing. Strike 1.
Yo!
Swing. Here's the windup. Pitch on the way. Swing. Another strike. And the count is 0 and 2.
Try keeping your eye on the ball. We want a batter, not some broken
Into the
ladder,
windup.
you know.
Throws it.
Sliding slide.
The wing. That's it for this kid.
No fair. I'm telling my mom.
Penny Fraser steps in, ready for action.
I'm looking for a kind hit here, pitcher.
The windup and the pitch.
Swing, batter.
A swing.
Got to swing at the right time to hit the ball.
0 and 1.
You're supposed to hit batter.
Takes the stretch and the delivery. Strike 2.
What are you doing? Sliding slide. Take a swing, why don't
Target goes up and the throw.
Swing, batter.
Ball 1. 1 and 2.
Swing!
Try keeping your eye on the ball.
Takes the stretch. The 1-2 pitch.
Ladder, you know.
Swing. Strike 3. She goes down on strike.
See you next time around, kid.
Bummer.
And that'll do it in the 6th inning. 1 left on. The Tigers are looking good here. Up by 2. Next up, Kenny Kawaguchi. Target goes up. The delivery. The swing. A bouncing ball. And he grabs it.
What a phenomenally fast throw.
Fires across the first. Safe. Strike the second. We got him out. Ernie Steele turns it back. windup and the throw. Strike one.
Now's a good time to use a breaking ball.
Tries him with a slow ball. One out. Ready now. Cuts to the plate. That was ball one. We want a batter, not a broken ladder. Come on. Into the motion. The delivery. And popped up. Nice. Justin makes the catch. We got him out. Ricky Johnson coming up to the plate.
Hey, dude, maybe you should try a bigger bat.
He comes center. And the offering, the wing.
That's working for us.
The stretch. He throws it. The wing. Bunted.
Thanks for that lesson on gravity.
She gobbles it up. Now it's Luann Lee's turn.
Lulu has good hitting accuracy, but her little arms don't offer much power.
Runner on first. 2 out.
Hey, dude, maybe you should try a bigger bat.
From the windup and the pitch. We want a batter. Swinging. Come on. A bouncing ball. Pitcher makes the catch. Tucks it to first. She's out of there. That'll bring our team up to bat. I gotta see that one again. One left on. The Tigers are in the lead.
These players ate their high-fiber cereal this morning, that's for sure.
Chipper Joe's at bat. With nobody out.
Watch this.
Hey, we want a bat. Target goes up. And the offering. Ball one. And the count is 1-0.
Swing, batter.
He winds the pitch. The wing. Strike one. And the count is 1-1. He's ready now. The delivery. That was ball two. And the count is 2-1. Take a swing, why don't you? Hey! Here's the windup. The 2-1 pitch. A swing. Strike two.
Hey, man.
And the count is 2-2. Swing. We want a batter. Here's the windup. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That one left of center. He flies. And he's safe. Going for 2 bases and makes it easily. Let's see that play again. Ken Griffey Jr. at the plate.
You know, they call Griffey the kid. Of course, they're all kids here, aren't they?
Should I hit this one over the right field fence or the left one?
Take a swing. Target goes up and delivers. Swing! Right! They have a runner on second. No out.
Swing!
Takes the stretch and the pitch. The swing, a bouncing ball.
Sin and scrambling.
He's out of there.
And it's a long walk back to the dugout.
And he's safe. Kenny Loftus comes to bat.
You don't want me on those bases, man.
I'm rooting for the other team, if that's all right with you.
Takes the stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike!
Swing! I know what
He's
to
set.
say.
Here's the pitch. A swing. A little doinker. And the slide. And he's safe. He's got Ahmed Khan at the plate.
I gave this kid some pointers in batting practice. Let's see if it pays off.
Runners on first and second. 1 out.
I'm gonna smack this one. Yeah. Swing, batter.
The stretch. Fires. Way outside.
You know, this isn't the first wild pitch I've seen him throw. A couple games back, his catcher almost threw her arm out of the socket trying to catch some of those babies.
1-0.
Can't hit a touchdown.
Swing. He comes center. And the delivery. The swing.
We want a batter, not some
Rounded short.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on these babies.
Broad into third. And he's out. Wide into second. And he's safe. Yami Sosa steps to the plate. Runs on first and second. 2 out.
Kiss this pitch goodbye.
The stretch. Throws it. Swing. That was ball 1. And the count is 1-0.
Bet you can't hit a touchdown.
Take a swing, why don't ya?
Here's the motion. Cuts to the plate.
Swing!
Hung on. Belted it. And they give up another run. Goes for the slide. Slides into third. And he's safe. They got another one. And he comes in to score. Let's see that one more time.
Oh, no.
Mary Walker up now. 2 out. Jimmy, nice pitch here, eh? From the stretch, cuts to the plate. The swing. There's a bunt. Safe. And the slide, and the runner is safe. And that's a double. Way to go,
Nice
kid.
one. That kid's pretty fast.
Okay, that'll bring up number 4.
What's your batter for? This kid is losing.
Man, bit, 'cause this one here's going plumb out of here.
Oh,
I don't know what to say.
From the stretch, here's the pitch.
The batter's got to pull the trigger on those.
They have a runner on second. 2 out.
Go team.
He's ready now. And the delivery. That was ball 1. And the count is 1-1.
Watch it.
Here's the windup. And delivered.
I'm rooting for the other team.
Ball 2.
Oh, please see it, pitcher's front, eh, man?
And the count is 2-1.
Not some broken ladder, you know.
Swing, batter. From the windup, fire.
Whoops, sorry.
That was ball 3.
3-1 pitch should be easy money.
And the count is 3-1.
swing.
He winds. 3-1 pitch. Hung on. Pop fly.
Oh.
Nice play, right?
Score! Wide to second. He's out.
Ooh. Ooh.
And that'll close up the 7th. 1 left on. The Tigers have him by the tail right now. Up by 6. Move on up. Ready now. And the throw. Low ball 1. No outs.
Easy out.
He's ready now. And the throw. Strike!
Oh, what?
That was a slow one. 1-1.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder. Come
Ready
on.
now. And the pitch.
Batter.
Swing. Hit hard. Brings up and misses. We got him out. The fielder steps in. 1 out. From the stretch and the pitch.
Dude, maybe you should try a bigger bat.
Nice one. That's what I like to see.
Strong left hook.
Batter's got to have a great eye to smack one of those babies.
And the count is 0-1.
Swing, batter.
He He's ready now. And the offering, that was a ball. And the count is 1-1.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder. Come
The
on.
stretch, the 1-1 pitch. Strike! Hold standby. Heat.
Man, that was so fast, you could barely see it.
And the count is 1-2.
Give me action, not words.
He winds. 1-2 pitch. That was ball 2. 2-2. The stretch, the 2-2 pitch. Swing. Got him. Strike out. Harrison Jr. plate. The stretch. Here's the pitch. That was ball 1.
It's been too long since that ump had his eyes checked.
And the count is 1-0.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
From the stretch and the pitch. Low and outside. And the count is 2-0.
Not a broken ladder.
Here's the windup. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Strike 1.
Now give us another one, baby.
An unbelievable zigzagger.
A gutsy pitch. And I'll bet you, even the pitcher was wondering where it would end up.
And the count is 2-1. Here's the motion. The 2-1 pitch.
Strike, eh?
A right hook, folks.
A pitcher with a good right hook is an asset to any team.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder.
He set. Throws it.
Hey, man.
Ball 3.
Hey, batter. Hey, batter. Hey, batter.
Target goes up. Throws it. And there's ball 4. Hands one over. Kimmy accepts it.
Cisco looks like she's all business out there.
Runner on first. 2 outs. Into the motion and the offering. Low ball 1. He steals. Quick toss to third. Throws it to Skins. Save it second.
Get him.
They have a runner on second. 2 outs.
Keep your eye on the ball.
Takes. Throws it. The swing. A bouncing ball. Plays out. And misses. The throw to third. And it's safe. Angela Del Vecchio coming up to the plate. Here's the motion. Here's the pitch.
No way was that a strike.
Strong left hook.
Batter's gotta have a great eye to smack one of those babies.
Runners on first and third. 2 outs. Into the motion and delivers. That was ball 1. And the count is 1-1.
Oh, man.
The stretch. Cuts to the plate. Ball 2.
Hey,
2-1.
you should try a bigger bat. Call that and swing. Hey, batter. Hey,
From the windup, the 2-1 pitch. Swinging.
You could feel the breeze from that one over here.
Low ball down the middle.
Bet the batter wasn't expecting that.
And the count is 2-2.
We want a batter, not a broken ladder.
He's ready now. The 2-2 pitch. A bouncing ball.
Let's go.
Oh no, missed it. He throws the ball to first. He's safe. Throws it over to third. And they score.
Yeah.
Next up, Penny Coach. Runners on first and third. 2 outs. From the windup, pitch on the way.
Not a broken ladder.
High and inside.
Hey, man.
Here's the windup. Pitch on the way.
We want a batter.
A swing. Good move. Slow ball.
This would be a good time to cinch him with a hook or a crazy pitch.
1-1. He winds, throws it. Swing! A bouncing ball. Got it. Tosses it over to second. Out! That's off, folks. Let's see that one more time. Halfway through the inning now. 2 left on. The Tigers are in the lead. Up by 5. Mikey Thomas comes up to the plate.
Still hitless and trying to do something about it.
One right down the middle for me. Touchdown.
He comes center. He throws it. Strike one.
What is he waiting for?
Nobody out.
Oh,
I don't know what to say.
swing.
Target goes up. He throws it. Swing. A long drive.
What?
Slides into second. And that's an out. Check out the instant replay.
Oh no.
Penny Fraser steps in, ready for action.
Still trying to get on base. Come on, pitcher, push me up.
I don't know what to say.
Hey, we want a batter. Ready now. Cuts to the plate. Ball one. Target goes up. The delivery. High and outside. 1 out.
Take a swing, why don't you?
The windup. He throws it. Ball 3. 3-0.
Take a swing, why don't you?
Target goes up. Throws it. That was a ball. And that's a walk.
Contestant number 1, come on down. You've just won yourself a free trip to first base.
Chipper goes at bat. Runner on first. 1 out.
I'm gonna hit that ball, man.
From the windup, the pitch. And a foul ball.
Take a swing, why don't you?
He's ready now. The delivery. Swing. A bouncing ball.
That little blooper sent him running.
And safe. Penn Jr. at the plate. Runners on first and second. 1 out.
You really want to pitch to me?
Ladder, you know.
Target goes up. Here's the pitch. A swing. Strike. And the count is 0-1.
I don't know what to say.
Ready now. He throws it.
Go team.
Swung on. A bouncing ball.
That's a slow roller. What a bummer. She gave it her best shot, though.
And she's out. When he's up, comes the bat. Runners on first and second. 2 out.
You don't want me on those bases, man.
Ball, not some broken ladder, you know.
Here's the motion. Cuts to the plate. Swing.
Go team.
Takes the stretch. Here's the pitch. A swing. Whoop. Slide. 0-2.
Go
Into the windup. He throws it. That was ball 1. From the windup, the pitch.
Go team.
That was ball 2. 2-2.
Swing.
The stretch. The 2-2 pitch. The swing. Third strike. That's it.
Can't win them all. I can't believe I struck out.
That's it for the 8th inning. 2 left on. The Tigers have him by the tail right now. Up by 5.
Those kooky kids are really showing him who's boss.
Bernie Steele turns back. He's ready now and delivers.
Oh, man.
Gave him the right hook.
Slip sliding right hook. What a beauty.
And the count is 0-1. Here's the windup. Pitch on the way. Back towards the outfield. He goes over. There it goes. That ball is out of here. Ricky Johnson coming up to the plate. No out.
Swing, batter, batter. Hey, batter, batter, batter.
He comes center. And the offering. The swing. 0-1.
Hey, batter.
He's ready now. And the delivery.
Now's a good time for slow ball.
Looks like a lefty. And the count is 0-2.
Easy out.
Takes the swing. Fires.
Hey, batter, batter, batter.
That was ball 1.
He painted the corner with that one.
Hey, batter, 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 batter.
Into the windup. The 1-2 pitch. And strike 3. Say goodbye to another hitter.
Follow the hostess. Your table is waiting.
Yoo-hoo! Now it's Luann Louise's turn.
Hey, batter, 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 batter.
From the windup, he throws it.
Here, man.
Swinging. A little doinker. Pitcher makes the catch. And the throw to first. Place at first.
Way to go!
Move on up. Runner on first. 1 out. Into the windup. Pitch on the way. That was ball 1. 1
Not
no.
a batter, not a broken ladder. Oh! Hey,
The windup. Here's the pitch.
swing back.
Swing. Guys, left. Running back. Oh, yes. Makes it. That'll send him back to the dugout. Tosses it over to second. Pete Wheeler steps in. Runner on first. 2 out.
Hey, man.
We want a batter, not a broken
Hey, dude.
Target goes up. The pitch.
Oh, man, oh,
Ball
man,
1.
oh, man. Man. Give me action, not words, dude. Hey, batter, 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 batter. Swing.
He's ready now. Fires.
Hey, dude.
A
maybe
swing.
you should try a bigger
A
bat.
little doinker. It's a little trick with the pitcher. Great shot to first. Safe on first. Safe. Chucks it over to second.
Oh, oh, oh.
Cal Ripken Jr. at the plate.
In the pitcher-batter war, this kid is losing.
Runners on first and second. 2 out.
Hey, batter. Hey, batter. Hey, batter, batter, batter,
Takes the
batter.
stretch. Pitch on the way. From the stretch, fires. The swing. A drive toward right field and deep. He's going back. Goes for the diving catch and misses it. Wings it. They just scored. Chucks it over. They scored. And that one's going to go way over her head. And it's out of play. Kimmy steps in.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Hey, batter, batter,
The
batter.
stretch and the offering. A bouncing ball.
Oh,
Jumps
shoot.
up and he can't get it. The throw to third. Out. All right. It's our turn now. Good Tigers win 6-4.
This is fantastic. These kids really deserve this victory. They played a great game out there.
Straight from the official BBL field, this is Sunny Day and Vinny the Gooch signing off.
Alright, it is time for another exciting week here at the Chef Andre restaurant. And we are going to do number 10 as our plate. Let's hope it has something good. We'll start with 22, the cinnamon bun, 11, the chicken feet, looking like a good start, 3, the wing stew, number 1, happy bunny cake, 16, the banana surprise, and 25, the juicy peaches. Already gone and off the board. The first offer is bubble tea worth $16,000, and I say no to that. Next up, 23, the eggs and toast. Number 20, fresh garlic. 8, there's that Philly cheesesteak. Next up, 24, red onions. 6, the eyeless fish. Alright, we're about to get our next offer. That is a custardy bun. No way. 17, there's the tomato pizza, but now it's time for Lucky Platter bonus. We'll go with number 5, and that is how much the next offer will be multiplied by. 15 is the vomit bun, 13 has the mushrooms, 4 has the intestines. Okay. So, next offer is the diamond enchilada. I say no. Number 14. Number 7, the zucchini salad, and 21, the salty oysters. Alright. We are ready for the next offer, and it's golden peaches. Not sure how golden they are. Number 9, the daikon. 12, the puffy fish. Alright. The next offer is golden lobster. Oh yeah, it's really going to be golden when we near the end of the game. It's still big money. So there are the meatballs. And now here comes our next offer, which is the golden lobster again. I say no. Let's do 19, There's that crusty apple dessert. Okay. Next offer is the golden lobster again. I say no. Number 26. My goodness, I think we are down to just that one big amount now. Here's the semifredo. And there's the fried rice. Okay. Say no to that. And now let's see what we've got. Alright, we got the roast lamb. I'm sure that's gonna be it's good. I think that's gonna taste a little decent, but not sure how good, but we'll be back tomorrow and see if we get a meal I like. Sure hope it'll be something. But until then, we will see you next time. We did it twice in a row, winning $10,000 on a Friday for 2 straight weeks. Let's see if we can start a streak of such. We start with a 6. Let's clear the 6. Next roll, another 6. We'll do the 5 and the 1. They're gone off the board. Next roll is an 8, and we'll do that by itself. That's the only way I believe we can do it. Yep. Next roll, another 8. Oh my. Well, we're going to try again game number 2, and maybe we will have some better luck. Alright, here we go. First roll of the second game, it's a 9. And clear that. Next roll, it's a 2. Let's get it off. Next roll up, it's a 7. And we'll clear that 7. Next roll, it's a 7 again. This time 4 and 3. Next roll, it's a 12, a big 12. Watch this, 6, 5, and 1. 3 chances to roll an 8. There's a 9, there's a 6, and there's an 11. We did not do it in the second game. What a shame. Well, we will be back tomorrow and we will try this again. But until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, it is Thursday. Here we go. First roll, it's a big 12. Let's clear the 6, the 4, and the 2 off the board. Alright, next roll, it's an 8. Let's clear the 7 and the 1. Alright, next roll. It's a 4. But we have that marker. There's a 5. Alright, next roll. It's a 10, which we cannot play, unfortunately. But we're going to try again. Okay, first roll of game 2. It's a 5. Let's clear off the 4 and the 1. Okay, next roll. It's a 5. Clear that off. Next roll, it's an 8. We'll clear the 8. Next roll, it's a 5. Do the 3 and the 2 off the board. Okay, next roll, it's a 7. And we'll clear the 7. Alright, 6 and 9 are all on their own. Let's see, there are those 2. There's a 5. So close again. But we will be back tomorrow to try this again and maybe win the money, I hope. But until then, we will see you next time. Alright, we're so glad you can join us for Tuesday night dinner. We're going to do number 12. Because, hey, that's the day that this is aired today, November 12th. Anyway, we'll start with number 3. There's the banana surprise, 23. Chicken feet, 25. Fresh garlic, number 2. There's the roast lamb, 15. Daikon, number 19. A super cinnamon bun. So other than eliminating the roast lamb, that was a pretty good first round. The first offer is bubble tea, worth 16,000, and I say no. Okay, next up we'll do 22. Here's the bonnet bun, and it's time for the lucky platter bonus. Lucky platter number 4. So the next offer will be doubled. So this could really help. Okay, 13. Zucchini salad, number 6. There's the red onions, 5. There goes those juicy peaches, 24. Mushrooms. All right. The next offer is honey semifredo worth 112,000. I say no. Let's do lucky number 11. There's the fried rice, 17. The eyeless fish, 1. Ooh, there goes that cheesesteak. And number 8. The wing stew. All right. Here comes the next offer. It is Napoleon Dynamite. That's good. Okay, number 20. Happy Bunny Cake, 10. Ooh, eggs and toast. And 26. The crusty apple dessert. Ooh. Lots of big amounts going off the board now. 400,000 in that strawberry cake and the tomato pizza, the only two highest amounts now. 16. The intestines, and number 9. Ooh, there goes the tomato pizza. All right. Next offer is coming, and it's Napoleon Dynamite again, which I say no. 21. There's the cigars for the penny. The next offer is Golden Peaches once more, and I say no. Number 7. There's the meatballs. Oh boy. That carrot cake, strawberry cake is the only thing left on the right side of the board. 14. And it has it. 14 had the cake. Well, the remainder of this game, we're just going to be offered Smackies now. Yep. There they are. The free Smackies. Yes, for free. That's fun. That's fun. But what's not fun is that the highest amount now is just $500. So there's the last one, $300. I'm just going to say no to the Smackies. I've never tried them. But let's see what our tray has. Some fresh chicken. I've never had chicken before. Well, yet. Yet from this restaurant, but I've had chicken before. Many times before. In my life, that is, but not on this game yet, so give it a try and we'll see how good it is. Meanwhile, I hope you all come back tomorrow and we'll see what Wednesday night dinner we'll have in store. But until then, we will see you next time. Alrighty, welcome to Hump Day. Hump Day Wednesday. Next roll, actually not the next roll, the first roll I should say, is a 10. We'll take off the 9 and the 1. And there they go off the board. Next roll is a 5. And we will do just that. Next roll, another 5. We'll do the 3 and the 2. Take those off the board. Next roll, coming up, a 9. What a shame. Alright, let's go again. Okay, first roll is a 9 again. We're going to do the 8 and the 1 this time. Okay, next roll is a 4. And we will take that number off the board. Okay, next roll, a 10. So that gives us that insurance marker. We will do the 7 and the 3. Only way comes off the board. Next roll, a 6. And we will do that number naturally. All right, we got 3 chances. We have a 7. Okay, we are in good position here. 3 chances to roll a 9. There's a 7. There's an 8. We were so close. We had another chance. There's the 8 again. And there's the 8 once more. And we see the 9 now. No. What are the odds? The 8 just keeps showing up. Wow. What a very close game that was. Well, we will be back tomorrow. Until then, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Has your home or business been damaged by fire, water, or storm? Even when dealing with insurance, you have a choice who repairs and cleans up the mess. Call ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh.
The man in the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
All right, time for another exciting meal here at Chef Andre. So let's do platter number 19 as our platter, and let's hope it is a good one. We will start with number 5. And there goes that yummy cheesesteak. Number 22, the mushrooms. 11, cinnamon bun. 20, the intestines. 25, happy bunny cake. Number 4, chicken feet. All right. Now we're getting our first offer, and it is bubble tea worth $17,000. And I say no. Let's do 17. There goes the tomato pizza. Number 13, the spicy meatballs. 15, zucchini salad. 2, the eggs and toast. And 21, the juicy peaches. Ooh boy. Oh boy, a lot of big amounts already gone. The next offer is custardy bun. I'm going to say no to that. Okay, 23. There goes that dessert. Number 9, the salty oysters. Number 12, the roast lamb. And 24, the daikon. Okay. The million is all that's left. The only big amount left standing already, as we're already halfway through the game. 17 has the banana surprise. 3, the fresh dead chicken. 14 has the fried rice. All right. Let's see what our next offer is. It's the semifredo again. I say no. 16, the red onions. Number 6 has the strawberry cake. That is the most common number where the million goes in. The offer is a fresh cactus. No thank you. 18. And there's the cigars. Gone and off the board. Next offer coming up. And it's a fresh cactus again. No thank you. Number 10. There's the garlic. Okay. Next offer coming. And it is fresh ginger. Ooh. Number 8. There goes the wing stew. And now it's time for a bonus. So, let's see. Number 4 will do. Oh. The next offer is going to be deducted by $60,000. Wow. Negative 55,580. Oh my goodness. If this game isn't getting terrible enough. Discount lasagna for $14,000. No thanks. Just give me that $25,000, let's say. Oh, no, I don't want a pug fish. Well, that isn't going to be a good meal, but hopefully tomorrow will be good to close out the week. So join us then. But until then, we will see you next time. All right, it's the middle of the week. 21 will be our platter this time. And we will get things rolling here with 24. Mushrooms, 10. Spicy meatballs, 6. Daikon, 18. Chicken feet, 3. Red onions, and 14. The salty oysters. Not only was that a perfect round, and that all the big amounts are still on the board, but we didn't eliminate the million on the first or second picks unlike the past couple of days. But yet, we still start with bubble tea as our first offer. Let's continue. Zucchini salad in 19. 8 has the rice. 22. There goes that dessert. 1. Puffy fish. And 5 has the roast lamb. Okay. Chef Andre has the next offer ready for us. It's a custardy bun. But I say no. Alright, 16. Juicy peaches. And there's the first of our 2 bonuses. Better make this good. 20. Testins, 9. Fresh chicken, and 17. 7 has the banana surprise. Ooh, this might be a very good offer. Let's see what it is. Oh, look at that. Diamond enchilada. At this point, it's actually difficult to even decide because this is most likely going to be a one-time offer. But you know what? Considering we're getting the enchilada this early in the game, I will take it. What's on the tray, though? Oh, the tomato pizza. But hey, I wanted the enchilada, so I will be enjoying that for sure. And we will be hopefully maybe enjoying that. Maybe this pizza. Who knows what will be on tomorrow's plate. But you'll have to come back then next time to find out. Hey everyone, this is SPCPlainfield. It is just after 12:30 here on a Saturday afternoon. And now it's that time once again for another county request. This time, the request is the entirety of the Galesburg coverage area. So it serves Henry. We went past it, Knox. Mercer. And finally, Warren. Pretty quick county request video for this week. Oh, that's right, I have one more. That's right, I forgot. I have one more request. I got one more request on last week's video, and that is the entirety of the WNG 698 coverage. All right. So, it serves Ashland, Cuyahoga, Erie, Lorain, and Medina. And there you go. That's our county requests for this week. Look out for the poll next Friday for more. And we will see you in the next video. once again for another nostalgia episode, and we are going to be returning to the Inspiron and the Latitude. And yes, I am on a StreamYard with State College, as Lancaster just finished unboxing his WR30 from Midland. So, if you may remember the last episode, we had some difficulty getting the Inspiron fully restored to its factory installation. What we did was we tried various methods. We tried to see if we could back up the files off of it, and it wouldn't get past it. And then when I looked at the errors that it gave, it said no additional partitions to back up. And I found the reason when I used this generic copy of Windows 10. So basically I put the CD in the machine, and booted it from the disk, and it said that a media driver couldn't be loaded. So that indicated the problem. So what I'll be trying to do is doing another attempt at the Inspiron, and also in between, we're going to be restoring the Dell Vostro back to its factory installation. However, right now we're booting up the Latitude. It's still got to finish the updates that were successful. It had like 4 of them. I had to shut it off midway because I was out of time. So, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to first install the drivers for the Inspiron. Now, we can't do it via the USB because the machine, for some reason, doesn't want to recognize them. Hopefully Windows 10 will be a different story. But first, we're going to use this CD I created, which are all the drivers for this machine. So let's turn our attention there now. So basically I downloaded all the drivers off of Dell's website for this computer. Now, whatever we can't install, it's okay. So if we open up the files, here they all are. So we are going to start with...
really cool so far.
Yep, so we're going to start with this... We're going to start with this TBM driver. I'm going to use the Windows 10 case so you all can see the screen. It is reading from a CD, so this will take longer than it usually does. And now the Latitude is restarting, and then eventually we'll be at the desktop on that, and we can get to work with the Vostro. That's the user account control. This is the Intel Turbo Boost monitor software. Continue. Yes. Okay. And we'll do, I'll just go ahead and run the other installers just like we did with the... And now this I installed last time was a generic copy of Windows 7 using the CD I created. So this doesn't have a product key attached. Signed exe title. This is the wireless display connection manager. So this would be the audio driver. This platform is not compatible or not in use. Well, we'll get back to that at a later point. But for now, let's move on to this next one. Yeah, this is from 2013. This is old. Dell Quickset from March of 2013. We're going to do the...
More than 10 years.
That's right, because when I was looking at the information on this specific computer, this thing was manufactured in 2012, which explains the Windows 7 sticker and the branding throughout on the keyboard and such. As I mean, at the time, in 2012, Windows 8 was also the main OS. However, very few computer OEMs chose to include Windows 8 in their computers. Like, for example, this HP, which did come with Windows 8. And yes, we will be restoring that computer back to Windows 8 in a future episode. So this next one, it finished, installed successfully. This is the processor control panel. That's a little tool that Intel provides that monitors the processor. This is the audio driver. Now, I'm not sure if Dell did anything with Realtek at this current moment, because I didn't know too much about. Because I mean, I only got my first Dell laptop in like 2015. This utility is only for PLDS. Alright, so that doesn't work. So I guess the DVD drive must have been replaced. But it's okay. Alright, let's move on to the chipset driver. But if we get any errors that this driver won't work, we can just skip those. Because I mean, I included all the drivers for the entire machine on Dell's website. So this is the chipset driver. We are finally getting in on the Latitude. Alright, so that was the card reader we just did. So now we're going to do the management engine. Next up is this D2D5DM1 driver. So that's a Seagate firmware update. So we're going to skip that. This is drivers for OS deployment. And it comes in these packages. So just like that one other driver, it comes in a security catalog. So let's move on to this monitor. Let's see what it's for. This is for Vostro, so that won't work. Touch monitor. This is for, here we go, Inspiron 5520. This is the model. You got to make sure that the models are correct before progressing any further. This is a monitor type driver for Inspiron 5520. That is the model we want, so yes. And it already comes in its own little folder. Oh, that's the same one we just did. Here's another monitor driver. Inspiron desktop, we want 5520. That's its catalog. And next up is digital delivery, which is a tool that Dell provides to re-download applications that you purchased. While we wait for that to load, let's go over to the Latitude, and I see it's got a few more updates that it has to do. So let's see which ones. Yep, I mean even after you install Windows, you still got to do a whole bunch of updates. Oh, it's currently installing other updates, so. Alright, we'll see, we'll let it finish that, and then we'll get back to it. So, in the meantime, let's go ahead and download the recovery media for the Vostro. And there's the digital delivery. Same error as before. I mean, then again, a lot of these updates won't work. And Dell Update is the tool that provides all the drivers and such for that particular machine. So we're going to go ahead and start the download of the Dell Recovery and Restore. Vostro 1540, that should be the one, though it said 1550. So we'll let that download. Management engine is done. No, I will not restart. This is that Turbo Boost tool, which we will not need. Package installed successfully. Okay, let's see what the, yeah, that's the audio driver that I need to restart. All right, I'm gonna go back in here and let's install the display driver. This is a little newer, and this is the same design used nowadays, except the colors are different. I'm pretty sure I forgot to mention that. Of course, since this is the generic copy, it's got all the sample songs. Alright, this is the ELAN input device driver. That's for the touchpad. And all done. Changes will not take effect until you restart. We are not going to restart because we're in the middle of installing drivers. The BIOS is A07, so this is the latest, so we can skip that. And let's move on to the WI Max driver. That's the installer for the touchpad. There's that SignDXC title again. WiMAX Link for 5520. Yeah, that's what we want. So we'll go ahead and unzip the files. This is going to be the Pro set. Meanwhile, I'll go ahead and start the next one. This is the Pro set wireless software for the Wi-Fi card included in this computer. Now we can see that it says the adapter is missing, so that means the software is installed. However, we are going to be installing that adapter as we continue through this process. So I'll show you what we have installed right now. So you can see there's the Pro set. This is the monitor. That's the firmware. And it also opens up this README document. So this is the instructions. And we'll move on to this one. While we wait, let's head over back to the Latitude because the download is finished. So we're gonna unzip the folder. Okay, there it is. It says that it's empty, but we have a solution. So we're gonna, oh, what did it just open? XPS viewer. I don't think you get that in Windows 10. Anyway, we're gonna open up 7-zip and we will extract the files there. So just like last time, we're going to use the 7-zip program to extract the files. Alright, so this is what we have. We have MST, we have a data1.cab file. Oh, this is another one of those Seagate updates. Alright, we can just go ahead and close that because I said we'd be skipping it. So we're just going to move on to the network driver. Now, I am a little curious to see what was installed on this machine. So, however, we can't log in. So what I want to try and do first is break the password to get in. So to do that, we're going to have to use the Sethic trick, as I like to call it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert the 64-bit CD of the generic copy of Windows 7 Professional, which is what this computer was pre-installed with. I'm going to use that disk to replace Sethic. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the boot. I had to fiddle around with the keyboard. Oh yeah, it's low in the setup. So now we're working with 3 computers. We're downloading the driver, we're downloading the media for the Vostro. We're installing the drivers on the Inspiron. We're trying to figure out how we can get into the system here. We're gonna go to repair the computer, Windows 7. No, we don't need startup repair. We're going into command prompt. View advanced options. Here we go. Command prompt. That's what we want. So this is the recovery partition on the hard drive, and the D drive is the operating system. So let's see what this organization used. It's got Newton. This has Office 2007. Wow, an older version of Office running on Windows 7? Dang. So, there were multiple partitions on this system. Anyway, we need to specify the drive. So, we need to copy Sethic. So, the last time this was used was 2018. And it says they removed Office and Office Professional. Let's see what other restore points are on this system. Looks like that's all of them. So the latest one was 2017, 2018. Man, this is pretty old. It had Chrome 58. One of my favorites, Google Earth. It's even got Google Earth Desktop. And it's even got Office Home and Business 2016. And it had Office Professional 2010. And then the rest of them are, I believe, security updates. So we got to do copy, yes, copy /y to say yes, that's what we want to do. That's going to be D Windows System 32. CMD, and then it's gonna replace D Windows Sethic exe. Okay. All right. So now it has been replaced. So we're gonna go ahead and cancel system restore and reboot. This is the ProSet wireless Bluetooth. This is HD graphics. This is the Bluetooth driver. Yes, install. Here we go. Here comes the display driver. You know what? Let's break into the system and just run Explorer. We're gonna run Explorer in the logon screen. Okay, next. No, I will not restart. Yep, just need to reboot. And that's for the network. And there it is. There's the Explorer shell. Now we can see all the programs that were installed on here. And yes, of course, we're in a system. So now let's take a look at the complete lineup of apps that were on here. So this business had Adobe Acrobat 9. It's got Adobe Reader 10. Of course, it has Chrome. It's got Google Earth. They even have Firefox. They even had Mozilla Firefox on here. What else? Inkscape. I think I've seen that before. I don't remember. And then pretty much the standard stuff. And then we have accessories. Connect to a network projector. I think this business may have disabled Arrow. We have Dell Data Safe. There's a local backup. Service agreements. The Data Safe Online. Dell Support Center. Let's see if we can run the recovery from this. Dell Support Center. Last scan. A system scan has not yet been performed. I don't know what that error is. Oh yeah, it's the license agreements. Okay, we're going to go to backup and recovery. It says you have not created a copy of the original software image. Why don't we do that? To log on to your computer, type, okay, so we'll type okay, well, oh, look at that. This is the desktop right here. That is nice. All right. Well, let's see if we can So that's great. Let's go back in here and try it again. This is the factory installation, and this is what we're going to try and restore. Okay, so we have an administrator. We have Dwayne. So we are going to change the password for the Dwayne account. So let's change the Dwayne password. So we're going to do netuser Dwayne. So it's called netuser Dwayne. We should now be able to log in. However, we're going to need to restart because the machine is very unstable in that state. So it looks like we may be on the right track. But again, I had to force shut down because I can't restart when I'm using the Explorer on the logon screen. But that was cool. I got to run the Explorer shell on the logon screen. I had to try it because I'm not sure what's up with this keyboard. But so now we're going to repeat the same process as before, but we're going to use the new password. Like that. All right, so I do Control-Alt-Delete to sign in. And then we're going to type UAPC, the Dwayne account. So let's see if we can log in as the administrator. That says there are no logon servers available. And we have our first failure. Okay, so probably because another one is in progress, maybe. I don't know what this says. Let's just change the resolution so we can see. I don't know, we need to go into... Let's move these down so that I can go into screen resolution. Let's change it to 1366 by... Hey, there we go. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, we'll finish on that. And there's the Bluetooth GUI. Alright, now we have a much larger screen resolution thanks to that display driver. Alright, let's execute more. Let's see. That's the one we just did. This one is that wireless card that we just tried. Why don't we give it another... Let's give it another go. We have options. Let's just hit log off, see what happens. Ah, that was cool. Alright, let's go back into the Sethic here. I know there's not enough storage available. Okay, we may be in good shape. We may be in good shape with this Wi-Fi card. We got networks. We got networks. There they all are. That is amazing. It's gonna go off and on for a little while we'll install software and stuff. But then eventually we'll have everything. We can get that hooked up. So far we are struggling with this machine. A restart is required to complete. No, we will not restart. And we are done. Okay, perfect. So that's the Wi-Fi card that works with this computer. So now let's run the other one. That's the utility. So let's install it. That's if you intend on using a wireless keyboard or mouse with the machine. Hey, I was going to check on Windows Update, and it looks like it's ready to restart. Okay, so we've been able to gain access to the local users on this machine. However, we are getting a different error. I'll just log in as the Dwayne account, and when we try to, it says there are no logon servers available. There we go. We are on the internet. Tell it that that's a home network. I'll show you what each of these buttons do. This opens the mobility center. What does this one open up? Ooh, a custom menu. And this opens the instant launch manager. So we can use that tool to assign a program or function. All right. So I've activated Bluetooth, but it's not doing anything. So let's cancel that for now. We want to ensure the best experience as possible. Sure. Welcome to Dell Recovery Basic Edition. Next. Factory recovery. This feature is not supported by your operating system. Create your factory media. Later. System backup upgrade required. Not having any luck, aren't we? Let's just see what booting in safe mode does. Rapid storage technology. Oh, that's not what I want. All right. So now we are going to need to install a better browser on here other than IE8. One of them being Microsoft Edge. So we're gonna download the latest browser from Microsoft, which doesn't work. No, we will not reboot at this time. Yep, we will need to restart. Let's see, where were we just at? We were at System Utilities is the next driver. So it looks like we can't get Arrow yet, but all right, let's see if we can log in safe mode. See if that works. We may finally be able to get in after fiddling around with this for almost half an hour. Oh, I just figured it out. We were specifying the domain because it said login as local computer, and here we are. It's about time. We fiddled around with this thing for hours and hours, and we are finally in. What a miracle. And it took me safe mode just to get in here, so that's awesome that we're finally in the system. This is good news. And I can see that the clock is way off, but we will fix that when we reset it. Let's see if we can run the reset in, say, Edmondson. Okay, so now that we're in, let's see if we can get it off the domain. So we're going to go into the properties here, and we will see, yes, this is Windows 7 Pro, Service Pack 1. It's not going to show an activation status, but we will change that. We're going to change settings. Advanced. You must be logged on as an administrator. Okay. So let's switch to the administrator account. All right, well, let's switch it to the administrator. Account has been disabled. Let's go back into the Dwayne account and see if we can try the recovery. So let's see if we can attempt the restore in safe mode. Dell Support Center is not designed to run in safe mode. So ESPN, this says ESPN offline draft. My gosh. Simply Safety, Sonic Wall, It's Symantec. Ooh, this has Windows XP mode. Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun thing to try out once I get it working. Meanwhile, back over on the Inspiron, we're getting pretty close to a finished product. We are on the Rapid Start technology. And if we take a look, does not meet the minimum requirements. All right, we can't do that. Let's see what this Toshiba is. What were we gonna try and do? Oh yeah, Microsoft Edge. 5520, yep, continue. So I needed to install a driver for the USB, and now it works. Alright, so what do we have to run to install? What do we have to execute? Does not work. This doesn't work either. Let's spam the errors. USB 5. Download for your device. Okay. Let's see what this is. Linux USB bootmaker. I guess that's, I suppose, if you're installing Linux. Okay, we are almost done. We have one more video driver set to install. We will be all set to go. That's the video driver. This is AMD. We have Intel, so we don't need it. And we're down to the last two packages. We have the VWD. No match drives. And this is Secure Systems Management. Continue. And we'll unzip the files. Okay, that should be all the drivers. This is the now preloaded reader. Okay, so that's all the drivers. So I'll go ahead and take out the CD. However, we do need to reboot for all the drivers to take effect. And I'll go ahead and delete these files. So we are going to restart, because it says a lot of the drivers need to reboot in order to proceed. So let's reboot, let's restart. This is the moment of truth. We have a welcome. There's the brightness. And if it all was done correctly, there it is. Windows Arrow. That is amazing. And it looks like it wants to restart again. Man, sure, why don't we? But look at that. We have the display drivers properly installed. So we got this thing nearly restored. However, I don't care if we install the Edge browser, because you know what's coming next? Windows 10. This is amazing. Windows 7 in its true glory. This is just reminds me of Mac OS already. We have a now fully restored system. This is amazing. We have the Windows Mobility Center, and this is all the Dell stuff. That is amazing. All right. Now, Before we actually go any further, however, there is still one more step we need to do. Since Edge will not install, I'm going to see if the Chrome browser does the same thing. If not, I'm going to try and put a secondary browser on there, such as Brave. And if I can get it installed, then it should be able to work. Let's go back to the Vostro. We need net user, username add. We're going to create a test administrator account. So we're going to name it test add. And then we're going to add it to the group. So net local group administrators, the test administrator account, and add it to the group. All right, now let's switch users. And if we go here, we should be able to log in as the test account. And yes, we are. Okay, so now we have a fully working administrator. Now we should be able to do everything that we want to do. Okay, so it looks like that's not going to work. So let's just put the Chrome browser on there for now. Meanwhile, let's head back to the Vostro. So now that we've created a test administrator account, let's see if we can log in. Let's restart. Yes, I want to continue. All right, let's restart. And let's see what happens. Oh, and of course I can't forget about my favorite, one of my favorite programs on Windows 7, the Purple Place. This is the memory. Yeah, we know how the game works. I think with this touchpad it's a little difficult. I think when they were coming up with this game, I think they got the inspiration from the classic concentration bonus round or something. And that just shuffles them all around. I like the advanced nature of this game, but it's too bad you don't get it in Windows 7 Professional. And you don't get any of these games with Windows 10 either. But I mean, some clever engineers was able to create tools that allowed you to restore the functionality of these programs in Windows editions that are normally not included with Windows versions that editions that don't normally include this game. So I don't think this Inspiron would be the option for this stream. It's most likely going to be the Latitude. Yep, ran out of time. Okay, well, that was good. Alright, let's see if we can log in now. Hey, there it is. There's the test account that we had. And there it is. That was all it took. That's all it took to create a new administrator account in safe mode. And now, finally, we are in Windows 7 on this Dell Vostro. That is amazing. I am so happy. Although it took a lot of work to get us here. So, now that we're finally in, why don't we take a look? So now we don't need to detach it from the domain because now we can perform the recovery. That's awesome. So let's go into the Dell Support Center and open up the PC Checkup utility, which we will do the restore on. But before we go any further, we got to run one of my favorite programs, Google Earth. I mean, it's been a while since I've done a Google Earth program. I mean, I was considering doing a Google Earth show, but unfortunately, it did not get as far. As it did say in System Restore earlier, this was running Chrome 58. So this must be an older version of Chrome, and it also means that it must be an older version of Google. And that also means that the version of Google Earth installed is older as well. And you will see right now. And we can see some of the changes the organization has done. Is that related to the display or oh yeah, it must be the background. I like the background too. That's pretty cool. So that definitely indicates that this is the factory installation. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a backup of the factory install, and then we're going to reinstall it. Yeah, this is very old. Oh, wow. Welcome to Chrome. You know, back in the day when my school had Windows 7, I was a regular Chrome user. But when I got this, I was still a regular Chrome user at the time. But then when Microsoft announced the Edge browser was going to be based off the Chromium engine, and my school started using that. So once my school's installations of Windows 10 began to include the Microsoft Edge browser, the new browser, the Chromium one, not the original, I actually started using that as my default browser, and it has been that way, and it's the same story for the computers back up in my office, my two computers that I have, the desktop and my laptop. This one as well, before the upgrade. And of course, since this is a new user account, we can just disable the tips. It's loading stuff. Let's see how the Vostro does against this. Oh yeah, it has my favorite tool, Flight Simulator. So then we can just zoom in on a ton of random locations. Let's just zoom into a random area on the map. I'm surprised that this Vostro, I'm surprised that this organization put Google Earth on here. I don't know what kind of purpose this organization was using, but whatever kind of purpose this organization was using it for, it must have been something different. I don't think this flight simulator works as. Oh, there we go. There we are. Help make Microsoft Mouse and Keyboard Center better. What does that remind you of? That Windows Vista saying join the Customer Improvement Program, which doesn't even exist anymore because it's been out of support for many years. Oh gosh, it's lagging. It is lagging. That is pretty unique. Let's just take a look at some of the other programs. Let's just take a look at some of the other programs like Adobe Acrobat 10. Okay, well, we figured that out, so I'll just go ahead and close the browser. What kind of language is this? Okay, whoever used this last, it's apparently in Spanish. What language is this? Spanish? French? Did they have this in French the last time? I think so. Alright, but anyway, here's the main reason we're here. Backup and recovery. And we are going to create recovery media. It says, create system recovery media to restore back to the way it was in the event of a critical hard drive failure. That's awesome. So, oh boy, I don't know how many CDs I have. Well, we're going to do a one-time restore, but then at a later point, I'll be restoring it once more. So, we're going to create a USB flash drive for now. Has a special protected section of the hard disk that can be restored. It is important that you create this recovery tool. And in fact, I will show you. So, like, can we start a recovery from here? Oh, we can do it from here. I guess I don't need the recovery after all. Okay, so I guess we can do it from here. We are going to restore the entire system to the factory state. Yes, here we go. Your computer will be restored to the way it was on January 30th of 2012, the factory image. This might take an hour or more. So apparently Dell has been like many other manufacturers. They've been including recovery partitions on their hard drives of these computers. And once we're done here, I might end up creating recovery media for use in the future should I need it. So, we're going to go ahead and finally clear the organization settings and restore this back to the way it was when it was first purchased, back in 2012. So here we go. So it took us hours and hours of fiddling around with the user accounts and everything, and now the restore begins. And meanwhile, I will finish the setup on the Inspiron. Ooh, it's working better already. Windows 7. Alright, so now we'll be booted to another screen. And this is the page right here. So it says, before restoring the machine, you can preserve files that have been added or changed since the backup. We do not need to do any of that because all of the data that was previously stored is stored on the organization. We cannot access the other accounts on the machine other than the one I just created. So this is as far as we can go. So we're gonna let everything be erased. And this is the final warning saying that everything will be erased and deleted forever, and only the C partition will be deleted, and the other partitions of the system will not be impacted. So, yes, we want to do this. And away we go. The organization installation of Windows 7 is gone. And now we are restoring it back to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory some 11 years ago. This is great news. Okay, the restore is complete on this computer. What I'm doing here is I'm installing additional updates. And as for the Inspiron, the restoration is mostly complete. However, I've still got much bigger plans with this computer. So I tried downloading the Edge browser through Chrome, and unfortunately it gave me the same error. So I'm just going to leave the Chrome browser as it is on this machine. We should then be able to upgrade it to Windows 10, and then we will try the restoration again with the factory image. And speaking of the factory image, now the Vostro has its factory image. So now we will restart it. And now we will watch a brand new installation of Windows 7 from 2012 boot up and set up for the very first time, as it was when it left the factory years ago. Well, looks like that's it already. I guess all the software was already installed. And look at that, this is the original factory installation. I am very pleased. So now let's go through the setup process. You know the drill here, English US. We're going to use the standard username that I do. I'm going to say Vostro 1550 just to be sure that everything is as accurate as possible. We are not applying a password. This is Windows 7 Professional Service Pack 1, and this is the agreement for Dell. We're going to use recommended settings because I know there's still a bunch of updates to do. Again, the time is incorrect, so we need to correct it now. Presently, the time is 3:21:10. And since this already has all the drivers installed, we can just connect it to the internet. And we are just about done. It's finalizing all the settings. And there we go. Look at that. That is the factory installation. Unlike that other one we were fiddling around with just a few moments prior. Or like before, that had a generic background. It had the factory background, but it did not have the factory launch screen background. So that's what told me that the whole thing was managed by an organization. So those organization settings are now gone forever. And now we are once again free to use this as we please. That is just amazing. I didn't even have to create recovery media at all from that utility. That is amazing. Because I didn't know this had recovery media already built in. So that is just impressive. And the Latitude is ready to restart for those updates. And here it is. We're almost at the desktop. This is the final step. And these are some of the updates and usage data and everything. We click finish, and it looks like that's it. Because I'm seeing a personalized settings window. There's the factory background. I'll let you just see the window, what it's doing. It's setting up everything. And that is it. Everything the organization had on here is gone. And now we have a fresh installation of Windows 7 Professional, exactly as it was when it was shipped from the factory. Although I already noticed the mouse is not acting as good as it did before, but oh well, it'll work. But as you can see, that is awesome. All the organization stuff is gone. So it looks like some of the stuff did... Oh yeah, the virtual PC actually came with Windows 7. These are all the virtual machines, so... I wonder how we could set that up. So that is so cool. It's even got XP mode. So let's take a look. So we'll this is just like as if you were setting up Windows XP. Yes, let's start the setup. So if you had like Windows 7 Professional, Ultimate, and Enterprise editions, you could run a built-in virtual PC with a Windows XP mode. So that is so cool. I mean, I've actually seen a video on this tool once, but I don't think I've ever seen it get pre-installed by the manufacturer. So that is definitely worth looking at. I can control the brightness in the same fashion as we did with the Inspiron. That is awesome. And look, it even comes with its own internet security tool by Dell. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and activate the protection, even though it's already insecure. So let's just see what Trend Micro does. So we had all that bloatware. We had Chrome, we had Google Earth, we had all that. I am glad I took a look at all that before I did the reset. But now, I actually want to see if I could install it inside of a virtual machine and just see what ends up happening. So I'm just going to create the recovery media for it anyway. So put in the USB, and it detects it right out of the gate. So that indicates a fully working system. That is awesome. And then we can go to back here to Dell Support Center. And yes, we will authorize it to run for the first time. This is coming up as new volume, which means there's nothing on it. But it is important that I create recovery media for this machine, just in case I ever have to reinstall Windows. So that's cool what you could do with XP mode. Now we're going to create recovery media for this computer. Let's see, XP mode is still setting up. Unsupported software. You can see it no longer supports your version of the software. And I don't think this thing even supports Windows 10 either. Alright, as we did before, we're going to do a USB. And that's XP mode fully installed. That is amazing. USB. Next. This is great. We have Windows XP mode installed inside of this. Yeah, we can run everything we want to on Windows XP. Should come with all the games and stuff. Oh, yes. Of course it comes with my favorite. It comes with my all-time favorite. The pinball game. I'll just let the demo run. Insert with at least 7 gigs. Once you've created, do not remove or add any files to it. Yes. All right, the media has been created. That was fun. All right, let's go and shut it off here. So we gotta hit Control-Alt-Delete and then shut down. We want to end this virtual machine. So that's cool that we can do XP mode on Windows 7. So that is amazing how we can do all this. So we have all 3 of these computers restored back to their original factory image. This is on its original factory installation. This is as close as we can get to the factory installation. This is on its factory installation. However, the one computer, the other 2 that we still need to do, is the Lenovo and the HP. So those are the other 2 that we still need to do. However, from what it looks like right now, I think the Latitude can do a better job with streaming capabilities. So I am considering using the Latitude for that reason. And then if that's so, I will update the layout as such. So I'll keep updating the layout as we go. So now here's what I intend to do with these computers. So next time with the Vostro, we're going to be installing updates and other programs that I would like to install on there. For the Inspiron, what we're going to do is we're going to be upgrading it to Windows 10. Yes, we're going to upgrade the machine to Windows 10 using the Windows 10 Update Assistant with the last supported version of the OS. You can see that's the Windows 11 logo. And to get Windows updates working, I actually had to install 2 other patches, both of which require a reboot. But we're going to be shutting them all down as we are done. And we are going to need the Latitude again next time because we are going to be creating recovery media for the Lenovo ThinkPad. And we are going to be using that media to restore it back to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory. And at some point on my Plainfield TV broadcast, I'm going to try and install the factory image from the Vostro and see how it acts on a virtual machine. I mean, the Latitude did great, but I want to see how the Vostro does, maybe. And maybe in future episodes I'll try other OEM installations, and maybe we'll probably do them all on a virtual machine and see how it goes. So now to shut them all down. And there we have it. So that is amazing. Nearly everything has been restored back to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory. I mean, this really took a lot of work to get to where it is now. And so again, next time we're going to get the setup of that finished and install updates and programs and everything like that. And as for the Inspiron, we're going to upgrade it to Windows 10. And then for the Latitude, we're going to use it to create the factory media for the Lenovo ThinkPad. And then we will turn our attention to the HP, and then we will restore it to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory. This is already on the factory image, so it's good to go. This cannot get the factory image on there at all. So that's where we stand right now in the OEM recovery. But yeah, for future episodes, I'll grab other OEMs and see what I can do with them. Maybe see what they're like when we install them on a virtual machine. That'd be fun. So again, that's where we stand. We're nearly done with the factory restoration. And then in a future episode, the Latitude will also be upgraded to Windows 10. And then we will see if I can start a stream, specifically an NWR stream, with this computer, that would be amazing. Because remember, with the HP, we had a tough time doing so. And so what I'll do is I'll just get all the information off of there and move it onto here once I get it upgraded to Windows 10. And I would love to keep it on Windows 7, but if I'm going to use it for regular internet usage, yeah, definitely not a safe choice, because remember, it's no longer supported by Microsoft, so it's best that I upgrade it to Windows 10. As I mentioned, I'm going to leave it on 10 for a few more years, and then I'll upgrade it to a slimmed down release of Windows 11, and then it will remain on that for years to come. So, that is it. And so until next time, thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next episode. Alright, the middle of the week. Let's get right to it. And we're going to do 26, and hopefully that will be our lucky platter this time around. Okay, so we'll start with 15. There's the mushrooms, 18. There are those oysters, 5. The vomit bun, 22. The strawberry cake was in there. 19 is the chicken. And now for the lucky platter bonus. 3. There will be no changes to the next offer. To the first offer, I should say, after we open the tomato pizza. Okay. So here comes our first offer. And it's this fresh ginger. No. Alright. Number 4. There are the red onions. Number 11. There's that yummy cheesesteak. 20. The intestines. Number 2. Eyeless fish. And 25. The bunny cake. Okay. So, here comes the offer. It's this tag and telly, whatever. But I say no. Alright, 16. That crusty apple dessert. Number 6. Cinnamon bun. Number 10. Chicken feet. And 21. The banana surprise. Okay. It is time for the next offer. It's delicious caponata. So we'll say no to that. And now we're opening 3. 7. There's the fried rice. 17. There goes the juicy peaches. And number 3. The spicy meatballs. Right. Next up is the caponata for 91,000, which I say no to. Alright. Number 14. Wing stew. 23. There's the zucchini salad. Alright. And now it is time for the next offer. And it's semifredo again, which I say no. Final tray of the round, number 9. The cigarette butts. Okay. offer is the Napoleon Dynamite, which I say no to. Number 1, Daycon. Okay. The next offer is coming up right now, and it is Golden Peaches, which I say no to. So 24 is the Puffy Fish. And 288,000 now is the offer. And I say no to that, and there's the eggs and toast. We are left with $300,000 and $300. Napoleon Dynamite, last offer. I say no. All right, what is on the tray? Ooh, it's the roast lamb. That's a lot of money, but the food, I remember saying that I didn't like it as much, so maybe tomorrow's meal will be better, and I sure hope that. But you'll have to come back tomorrow too. Yeah, in order to find out. Until then, we will see you next time. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope you're all having a good Christmas day so far. As much as I am, I'm enjoying it. So we start with a 5. Alright, next roll. It's another 5. And we'll do that 5. Okay, next roll. It's a 7. We'll clear that 7. Alright, next roll. It's a 9. We will clear the 6 and the 3 off the board. Next one. It's another 6. Oh, that's too bad. But let's try again. Maybe this time I can win the 10,000 as a Christmas gift. I sure hope. Clear the 6 and the 1 for the 7. Okay, next roll. A 6. Clear the 4 and the 2. Alright, next one. It's a 4. Well, too bad didn't win any cash as a Christmas gift, but I hope you're all enjoying your Christmas gifts if you got any this year. But we'll be back tomorrow for more. Until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, we've made it to the end of the work week. Let's do number 2 as our platter. And we will start this off with 20. Wow. The first pick, the cake, is gone. What a shame. Anyway, 17. 10. 11. There's the cigars. 23. Ooh, the peaches. And 25 is a Philly cheesesteak. Wow. That was a terrible first round. Let's see what the first offer is. Oh, there's the $8,000 ginger. But it's early in the game. Okay, 5. Fried rice, 16. Zucchini salad, 7. There are the oysters, 22. Bunny cake, and 19. Meatballs. Okay. Here comes the offer. And it's some pasta, some nice, delicious pasta. I'll say no. Alright, here we go. 4. Mushrooms. And there's the first of our 2 bonuses. We have a $20,000 boost on this offer. Fresh dead chicken, 15 is wing stew, and 24 is banana surprise. Alright, so the offer. Oh, look at that, we're already up to the honey semifredo. But no thanks. Alright, 9. Vomit bun, 13. Cinnamon bun, and 1. Red onions. Alright, let's see what the next offer is. We're up to Napoleon Dynamite now. Okay, 21. intestines, and 8. The crusty apple dessert. Ooh. Alright, let's see what the next offer is. Semifredo again. I'm gonna decline it. Okay, team. There's the roast lamb. Alright. What will the offer be? Caponata. No. Alright, let's just open 26. And there's the pizza. There's the tomato pizza. Just bring on the smackies, please. There you go, free smackies. Oh, this is terrible. This is just terrible. We're gonna continue to be offered the smackies as we finish the game here. Wow, this is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. I am not taking any smackies. Just show me what's on the tray. Okay, I'll try the fish. Alright. See you all on Monday. Here at Chef Andre. It's Friday the 13th, and I sure hope you're not into horror movies related to that. And it's a 12 we start with. So let's clear the 5, 4, and 3. Get those numbers off the board. There's a 7. Let's clear that. Next roll is a 4, but we've been saved by the insurance marker. We'll clear the 2 and the 1 for the 3. 6, 8, and 9 on their own, and we see a 6. We get another opportunity, so 2 chances to roll an 8 or a 9 on its own. And a 6 again, but we've been saved once more. And a 3. Well, there goes the marker this time. And the 6 comes back to end us. Ah, that's unfortunate. But we gotta try again. We gotta try again. So, here we go. It's an 8. And we will clear the 7 and the 1. There they go. Next roll. A 9. And we'll clear that. Next roll. A 6. And we'll clear that 6. Okay, next roll. It's an 11. 5, 4, and 2. All coming off the board. Next roll. It's an 11! I was about to say the numbers that we would have needed to win the money, and it just shows up out of the blue. How about that to end the week? Can we do it again on Monday? Tune in then. Until then, we'll see you next time. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and it is time for part 2 of our Gateway mini-series. We've got 5 more gateways that we'll be taking a look at. So, first up we have the MT6451, then the ZX4351, the NV73, the M275. Let me try loading that one again. And the other one, the 702 GE. Like we saw with the other gateways, this one is actually going to be this says full system recovery. Yes, we want to proceed. And I believe that will just be automated from there. Express installation. We'll do A and press enter. Oh, that's great. It crashed. Let's give the 702 GE another try. So there must be something wrong with this disk that I have for the gateway, because when I tried converting this MDF to an ISO file, it had 85 bad sectors, so it looks like this might be one of them. Alright, well, I'm afraid the 702 GE is no longer with us and is no longer possible. That's unfortunate. But on the other end, though, all the other gateways are starting. The M275 is saying, are you ready to proceed? This will actually install XP Tablet PC Edition. And then of course we're ready, so we'll hit continue. And then you go through the typical Windows XP steps. This looks like WX2. Is this Service Pack 2 or is this... It just says Windows XP Professional. So that's the edition that Tablet PC Edition is based on. It's based on Professional. So we'll hit agree. And now it is partitioning the hard drive. So meanwhile, let's go ahead and we'll start these two. Which again, remember, Gateway was bought out by Acer, so we're seeing Acer's tools. So interestingly, it actually launches the Windows XP setup. So it must have a copy of XP Setup Wizard. And then here's that same gateway recovery thing that we saw. And we'll hit yes to proceed. Now we're just waiting for the ZX4351 to finish detecting drives before we move on to the next step. Alright, there we go. All I just needed to do was reboot the machine, and now all 4 are finally going. quick little update here. ZX is still trying, still tricking along at 71. This is at 10. Meanwhile, the MT is installing a whole bunch of drivers and apps. Meanwhile, it looks like the tablet PC edition is ready. However, it looks to be in a system preparation state. It actually gave an error earlier, and it said that pin start was not found. I'm not sure if that was related to the program files directory being missing or not. But I'm thinking that's the most likely reason. So looking at all programs, of course you get the typical XP accessories, so nothing too exciting to see there. There's one extra game, Ink Ball, which was included with Vista, was ported over to XP because this is designed for tablet PCs. So yeah, that's the sticky notes and the Windows Journal, and then there's the Get Started with tablet PC. It's like a welcome thing that you see after loading for the first time. And then sticky notes, I'm guessing this works just like the sticky notes feature in modern Windows. That of course has this quick overview to get going. I suppose you have to do this before. So you gotta check the box and then press start. And then this is just the tutorial on how to use the pen. So this just goes through the basics of, we're just gonna exit. There you go. I don't know why it wanted me to go through, but of course the sticky notes are exactly like the sticky notes that we would see in modern versions of Windows. There of course would be sticky note implementations in Windows Vista 7, 8, 10, and 11. However, it was recently updated with the Microsoft Office suite fairly recently. And then we have the tablet PC input panel, which is essentially an on-screen keyboard. And I guess I can't move it down or anything like that. But interestingly, our disk is actually under E and not C, like it normally would. And if we look at the contents here, we can see it did generate a program files directory. You can see we do have all of the apps. However, I don't think it looks like there's any of them from the factory. This might be for the internet games. So yep, those are the components for the internet games, which sadly no longer work. So this was the program right here. It only installed the operating system. The drivers were not installed altogether. So then once you press Express, like we did here, once the installation finishes, you would then be prompted to insert the driver and application CD provided by Gateway. And then here you'll see all of the, and then here you'll see the complete list of applications and drivers to install. And it looks like these are specific to the Gateway machine. And then also here you can search for updates over the internet, and then just like the driver and application recovery, you just choose the ones you want to install, and then it'll go through that process. But nowadays you don't get drivers on CDs anymore, as when you install Windows on a system, it'll automatically look for it through Windows Update. It'll search for a compatible driver with the version of Windows. Like in Windows 10, when I installed it on a Windows 8 machine, it automatically found compatible drivers for Windows 10 and installed them. So at that point we had graphics drivers. The Wi-Fi driver had already been detected after the installation. So now if we look at the system properties, and for what it looks like, a lot of these pieces of software are exactly the same as we saw in the other edition. Windows XP, Tablet PC Edition, 2002 Service Pack 1. This is Service Pack 1 of Tablet PC. I guess I could say this is the 2003 edition, considering that this is based off of XP Pro Service Pack 1. And of course, Tablet PC Edition was eligible for the other two service packs of Windows XP, Service Pack 2 and 3. And it is going under a default name as Gateway User, but there's no Gateway logo or anything like that. I'm guessing that is what this tool is going to do. Apply the final modifications and then put the Gateway label on the System Properties menu. Alright, so it has been a few hours since we last looked at this, and as you can see, the installation is done. And now it says to insert the tablet DVD and follow the on-screen instructions to reinstall the software. I suppose that's why Adobe Reader and Music Match failed to install, was because it required that special disk. And then if you have other software, you'd install by inserting their respective CDs. Now, isn't this supposed to disappear automatically, or what? I guess it doesn't matter. Well, we don't get the taskbar though, but at least we can still see the start menu with nothing in the recent documents. But as you can see, it did add a shortcut here that says do more with gateway. That's what that do more thing is. And it failed. It only put a shortcut to a invalid program. With the welcome screen, pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete opens up the task manager. Otherwise then, in the classic style, pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete would open that security menu, just like you get now in Vista and above. So there we go. Just had to end the program from the task manager. And I can still see some of the programs running, and I can see those look to be error boxes. Install Shield Engine kernel iKernel could not be launched. Class not registered. Looks like this one did not automate. So it looks like Adobe Reader 6 did not automate. And then this says Windows cannot create a shortcut. It's not telling me what shortcut, but let's just see what shortcut it was trying to create. Well, as we can see, we have the gateway logo. Oh, it was the do more. So, was that what that start menu thing was? Did it try to create a shortcut? No, we don't need Adobe Reader 6 because we've looked at that installer numerous times. And considering that this is Service Pack 1, earlier the Windows XP boot screen mentioned Tablet PC Edition, which I've never seen before. I have never seen the XP Tablet PC Edition boot screen in action before. RTM Service Pack 1 to be exact. In fact, I've never used its Tablet PC Edition as my main, the main version. As you can see, this is an old version of Windows Journal. Has a copyright date of 2002, so it looks like a lot of development went into making XP capable for tablet machines. But I guess this sort of paved the way to two-in-one tablet computers, in which there are so many of them on the market now. Especially like my laptop present day, which can turn into, you can turn it into a tablet, and it has a touch screen. Even my middle school and my high school all had ones like those. They were actually Dell Latitude 3189s with Intel Pentium processors. It was actually a newer generation Pentium, not this older one. They were very lightweight. And of course this looks like a standard notebook, so you can just write whatever. And of course this is just like a standard notebook. You can just write whatever you want. That's the best I can write it. And this, I believe, is highlighter. And I don't think there is a fill-in option. But there we go. Let's see if I can draw the Windows 11 logo with a highlighter. We have a marker. And I think its only color option is black. But if we do go to pen settings, you can see all the color options. So now we can try again, and we can try to crappily draw the Windows flag. Yeah, that's the best I can do. In fact, let's actually take a look and see what the classic style is about. Well, what's interesting is that since Windows 11 was loosely based off of Windows 10, still has the Windows 8 and 10 logo instead of the new Windows 11 style. But I would like to see the tablet PC edition screen. So now when we press Control Delete, you can see we get both the on-screen keyboard with a nice graphical Windows logo, and like the other one, it says Tablet PC Edition instead of Home or Professional. I can already see what it's put on here. There's a free trial of AOL 9. I see an eBay icon. It has a trial of Microsoft Office. And that production start image is supposed to be the out-of-box experience, but I can see a trace of the Windows 98 wallpaper. Alright, so we are done with the M275. So now Vista will be entering its out-of-box experience momentarily. And we will take a look at that. And the shutdown sound didn't even play all the way. Alright, so finally after a bit of waiting, this is ready to go. So we'll just go through the out-of-box experience. Of course, this is Vista Home Basic, Home Premium. This is the Home Premium Edition. Why don't we go with the cat this time? Why not? Something a little different than that flower. And once again, we have the same gateway backgrounds as we saw before. And I think the last time I didn't give you all an up-close look at the signatures. So you can see here's Clay S's signature. We'll go to the one with the waterfall. This is Steve G. And then, of course, here is once again the logo. Gateway, your life defines our technology. Well, I don't think you'll see the name Gateway that much anymore in the modern age. But then again, why don't we do this lovely background of fall? Why not? Use the recommended settings. The time is not correct. It is actually, well, close, but not quite. Set this to a home network. And now we will let Vista assess the system performance. And then we'll arrive at the desktop. We are at the desktop now, and we're already being prompted that some things are blocked. Yep, there's that big fix proactive support. So here it is. This is a gig of RAM. And as I said earlier, this has the AOL trial, eBay. What is this smart image? Is that the creator environment not installed? I don't know why this is still here. I'm guessing this was used for the out-of-box experience, but we don't need this anymore, so we'll throw that away. I'm guessing that was that tool, but we don't need it, so we'll just quit it because the system's already fully installed. So we'll take a look here at some of the things that it comes with, and it looks pretty familiar. So there's AOL 7, well, Adobe Reader 7 I mean. This is AOL version 9. And here's their VR, it says. Is that what this is? Okay. So I guess that must be an installer for AOL 9. And click cancel and it'll cancel it like so. If it will. We didn't show the... Did we show the digital image starter? I don't think we did. We didn't show the 2006 version. So, yep, there it is. Digital image 2006. See, that's kind of in the new style of Vista. And here's their tour. So you can check this box to have the tour appear on startup. Otherwise, that will only show up the first time. And you can, at any time, click here and you can tour the product. Once again, at any time. And of course, this is where you view your files and pictures and everything like that. And then Encarta once again opens that browser. Remember, there's no risk or obligation during your free trial. Do you want to resume? No. Because AOL doesn't exist. Although you have stopped the install, there may be some AOL components or software prior to your cancellation. But you know what? Before we do anything, this is just talking about what AOL 9 will do. Yep, and of course it's got McAfee on here, a very old McAfee. Yeah. It's got the 2006 version of Money, I see. This should be that same version of Napster we saw. Now let's see what games were installed. So there's the Broadcom wireless utility. This is where you go to upgrade your edition. And it looks like no games were preloaded. However, there is a game console. So I guess you'll have to go searching for the games separately through this. Gotta accept all of these. But yeah, we gotta accept all of these things here, and then that is basically the same as before. So while the games don't show up on the start menu, these are all the games that are already installed on the system from the factory. There's Visual 2. See, there's the gateway tag. And of course the thing won't show completely on the screen, but that's no big deal. Here's Office 2007 Home and Student, as they call it. And this is where you go to recover your system. And then Gateway Recovery Center, I suppose, is where you go to restore your system. Yep, and then here you go. You can recover just the programs, drivers, or create a application disk. And then here's the recovery. This will launch the Gateway Restore utility, which we do not need. Yeah, all while the AOL installer is still running in the background. I'll try running the ZX again, because we're down to 180 now.
World 2.
This sounds like a great theme. Yeah, this sounds like a great theme. You might want to start playing off classic mode. But of course I know how the game works.
Go.
I've played this game for a long time, so I should know how this works. It's just like Candy Crush, you just gotta fill that bar up and progress through the levels. I'll just play a bit of this while the ZX reboots. Hopefully it'll proceed where it left off, because it already went through the whole restore process. So then it's just waiting to go to the next step.
Level complete. Get ready.
For level 2. We can turn the music up all the way, turn the sound effects completely off. So now you get just the music. Yeah, I don't want to play too much of this because we got to move on to the next machine. So yeah, we'll just exit that. That sounds like pretty cool music. Alright, so now we are ready to move on to the next machine. Alright, so here's the ZX4351. So that's our country and our region. Now I'll just put in our, let's call it Gateway ZX, why not? And we'll keep the password as it is. This is the release to manufacturing edition of Windows 7. Central Time. Change that to Central because that is on Pacific for some reason. Alright, and then our whole network. And just like we see with the Acers, we have the registration card of Norton. And we also see this thing that says, would you like to know more about your one ZX series? So this was a touchscreen tablet machine. I'm not sure if this is a program that's running in the background or not. But this might actually just be set as the wallpaper. Actually, it looks like it's a program that's running in the background because I can see the flash icon on the taskbar. Here, let's just close that out. But all in all, this looks like about what we get with the standard. The user guide no longer works. We got Adobe Reader 9 on here. And then we have Norton's Skype. Here's Nero's tools. And this is actually some special tools that Gateway provided. It's called the Microsoft Touch Pack for Windows 7, which has been included by default. Those are the Gateway tools. And here's all the games, including the ones from Gateway. And I do not know why some of the Surface stuff is on here. I see The Price is Right is on here. But we haven't checked out Yahtzee yet, I don't think. What's this for? This is the drivers. So here's the updated Gateway Games menu. We can just hit play to open up Yahtzee, however it's got to extract the files first. And there you go, this is 7 Home Premium, 64-bit, RTM, and it says multi-touch hardware is not available for your computer. It requires a multi-touch screen. Or if you feel that your computer can receive multi-touch input, click the following link to see your system properties, which we just looked at, and see if pen touch devices. So yeah, because this is a desktop machine, it won't really work. I mean, I could put VMware onto my laptop, but that would not work. So so it looks like it says play Microsoft Blackboard. So I think these are like, touch-based games and accessories. That's what I'm guessing these are. And there's THX, True Studio Pro. Yeah. The audience is listening. The audience is listening with THX. Remember those things you'd see in the movies? You'd see that THX logo and you get that note, that rising note when the logo's going. Xylom, have fun. Welcome to Yahtzee. Click to start. What's your name? My name is Gibberish. There you go. Let's play as Gibberish. Here, this flower, I don't care. There's Triple Yahtzee and Power Yahtzee. We're gonna try the classic Yahtzee versus the computer. You can set a number of opponents. Why don't we try it with 3 opponents? So of course this is just like the Yahtzee that we're all familiar with. Yeah, I know how the game works. So let's grab those pair of 3s. We'll take the pair of 6s and then a 4. So now we have to pick an entry on the board. We'll do the 6s there. I actually used to have a Yahtzee mobile app on my old iPad. I actually played that a lot, but this is a whole different story now. There you go, Yahtzee. Let's mark that down. There you go, I just wanted to... Yeah, so exit and quit are 2 different things. Exit quits the game, and then quit just stops the game from playing, so that's pretty unique. Yeah, it's just installing a bunch of other drivers and such, so all the software is already installed, it just needs to install the drivers now. But I really can't do much with this screen. I can't do much with. I can't hit OK or anything. Or I can press OK, and it just brings me right back. It was because view basic information was the last thing. What are the other buttons? I guess if you just press OK, it just goes away and attempts to remove it. Yeah, there's Cyberlink's UCam, which is, of course, webcam capture software. Touch Portal, that is specifically for this kind of machine. Being Windows 7, we don't get any special screensavers, but we do have some special gateway wallpapers. Here's another one. In a nice beige color. Here's a blue one. And then here's one in red, like we saw in that picture. And then here's the one that was set by the manufacturer. And then we can show the lock screen by pressing Control Delete. And this is what it looks like with the custom branding. And there is the Touch Media Share, which I'm guessing might be a sharing program. Welcome. Thank you for using Touch Portal. This wizard will help you set up accounts. How about no? So essentially, this is where you go to, search for pictures in the system. Please enter the directory name. It doesn't ask for, browse files. So let's see if we can detect the sample pictures. Does it like the sample pictures or does it not? Illegal folder name. Or it should say invalid. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Alright, so that's what that is. And then the touch portal. So now what's happening? We have this, what is this, like a page turn thing? So I guess this is like a sort of a quick access, like a whole new UI of things. So these do, I guess these do their actions. What happens if we click one of these? Does it open? Yeah, I guess it just opens other programs on the system. So that opens up Paint. This, I believe, should open Internet Explorer. This one, I believe, opens the Pictures folder. Oh, it just opens the TouchPack again. So I suppose these link to some TouchPack components. And this, I think, opens up a sticky note. So it looks like this is an external sticky notes tool. You just hold your mouse or your finger and you drag it around the screen, and then you just click on it to edit it. So this works just like the standard Windows sticky note. You can just type text, and I don't think you can draw in the Windows sticky note, but you can in this iteration. So that's the best I can fit Gateway. And what's this do? So this is actually a reminder function in which there is actually, I don't think there are any reminder functions in Windows. I think that's all in Microsoft To Do, which is available in the in the Microsoft Store. I shouldn't say Windows Store because this is not Windows 8. But anyway, so that's what that is. And of course this is the eraser, this is text, you can remind you on the note, and then this button just deletes all that hard work and you have to start over. No confirmation, nothing like that. And then I suppose you double click to get out of that. Oh, just clicking on it again opens up a new note. So that's actually kind of cool how Gateway included their own separate UI from the rest of the operating system. I think I remember Packard Bell did something like that with Windows 95, where you can either use Packard Bell's own special customized UI, which was like I think it was like designed like a living room of your home. So that was pretty cool that Packard Bell did that, and now Gateway decided to copy that with this touch portal thing. That's actually pretty neat. You know, it would have been nice if other computer manufacturers did something like that, but I'm not I don't think they did. But yeah, I don't think other computer manufacturers ever did that. But that's all I know. Alright, so that's it for this computer, for the ZX4351. Now let's go back to the NV73 and hopefully we will be able to get that fully installed. Alright, so here we are trying again with the NV73. This is actually the third complete attempt because I attempted it for a second time before I made the decision to go through each of the remaining machines individually. So from review of the first clip, the initial attempt, it looked like it came up with the corruption about halfway through the restore, or it came across a corrupted file. I'm not sure if that's the way this disk was made when it was released, or maybe there must be an error from one of the files that the publisher did not correct. Let's see if it actually makes it past 49% now that this is the only virtual machine running. So it appears, yes, we have encountered the exact same result as we have before. So unfortunately we will not be able to take a look at this one, and this is also where the episode comes to an end. So in the next episode we'll be taking a look at 6 more gateways And this will be the conclusion to our 3-part Gateway miniseries. But until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Hello guys, it's New Other Pro AIS here, and it's a sad day along with
me, SPCPlainfield.
and good hot chocolate.
WX Radio. Yep.
I want to show my face.
Yeah. And both Weather Pro and WX Radio are going to be destroying their WR100 version 5s.
Yes. Wait,
Yeah, and don't ever do this to your weather radios, okay? Do not ever do this to your weather radios.
Yeah, do not.
They do not work. They bought it with their own money. So they're legally allowed to do it. And they're doing it because they can.
Yeah, don't do this at home, guys. We're pros. Don't
Exactly.
do this at home. We're pros. So
Yeah, they're both. Yeah, the V5s are notorious for their infamous squeal of doom.
Yeah, guys, I'm planning on getting a version 3.
Once he can find one on eBay.
Yeah, get a version 3.
Yeah, stay away from the version 5s. Do not get a V5, whatever you do.
We're gonna start with a scissor. All right, hold on.
Ooh, my typical destruction method.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
I used to use scissors to destroy things.
Oh, I made some scratches. Look at that.
Already scratching the screen.
Oh my god.
Well. And of course, Windows on my school computer doesn't even care that it has to do updates. Even though my district blocked them, so.
Alright. And then stay tuned, because after we destroy it,
Both of their WR100s don't work. They're doing the squeal of doom.
just cut that.
Yeah. Weather Pro had that thing for not even a week, I don't think. I think he had it for like less than a week. Yeah. Less than a week, and that was it.
Oh my god.
That is an insane amount of scratches on the screen.
That is so expensive.
Well,
I'm by New York, and I'm back sick.
WX-Ray is doing his 100. He's already slamming it on the ground.
Whoa, I opened it.
You actually cut it open?
No. Let's try to cut off a corner of this thing.
Cut off a corner? Well, I believe that thing is plastic, so I think trying to cut off a corner with ordinary scissors is going to be difficult. Trying to cut off a corner cutting off a corner with ordinary scissors is going to be a challenge.
Look at the back camera.
It's actually cutting.
See all that now?
Oh,
Thank God, you sticking a scissor in the antenna.
In the external antenna port. In
Guys, I'm
the
gonna try to get this piece out right here.
the port.
Alright, let's see if this thing still works.
I highly doubt it will now at this point.
Oh my god! I broke it!
Wow, it's like out of place.
Oh! It still works!
Unbelievable.
And look at this, it still works.
Is there anything? Oh, there is still something on the screen.
It still works.
Wow. I'm impressed.
There we go! Broke it off!
There's the faceplate.
You took it off. Now just...
What's he gonna do now? Cut it into pieces with scissors?
I gotta go eat now.
Yeah, it's the WR100 without a faceplate. It doesn't even have it does not even have a screen. It does have a faceplate.
Now, let's destroy the warning button.
Or rather the lights.
Don't destroy the LEDs. I gotta go eat, guys. Bye.
Did you just break the... Did you just break this? Did you just shatter the display? I think he just shattered the display. Yeah, I think he shattered the display. So now he's putting like 50,000. Now he just put like 50,000 scratches on there. Look at that. And there you go. That's the opening right there. Right there, that exposed the internals. WR100 is experiencing the squeal, so now he's breaking it. Oh boy, I'm pretty sure that screen is cracked by now. I'm pretty sure that display would be rendered useless at this point. I'm gonna combine it all into one part. Yeah, the faceplate is completely ripped off and scratched. I don't know what he's peeling off.
Jeez.
Oh, I think it's those lights. The warning watch advisory lights. I think that's what he's ripping off. Oh, yep, that's the light, all right. That's all the lights.
No, that's the screws. That's the screws, bro.
Oh, up close, like, okay, I see. Now he's gonna pull it open. There's the inside of it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, God.
So right here is the tuner. This place, this is wiggly, so that's why. I wonder if I pull it out.
Yes, it's out now.
What about this?
Oh, yay, he's gonna cut the motherboard.
I don't know.
Why, man?
Well, that thing ain't gonna power on ever again.
I cut the wire.
Yep. That thing ain't gonna power on ever again.
And 3, 2. Boom.
That's it. Not gonna work
3,
anymore.
2, 1.
That's the other wire.
Alright.
That's what it reminds me of.
Look at that. WR100.
Youngstown County AS.
My God.
Now it's time to
that thing is
cut
not
the wires for
powering
this
on
thing
anymore.
then.
Yeah, that's to the that's to the
audio.
speaker.
Well, there goes the audio.
Yep.
There goes the audio.
It doesn't work ever again, so there ain't gonna be sound out of it anyway. There goes all the remaining wires.
It is all gone. Now throw the other stuff is just complete. Nah.
Ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna destroy this. Oh my god.
Oh God. No. That thing is
Can I just do it?
gone.
Did you just break the speaker? Yeah. Yeah, that's a piece of the speaker, all right.
Yeah. What
Boom, boom.
is these?
Oh, God.
Hit it against the wall. Boom, boom, boom. I can only imagine him doing that, and oh my God.
I'm pretty sure the wall would be broken, too.
The sound it will make. Everything would break, including the bodywork of it. It would all break.
Uh-huh.
It's so
Next
old.
on the. Next on the.
Oh God, what else are you about to break? You're breaking literally everything.
Buttons.
He's gonna
Oh,
pull
God.
the buttons out.
Okay, I want to save the weather and snooze button, but very carefully. I'll keep it.
Why? You're literally breaking all the buttons. What's the point? It's useless. Just pull it out and just stick it on the wall. It'll be fine.
Kind of like what I did with the Spider-Man flying helicopter after I broke it. I hung some of its pieces to the wall.
Fix it. What?
Why would you want to fix it? Oh my gosh.
You cut like literally every. It's impossible. You cut every single wire.
Stop giving Playfield more work than he already has. I'm glad I'm not recording. I don't have to do all that work. Jeez. Only editing about a few words out already is bad. Yeah, it already takes about 20 to do at least a few of them. Up in those. Imagine if you just put batteries
Okay,
in
I'm
and just
pressing
set
all
it.
the buttons on here for the last time.
They're probably bent now. Okay, press them.
With whatever.
Boom.
That's it.
You're not destroying it. I'm just gonna clean up my mess then. Because make sure you keep your room clean.
Exactly.
Guys. Hold on, you guys. 5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
0.
In the trash.
Bye. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Bye.
And there it goes.
Oh, let's destroy the thing for the battery.
The battery cover. One of the only remaining relics of this thing. With scissors again.
Are you serious right now?
He's cutting that thing up with
Are you
scissors.
recording all this? Playfield, are you?
Yes, I am.
Oh my god! I'm surprised you're still recording. Goodness! With scissors. Now you're gonna need something more. Go get a hammer. I need to get a hammer. It'll be so
No, I don't even think a hammer's gonna do anything. A screwdriver. That's probably not gonna be a good idea for your desk. Weather Pro just wrecked the power cord of his WR100 and now he's wrecking the battery cover.
He just broke those
You could have at least save that for like an extra power cord, you know? Like if he, yeah.
This isn't the scissors, dude.
Shut up. This guy is literally destroying his radio because he's angry with what? He's destroying his radio because of the
He's probably angry because it didn't work.
He was so angry that he destroyed his radio because
Guys,
guess what? Guess what we have right here?
cut the power cord.
No.
It's a
This is
cord.
my computer charger cord. Buy me a whoop.
No.
Well, then you probably would not be able to charge your computer ever again if you broke that.
I'm gonna write my name on my desk with the scissors.
Really? Oh my
Hey,
god.
I wrote my name on my desk.
And now you got good scratches. Now you got good scratches on your desk.
Now his desk has scratches.
The LCD is leaking.
You know what? I'm gonna solo WX Radio's screen if he's showing it.
Hot chocolate. Let's put some hot chocolate on it.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's a broken LCD right there. Now he's breaking it even more.
What should I do with it, guy?
What did you just put on? What is that?
Throw it out the window.
Throw it out the window, Weather Pro.
What is that?
Looks like.
What is that?
Hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate on the...
Hot chocolate.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Now
goodness.
let's drink it.
WX Radio's WR100 still works.
WR100.
Yay, that was so good.
Okay.
This screen doesn't even work.
Yes.
Weather Pro, come here and say I love you.
Yeah, look at that. Nothing on the screen at all.
We're not
Holy crap. Where's the crap?
Guys, put me in Charles way up for a second again. We go from hot chocolate to marshmallows.
Oh, jeez. Wait, what the heck? Oh, God. What was that? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Melt the plastic on the battery cover? What are you trying to do? Melt the plastic on the battery cover?
Hey guys, it's not easy now. One. Oh!
It just broke it even more.
It's still plugged in. It still works.
It's still alive.
And I can actually see what it's scrolling.
I can see the words there.
I can see a little sliver of no message.
3, 2, 1.
What are you trying to do? Drill through the screen?
No, I'm just trying to like shatter this.
Oh, shatter the display?
Turn it back on.
It's already on.
You know what?
Oh yeah, it's getting worse.
I'm kind of bored. Guys, I'm kind of bored, so if we have solo way up for a second, I'm gonna break this too. No!
Is that a power cord or something?
Yeah, that's the other end of the WR100 power cord he cut off.
Not a tag.
Oh, this is the end of the old. Sorry. Don't do it, Weather Pro. You can save that for like if you get you can save that. Like just in case. By the way, that won't cut. Let's cut the carpet.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Why would you cut the... Oh no.
No, Weather Bro, what have you done?
Oh my goodness.
Hey. I hope you enjoyed this live stream. We'll see you guys in the next video.
Mr. Seven Hands. Oh yeah, I've seen. Oh yeah, I remember New Age Server Alarm using that tool.
Yeah, he has one of those. That's why I got one of these.
Yeah, he used that to test one of those smoke detectors in his fire alarm setup. Yeah, 7 screwdrivers in one, and they fold out.
It still works.
What in the world? The warning light no longer works. The warning light no longer works.
Wait, we could stop the string radio because that's the string.
There you go. It still works though.
So that should still work.
It's wrecked even more. Now there's barely anything.
We'll see you guys on the next video.
Good God!
Hello and welcome to
y'all know
Deal
what
or
time
No
it
Deal.
is.
I'm Howie
You
Mandel.
already know how ready
This
I am.
evening you could walk away with
I
a
know
huge
Tom and
cash
Ben are
prize.
ready.
In order to
iKing's
do that,
ready.
you're going to
Everybody's
have to be
ready.
lucky, gutsy, and have a great sense of timing.
Everybody's ready.
Now I think it's time I introduce you to my better half. Actually, 26 of my better half. Ladies, please.
Do it.
We don't know what is in each of these 26 cases. We do know that the biggest prize amount in one of these cases is $1 million. $1 million all the way down to 1 penny. Those are the different amounts, and each case holds one of those amounts.
Alright. And y'all know how I like to do this.
Who's the winning driver?
Well, unfortunately, the winning driver was not 1 through 26, so I'm going to have to go with the guy that finished second, which was number 12.
Number 12 finished second in.
Okay, very well. Now this is your case to keep, unless you should
Number
decide to sell.
99 was the
We'll
winner.
talk about that later. Want to find out what's in your case? Of course, so does everyone
Yep.
here. We start by opening those cases. Whatever we find in those cases is obviously not in your case. Let's begin.
Ready. Here we go.
Let's start with number 8.
Starting with number 8.
Number 8, that's Jamie.
That's $500.
$500 off the board, $500
Start.
on your case.
23.
5 more cases before the next. Number 23.
That's 3/4 of
$750,000.
You know, when
off the
I
board,
like to tell people that they failed, I don't do it with my mouth all dry.
Out of
That's why I
play
like to drink
and not
Coke
in your
Zero.
case.
It's got all the great Coke taste.
You have
Zero
4 more
calories.
cases to open. Pick a case.
Coke Zero. Next player. Anyway, 15.
Number 15.
Number 15, that's Caitlin. Let's see a low amount. $500,000 off the board. Not yet.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Looks like you just landed on a
3 more cases
bankrupt.
before the next offer.
Very unfortunate.
Let's go over to 3.
Over to number 3.
Number 3, that's Shannon. 3 large amounts to roll.
Not a
That
good
is
start.
good.
All right.
Well, I'd say
Pick
that's
2 more
in
cases
the middle.
before the next offer.
Yep, let's go over to 10.
Number 10,
Let's see how good 10 is.
$1 million.
All right, next up, we're going to do 14.
Number 14.
Number 14,
There it is.
That's got
$750 off the board, $750 not in your case.
So.
Okay, the first round is over.
That's it for
You've
round
picked 6
one.
cases, and now it's time for the banker to make
And
you an
now
offer.
it's time
He's
to
not your
talk to
friend.
Banker
He
Una.
doesn't want you to win. He is reading your every move, and he wants you out of here as soon as possible, with as little money as possible.
I guess 15 hours.
And there he is on the phone. Hello,
Well, I
Mr.
guess
Banker.
25 hours have been very
Right.
incredible.
Okay.
And I've got
I'll
like
let them know.
6.5 hours worth of alerts.
That wasn't so good,
From just both.
but it's still very early in the game.
From
The offer
both
is
days combined.
$10,000. So
Which is why I'm doing Midwest Madness and
no deal, Banker.
Well, that's awesome. But more importantly, I'm saying no to this offer.
If you keep the million in play.
Care of that.
And number. Ooh, let's go over to 20.
Number 20, I heard.
Number 20, that's Neil.
Yep.
$200,000 is gone. That'll hurt.
Loss of time. You still keep all your money, though.
To go.
But what good is that if you can't
buy a vowel,
deal, buy a vowel, and solve the
4
puzzle?
huge amounts are still available.
Now that I think about it.
Yeah, that is silly now.
And we're not going to continue on from there.
Anyway, let's go over to 9.
Over to number 9. Okay.
Number 9, that's Maria. $400 off the board. $400 not in your case. All right, 3 more to open. Pick a number.
17.
Number 17.
Number 17, that's Sophia. Please show us a low number. $5,000 off the board. $5,000 not in your case.
There we go. Now we're getting on the right side of the board.
2 more cases to go.
Mostly. We're on the top of the right-hand side.
Well, we still want to be on the small amount side.
Yeah, we gotta get those small amounts off the board.
Anyway, let's go. How about 22?
Okay.
Number 22, that's Alexis.
That double do.
Good play. $300 off the board. $300 not in your case. Just 1 more case to go. Four huge amounts are still available.
And isn't it time for another offer, which I'm going to say
Not
no
yet.
to?
One more case to open in the round.
Oh, one more case to open first. Let's do, there is Uno. That's one in Spanish.
Oh yeah, and I actually have this too.
Number 1, that's Elizabeth.
Yeah, I
See what
actually,
one.
Something good.
I actually recorded that. Look at that.
Exactly what you want to do. Get that penny.
Thank you.
Off the board.
Hey, no, stop it. You got that
okay.
puzzle
Wasn't
right
great,
on the
not
nose.
horrible.
Congratulations.
Let's see what the banker thinks.
Well done.
Congratulations, you've done it. That's the way it usually goes.
Hello, Mr. Banker.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Right.
after seeing Monday's premiere of Deal or No Deal Island,
I'll let them know.
I like how
The
they're...
offer's gone up.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
Amount of
I haven't gotten a chance to watch it.
Is it
So
good enough?
how'd it go? What'd you
He's
think?
offering you
It was great. It was
$50,000.
a mixture of
Think about
Survivor
that.
and the original.
Wow, you were
No deal.
No deal.
Challenge at the beginning,
Okay.
Now you-
and then towards the end, all those cases were
4
put-
huge
and
amounts
all
are
those
still
cases
available.
Were put in 20 individual ones, and then one player would be chosen to play a classic game, well, almost a classic game like this one, of Deal or No Deal. But however, the only way they could stay in the competition is if they make a good deal, in which they if they make a good deal. And I've already noticed.
I think I forgot. You know what? I forgot to DVR it the other day. I'm gonna have to do it next week.
DVR the premiere.
Yeah.
I mean, I had already DVR'd it months before when I first heard of it coming.
Yeah. Well, I had the voice DVRing, which was on before it.
One, but But I mean, if you haven't seen the premiere yet, it'll be available on demand soon, or it is already available on demand.
Yeah, I'll have to
Like
go in
the
and...
season finale of The Floor, that's available on demand. And we had to watch it there since the severe weather event prevented us from seeing it last night. But I was actually able to watch it on the TV app stream of Fox out of New York. So I was able to see the premiere, to see the episode live.
Yeah, I'll either have to see it the next one live, or, well, because it's hard because the voice is on right before it. And usually I like to DVR that and watch that at a later time, so we'll have to see.
Yeah. But anyway,
I'll figure it out. Anyway, let's go over to number 7.
Yep, to number 7.
Number 7, that's Candace. Please show us a low number.
We're looking for that dollar. Let's see that dollar. Okay,
$10,000, not bad, not bad. You still have 3
About
more cases
26.
to open before the next offer.
Right at the top.
Number 26, that's Carissa.
And that's
$75,000.
All right.
Off the board. Hopefully that won't hurt you too much.
Let's go over to...
You have 2 more cases to open. Pick a case.
All right, 13.
Number 13, that's Ashley.
$1,000.
$1,000 gone, still a fairly low amount. Pick 1 more case before the next offer.
All right, so now we're going to... let's go over to... Take time for you to do a little bit of math. Take that amount,
and
then times it by 2.
Show us something good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Will this be the dollar? Nope.
$25,000 off the board.
Yeah.
Well, that only leaves the 4
I
big
think
amounts
you're
on
making the
right-hand
banker
side
nervous.
board.
That was a great round.
Right now,
Let's see what he's got to say.
100,000, 300,000, 400,000 are the only 3
Hello?
left, including the $1 million.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
we
fair.
we still have the
We
million
had a
out
$1
there.
million winner last week,
The offer went up, and this is a very nice amount of money.
but let's see if we can make that.
The
happen.
offer is $100,000.
Right on the nose.
And of course, I'm not making any good
No deal, banker.
No, that's what you do to stay in the island game.
Yep.
You need
That's how you stay. That's how you stay on the island. Get to come back.
4 huge amounts are still available.
All right. Anyway, let's go over to 21.
Number 21, that's Blair. Come on, give us some good news. No!
Oh,
I'm sorry. That's
loser!
$1 million, our top amount, no longer in play. Not in your case.
Okay, then let's
2
get
more cases before
the
the next offer.
notorious 6 out of the way. Then, now that we know the millions.
Number 6.
Yeah, we were lucky with that.
Very nice, $10. Nice low number off the board, not in your case. You still have 1 more case to open before the next
We'll
offer.
see what Banker Una does with the offer.
Hey, there's 3 huge amounts.
Yeah, there is still 3 huge amounts.
Last case.
Let's see. My last case this time is going over to your favorite.
Oh, my lucky number.
Number 11, that's Jackie.
Okay. Going with lucky number 11. That is
$50. Off the board, $50, not in your case. Okay, that did not go great. Let's see what the banker is willing to offer.
Yeah, that round did not go great.
Not at all.
Hello, banker. Okay, I'll tell them. This is a very nice offer. The offer is $70,000.
$70,000. She
The moment-
dropped it by 30 grand.
No,
Wow.
of course I'm not saying yes
No
to that. No.
You need to
5. Let's get my least favorite driver out of the
number
way.
5. That's not it.
That's $25.
3 small amounts in a row. That's
All
just
right.
1 more case to go.
24.
All right. That will leave 4, 16, 18,
Hey, there's
19,
three.
and
Number
25
24, that's
going
Janine.
into the most crucial stage of the game. That is $100.
4 small amounts in a row. You are doing
All right.
great round. That was a great round. You have them exactly where you want them.
Yes, we are in a very good position. We're in a decent position.
Hello, Mr. Banker. Right.
As we're starting
Okay.
near the end of the game.
I'll let them know. This is a very nice offer. And the offer is $90,000.
$90,000.
Think
We're getting close to 6 figures again.
Nope, still no deal. And let's start this critical stage with 18.
Right, down with 8.
Oh, number 18.
No, there's a
5 small amounts in a row. That is excellent. I think the banker's getting a little woozy. This board is your board. Hello?
Well, you bet it is his board.
Okay, that's fair.
It's starting to be now that we're getting rid of the
Okay.
small amounts.
We're into the 6 figures now. You need to think this through.
6 figures.
The banker wants to know if you will leave now for
More like Banker Uno wants.
$130,000.
Of course I won't.
What you want up?
No deal.
And we're going over to 25.
Number 25. Now,
Number 25, that's Madison. Okay, let's see that dollar. Whoa, okay. $300,000 out of play. You need to avoid those huge amounts.
The black spaces are not
Did
the
not
good
go
spaces
great.
on
Let's
the
see what the
wheel.
banker is willing to offer. Hello?
Nope. We know this offer is going to go down, by the way.
Okay.
but
I'll tell him
not
that.
far down.
This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. The offer is $110,000.
Drop it by much.
So let me.
Now let's do 4.
You chose no deal. Number 4,
Number
that's
4.
Kayla. Let's see a low amount. There goes $400,000.
Grand. The offer's gonna drop even
All
more
right,
now.
that was not very good. We know the
You
offer's going to go
are
down.
the weakest
Let's see
link.
how far down.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I already missed
Hello,
the
Banker.
episodes of The Weakest Link on NBC.
Okay, I'll tell them.
Yeah, well, this deal or no deal thing is taken over.
All right,
Where
the offer went down.
To be.
Think carefully
Yeah,
about your
we're
next
the wall
move.
of The Weakest Link.
The
both
offer
used to
is
be.
$30,000.
That was a lot of fun through the summer. 30,000.
Wow, you have guts.
No, of course not. And that means that sound means
Gone.
final case. My turn. And let's make that
$100,000
case
is still up on the board.
16.
Number 16, that's Tori. Let's see a dollar.
We want that dollar.
$100,000. You don't have $100,000 in your case.
You fool!
Whoa, this is not the way you wanted it to go. You want to stay in that left
Oh,
column,
boy.
small
Well,
amounts.
sorry, Howie. It's too late. All the right side amounts are gone.
Hello? Okay,
Which means it's going to be a
that's fair.
It's going to be a pity offer.
Those picks really hurt you. A very low
Let's
offer.
see how much of a
The
pity
offer
it
is $80.
$80.
So let me ask you.
No.
No deal.
$80.
I'm definitely not taking that
Final
offer.
two. Before we open,
With
And
$80, you could have bought Windows 11 Blueberry ice cream and have it shipped to your front door. Yes, that
Oh,
was actually
God.
a promotion when Windows 11 was released.
what the heck?
Yes.
Also, I'm keeping 12.
Yep, before I could even ask the question.
open your
All right.
case and let's see how you did. Not a bad deal.
Hey,
Not the
there's
best,
the dollar bill.
but you could have done much worse.
Win the dollar.
Got a dollar. Got a freaking dollar bill.
Dang it. Well,
everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and we are back with the Latitude E6540. Definitely a machine we have not seen on this program in a long time. In fact, since the very beginning of the series, actually. So, in this episode, we're actually going to be giving this machine a big upgrade. But first, let's do a quick boot test with the configuration it currently has. So, here it is. This is its installation as it is right now. Yes, this thing is on Windows 10 Pro. And yes, this was left unchanged since we upgraded this from Windows 7. Essentially, its factory installation. Well, that's lovely. It took 45 seconds for the machine to start up. That's definitely quite a bit fast, but not quite. But you know what? That's alright though. So anyway, in this episode, we are about to give this machine a big upgrade. We're going to be converting this mechanical hard drive into a solid-state drive. And yes, November 2023 apparently was the last time this thing was used. But I'm going to let Windows correct the time automatically. Yeah, it's not going to work because apparently the CMOS battery in this machine is also dead. We're going to be replacing that mechanical hard drive with another one of these solid-state drives. This one is 512 gigs, and I believe that mechanical hard drive is in there is also 512, but we're going to take a look. Now, interestingly, on these Dell machines, it looks like the parts are actually labeled. So here, with the icon, that is the hard drive. So we're just going to go ahead and open it up. I think it should open up just that individual component. And I believe it slides out like so. Alright, the screw is off. Wow. They really made the replacement process easy. So yep, here's the hard drive it's got. It's got a 500 gigabyte Seagate mechanical hard drive. It's 5400 RPM. And we are about to give this a big upgrade, like I mentioned. And I could also tell that one of the screws are also missing. But now we're going to remove the hard drive and we're going to replace it. Okay, there goes the first screw. Is that it? Only one screw? Wow, it looks like both screws have been removed. That's it? Wow, that's it? That's how you remove a hard drive on these things? Dang. Now that's something. I can see some tape was also coming off. Not sure how this... It's by 3M. Interesting. Alright, so we're getting the solid-state drive into place. And then we attach this onto the... Alright, we got it in. Now all we just need to do is reattach the screw. Alright, and now we can just slide it into the machine. Try not to do it with brute force. Uh-oh. Is it not going in the right way? Alright, so we're finally making some progress in terms of hard drive reinstallation. So what I'm making sure is that the cover is correctly aligned. Okay. And now we can just push the drive into the machine. While Dell actually made it very easy to, remove and replace the hard drive, honestly, I have to say this was quite difficult to get back together. I mean, I'm being honest here. It was so difficult to get this guy back together. Yeah, this is really the only way I could get the drive to fit into the computer. Is just not making use of this screw. So we're gonna hit F2 to go into the setup. Yeah, it says no boot. No, yeah, it says no boot device found because there is no hard drive on the system. Yeah, here we go. F12 for one-time boot menu. And let's see what it reads. It says CD, DVD. So it isn't detecting the solid state. Okay, so I have tried everything in relation to the solid state drive, and I believe this thing is too thick for this computer. So it looks like this is not compatible with this kind of hardware. Considering that the mechanical hard drive that's inside of this is thin, and I believe the caddy is also that same size. Yep, this is still its original installation, because it still has the Windows 7 startup. So yeah, unfortunately we cannot give this guy the treatment I always wanted it to get. I really wanted to put a solid state drive in this, put Windows 11 onto it, and make it more useful for the future, but unfortunately that is not going to be happening. But I won't need to worry about this for a while, because Windows 10 only has a year and a half of support left as of the time of recording, and then by the time this premieres, it's going to be less than that, most likely less than a year until end of support. So, I mean, all these Windows 10 machines that don't meet the requirements for Windows 11, especially this one, are in big trouble. So these people better think about buying these new PCs, especially these new Copilot Plus PCs that have been out for a few months. But again, I'll just get this guy up to date because it's falling behind on its monthly security and quality patches. So once I get this machine patched, I'll likely just put it back downstairs and just leave it alone for a while. But in the next episode, we're actually going to be upgrading the other ThinkPad. The other ThinkPad, the original ThinkPad, to a solid-state drive, and we'll be putting Windows 11 onto that. Plus, I have a special treat for the other hard drive, which will be going into a computer that has not received an operating system in almost a decade, since it was last used. So, look forward to all of that coming up. But until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Hello and welcome to Deal or No Deal. I'm Howie Mandel, and this evening you could walk away with a huge cash prize. In order to do that, you're going to have to be lucky, gutsy, and have a great sense of timing. Now I think it's time I introduce you to my better half. Actually,
My better half.
26 of my better half.
So my
Ladies, please.
Please. All right.
We don't know what is in each of these 26.
We don't know what is in
We
each
do
of these
know
cases.
that the biggest prize amount in one of these cases is $1 million.
$1 million.
All the way down to one
All the
pet.
way down
Those
to
are
one
different
pet.
amounts, and each case holds one of those amounts. I want you to pick a case. Hopefully, you'll pick the case with $1 million.
All right, it's time for me to pick a case, and tonight's case is going to be number 15.
Now, this is your case. You
Now,
may
this
take
is
it
your
home,
case.
unless you decide to sell it to the banker. We want to find out what's in this case, and how do we do that? By opening up some of the other cases. Whatever is in those cases is not in your case. We start the first round by opening 6
Guess
cases.
what?
Pick 6 cases, one at a time.
All right.
Go ahead and pick your first case.
Guys, I'm making a 15-minute long VA estimate.
All right, let's go. We're starting with number 3.
Number 3. $25 is off the board. Not in your case. Pick 5 more cases
12.
before the next offer. Number 12. Show us something good. $1,000 gone, still a fairly low amount.
All right, all right.
Pick 4 more cases before the next offer.
Let's do 10.
Number 10. $75,000. Whoa. Off the board. Hopefully that won't hurt
All
you
right,
too much.
let's regroup.
You still
18.
have 3 more cases to open. Number 18. No!
Oh,
I'm
we're not
sorry.
gonna.
That hurts. $1 million, our top amount, no longer in play. Not in your case.
All right.
2 more
Let's do
cases to go.
5. Yep.
Number 5. Let's see a penny. $750 off the board. $750 not in your case.
All right.
I'll choose one.
You still have 1 more case to open
I'ma choose one.
before the next offer.
I will choose
700.
22.
Number 22. That's Alexis. $400 off the board. $400 not in your case. Okay, the first round is over. You've picked 6 cases, and now it's time for the banker to make you an offer. He's not your friend. He doesn't want you to win. He is reading your every move, and he wants you out of here as soon as possible, with as little money as possible. And there he is on the phone. Hello, Mr. Banker. Right. Okay. I'll let them know. This is a very fair offer, but it is very early. And the offer
It is too early.
$14,000. It's all on you.
No deal.
Your case. Wow, you have no deal.
You don't have to ask us, Howie.
You need to open 5 more cases before.
Let's do number 8, Ovechkin.
If you number 8, let it be low. $100,000 gone. Not coming back.
That wasn't good.
4 more cases to go.
Let's do
$750,000 is still on the board.
2.
Number 2. Whoa, okay. $300,000
Go.
in play. You need to avoid those huge amounts.
Yeah, we do.
3 more cases to go.
5.
4
I said
huge
25.
amounts are still available. Number 25, that's Madison. Let it be a small amount. Great, $200 off the board. A good low number. You have 2 more cases to open. Pick a case.
Let's do 11.
Number 11. $200,000 is gone. That hurt. Pick 1 more case before the next offer.
I will choose 26.
If you keep this, number 26, that's Carissa. Good play. $300 off the board, $300 not in your case.
400.
So you know that that's the banker, and it's his job to buy back your case. So he's about to make you an offer. Hello, Mr. Banker. Right. Okay. I'll let them know. The offer went up, and this is a very nice amount of money. The offer is $55,000. The moment of truth. Deal?
I'm a risky guy. Good deal.
No deal, Banker.
Oh wait, what was the 29?
I'm now going to ask you to open 4 cases.
4 cases. We are going to do...
If you knock out
16.
Number 16, that's Tori. $10,000, not bad, not bad. You still have 3 more cases to open before the next offer.
I will choose 14.
Hey, there's number 14, that's Tina. $750,000 off the board. $750,000 out of play and not in your case.
That's not good.
All right, 2 more to open. Pick a number.
Let's do
2 huge amounts.
6.
Number 6, that's Bridget. $5, that's great. Get that off the board.
All right.
Just 1 more case to go.
And
2 huge amounts.
21.
Number 21, that's Blair. Come on, let's see the penny. That's good, $75. A low amount out of the way. Whoa, this is not the way you wanted it to go. You want to stay in that left column, small amounts. Hello? Okay. All right. The offer went down. Think carefully about your next move. The banker wants to know if you will leave now for $46,000. Think about this. Deal?
I will not leave
or
that
no
much
deal.
because we could still get $500,000.
Wow, you have house. No deal. You need to...
And
2 huge amounts.
Start with some lucky numbers. Number 7.
Number 7. 3 small amounts in a row. That's very good. 2 more cases to go.
And let's do 19.
2 huge amounts are on.
I said 19 first.
Number 19. $50,000 off the board, not in your case. You have 1 more case to open. Pick a case. Two huge amounts are on the board.
Yep.
Number 13, that's Ashley. Let it be low. That's good. $100 off the board. $100 not in your case. I think you're making the banker nervous. That was a great round. Let's see what he's got to say. Hello, banker. Okay, I'll tell them. The offer went up, and this is a very nice amount of money. And he's offering you $75,000. I'm going to ask you.
No.
Deal or no deal?
Howie, you already know where I'm going.
No deal, banker. The board. Two huge amounts are...
One.
Number 1, that's Elizabeth. $1 off the board. $1 not in your case.
Okay.
Just one more case to go.
Not a bad thing. All right, and let's see if we can
huge amounts.
go with 23.
Number 23, that's Stephanie. 3 small amounts in a row. That's very good. Excellent, excellent. That was an incredible round, and there's a lot of money up there. Let's see what he's got to say. Hello, Mr. Banker. Right. Okay. I'll let them know. Okay. We're into the 6 figures now. You need to
We are
think
in the
this
6
through.
figures.
The offer is $120,000. The moment of truth. Deal or no deal?
No deal.
Wow, you have guts. No deal.
Okay.
Oh.
I will choose. I will choose. I will choose.
2 huge amounts.
24.
Number 24, that's Janine. 4 small amounts in a row.
All right.
I think the banker's getting a little woozy. This board is your board.
Oh, here we go.
Hello, Mr. Banker.
Deal.
Right.
I'll try
Okay.
this one.
I'll
We'll try
let them
this
know.
one.
This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. And the offer
Deal or
is
no deal?
$150,000. The moment of truth.
Deal.
But
Now remember, you have a
I'm risking
1 in 5 chance of having no deal, banker.
and 4.
Number 4, let's see $10. 5 small amounts in a row. That is excellent. I think you're making the banker nervous. That was a great round. Let's see what he's got to say. Hello? Okay, that's fair. This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. The offer is $200,000. The moment of truth.
200 grand, but we can still get $500,000, so no deal.
Wow, you have guts. No deal. Okay. Two huge amounts.
Uh, 17.
Number 17, that's Sophia. $500,000 off the board.
No!
Not in your case. Okay, that did not go great. Let's see what the banker is willing to offer.
That was not very good. That was not.
Hello? Okay. Okay. I'll tell him that. This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. And he's offering you $130,000.
Wow, we're still in the six figures. I didn't think we'd stay there. Now what? No deal.
You have no deal, banker. This is it.
Let's do 20.
400,000. Number 20. $25,000 off the board. I think the banker's getting a little woozy.
Okay.
This
I'll
board
choose one.
is your board. Hello? Okay, that's fair. This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. The offer is $185,000. So here's the question.
Deal.
Your case could still hold $400,000. Wow, you have guts. No deal. Wow. You've played the game with a lot of guts. You have a 50-50 shot at walking away with a huge prize, or walking away with a pittance. Before we open your case, I'm going to give you the opportunity to switch your case with the one remaining up there.
Let's switch it this time.
Open your case and let's see how you did. Obviously, you made a great deal.
Yeah. Switching it was the way to go.
Alright. Oh, wait.
Right, middle of the week, let's go. Start with 12. We'll take off the 9 and the 3 off the board. Next roll, it's a 9. We'll do the 7 and the 2. Okay, those are off the board. Next roll is a 7. Clear the 6 and 1. Next roll is another 3. There's a 7 once again. Well, didn't do it, but we're going to try again in game number 2. Let's see if we can do it this time. First roll, it's a 9. We're going to clear that 9 off the board. Next roll, it's an 8. We'll do the 7 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, it's a 3 again. Let's do that. All right, next up, 7 to the 5 and the 2. Okay, next roll, 6. All right, let's see a 12 for $10,000. There's the 4. Now we need an 8 and only an 8. One off with the 7. Well, we are going to try again tomorrow, and maybe we'll get this close again, or maybe even we will do it potentially. But until then, we will see you next time. All right. Welcome to the new week, but at the end of this week is actually going to be a very special one. 200 episodes of the big numbers. Oh my goodness, we have gotten this far and we are at 200 shows at last. Well, here we go. First roll is a 3. Let's clear that solo off the board. Next roll, a 6. Clear off the 5 and the 1. Next roll is an 8. 6 and 2. Alright, next roll is a 5. Well, we cannot play that, so roll again. There's the 5 yet again. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, we're gonna go ahead and try this again. So, here we go. It's game number 2. First roll, a 3. Let's clear the 2 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, a 7. Let's clear 4 and 3. That's the ones we need. Next, an 11, 6 and 5. Next roll, a 6. Unfortunately, that costed us. Well, didn't do it this time, but maybe tomorrow. Come back then and we'll see how we do as we continue our 200th episode week. Until then, we'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to Deal or No Deal. I'm Howie Mandel, and this evening you could walk away with a huge cash prize. In order to do that, you're going to have to be lucky, gutsy, and have a great sense of timing. Now I think it's time I introduce you to my better half. Actually, 26 of my better halves. Ladies, please.
All right. Ben, hello, Kamari. Nice to see you again.
The whole day, I put them through a lot.
We don't know what is in each of these 26 cases. We do know that the biggest prize amount in one of these cases is $1 million. $1 million, all the way down to 1 penny. Those are the different amounts.
Of course, this week it was $3 million was the top amount. I saw that.
$3 million was the top amount on this week's competition.
But you already know how I pick my cases. We go with this week's winning driver, which was number 24 was this week's winning driver for his
very well.
For his
Now,
second win of the season.
Unless you should decide to sell it. We'll talk about that later. Want to find out what's in your case? Of course, so does everyone here. We start by opening those cases. Whatever we find in those cases is obviously not in your case. Let's begin.
And why don't we start with number 9, my favorite driver.
Number 9.
Okay.
Come on, give us some good news.
Right.
Perfect. Exactly what you want to do. Get that penny off the board.
Getting that off the board. You know, in this player, there are 4 of
Number
them.
4. You have 4 more.
Number
22 number off the board.
Let's 15.
Number 15.
Number 15. $1 million, our top amount. 2
Let's
more
regroup
cases to
with
go.
number 6 then, since we know that doesn't
Number
happen.
6, that's Bridget. Let it be a small amount.
20. So
Okay,
won't be winning
first
that
round
again.
is over. You've picked 6 cases and now to make you an offer.
Well,
He's not your friend.
well,
He doesn't want you to win.
what
He
can
is
I say?
reading your every move,
Today-
and there he is on the phone.
Well,
Hello?
Happy.
That wasn't
so
so
happy that
But
you
it's still
did
very
so
early
well
in the
with
game.
persuasion all day.
The offer
so
is
he's going to make you a good offer.
$10,000.
I'm still. You don't even have to ask. I'm already saying. And you like how I'm combining regular deal or
Now
no
for
deal.
round 2.
I can deal
5K.
island references.
all these kinds of, all these phrases all at once. Now, it's even better.
750
Because
still on
we've
the
added
board.
deal or no deal island phrases to it. So anyway, let's go over to double up. There's 2.
There's 2.
Number 2. $50,000 off the board. Not in your case.
Let's get
4 more
13.
cases before the next offer.
Number
13, that's
Think it's
Ashley.
lucky.
And then 26.
Do 26.
If you
5,000.
$5 grand off the board, $5 grand not in your case. 5.
And there's
$1 off the board. $1
Okay.
not in your case.
Man, now we're
Still
turning.
have-
Let's see
If you knock out
Okay, 17.
$200,000 is gone. That'll hurt.
But hey,
Hello?
well, let's
The offer's gone up.
I know we need the $750,000
Good
to
amount of
stay.
money. $50,000.
$50.
And we're gonna
I'm
go
now
over
gonna
to. I don't believe it. You know how many there are? One.
Number 1.
Have that
3
phrase.
more cases to go. Counts are still available.
Hey.
Go to what number?
$500 off the board. $500 not in your case. Let it be low.
23. Let's see how good you are.
3 small amounts in a row. That is good. All right, 1 more to open. Pick a number.
All right, let's go over.
Let's see $5.
That is
8. Some of those favorites. Yeah. All right. Let's
85,000.
as you always.
Let's go
4
over
huge amounts are still
to.
available.
Ooh, 7.
To 7. 7, I heard. Yep. 7.
Number 7. That's Candace.
For Windows 7.
2 more cases to go.
All right, and let's go over to
750,000.
3.
Number 3. 6 small amounts in a row. Plastic.
It's fantastic.
Pick 1 more
It kind of
case
is.
before the
How
next
about
offer.
21?
That's Blair. 7 small amounts in a row. How long can this streak last?
And now I'm kind of on a roll.
Let's see how long.
Great round. That was a great round. You have them exactly where you want. Hello?
4 rounds on the right-hand side, including
Okay.
$750,000.
That's fair.
So
Isn't that how it was when?
Okay.
And that's how it was when
We're
Miranda
into
was.
$130,000.
No deal. Don't even have to ask us, Joe.
And in fact, that was fortune earlier today.
If you keep the
back-to-back
7.
I think 16 could be a good choice.
Number 16. That's Tori. Amazing hot streak.
is amazing. 25. That will leave 8, 11,
7
12,
on number
18,
25.
19,
That's
going
Madison.
into the
Let
next
it be
round.
low.
Let's see $5.
That was
Take
okay.
a look at your
Wasn't
money.
great,
now
not
back to
horrible.
me. Now back
Let's
to
see
your
what the
money.
banker thinks.
Where's your money? It's
No,
gone.
it's
Where'd it
gone.
go?
I
I
took
took
it.
it. Now back
Hello,
to
Mr.
your
Banker.
game.
Right. Okay.
All right.
I'll let them know. This is a
Fun Night
great
Show
offer.
this Friday. Of course, you're on
Maybe
TV
it's
now.
enough for you to walk away.
I will be ready
The
for
offer
that.
is
Yes, he will.
130.
Even though Joe wants me to take a good deal, I'm not taking a good deal.
That's
With this round,
that's the deal.
Let's try number 12.
if you keep the 7th number,
And there's
$100 out of play. Nice pick.
That was a good move.
I think you're making the banker nervous. That was a great round. Let's see what he's got to say.
Let's hope it's.
Hello?
Well, I guess we know it's going to.
Okay.
We know it's going to
Okay.
be good.
The offer is
The next
$190,000. So
No, I'm not taking that deal.
no deal, banker.
Yes. No.
And 18. 18.
Only number 18. That's Cassidy. No huge amounts, please.
There's
Good. That's great. $25 is not in
Man,
okay.
now we're getting good.
Yes, we are.
Excellent, excellent. That was an incredible round, and there's a lot of money up there. Let's see what he's got to say. Tell me. Wow. The offer went up. This is a lot of money. The banker wants to know if you will leave now for...
No, I'm not going to.
Wow. No deal.
And let's do 8.
You chose number 8. Whoa, okay. $300,000 out of play. You need to avoid those huge amounts.
Loss of turn.
Okay. That did
You
not
still get to keep all your money, though.
Let's see what the banker is willing to offer.
Good as that be spin wheel, dive owl, solve the puzzle.
Hello?
Pick 11. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way.
Yep.
Either way.
Okay.
Anyway, that was probably not a good
This is a
round.
fantastic offer. You need to weigh your options. The offer is
Brandon already has a strategy behind.
$250,000. A quarter of $1,000,000.
A quarter of $1,000,000.
No deal.
No, I'm not taking that offer.
Take a quarter of $1,000,000.
Oh, of course not.
Gone. 700 and.
All right, let's do your favorite.
All right.
Number 11. That's Jack.
With the leg.
$750,000 off the board. $750,000 out of play and not.
Oh, hi, we meet again. You still failing?
Okay.
That's cool.
That did not go great. Let's see what.
See, when you fail again. Oh man.
Hello. Okay. Okay. I'll tell him that. All right. The offer went down. Think carefully about your next move. And the offer is $46,000. Think about this.
No.
Wow, you have guts. No deal.
Well, I'd say this was quite a decent game, and it looks like it could end with a very similar outcome to Wheel of Fortune today a little bit. So, 19 and 24 are the two cases left. One has $5, the other has $100,000. So, want to keep 19 or switch?
This time we're gonna switch it.
I meant to say keep 24 or switch with 19.
Well, this time we're switching it with 19 to see if that helps.
Wait, that's the first time I stumped on my line. Anyway,
open your case and let's see how you did.
And
not a bad deal. Not the best,
for
but you could have done much worse.
I win $100,000. All right.
We have $200,000 winners today.
Well, you never know what the banker's going to have in store.
Hello and welcome to Deal or No Deal. I'm Howard Mandel, and this evening you could walk away with a huge cash prize. In order to do that, you're going to have to be lucky, gutsy, and have a great sense of timing. Now I think it's time I introduce you to my better half. Actually, 26 of my better half. Ladies, please. We don't know what is in each of these 26 cases. We do know that the biggest prize amount in one of these cases is $1 million.
$1 million.
$1 million. All the way down to one penny. Those are the different amounts. In each case,
whatever is not in those cases is not in your case.
Yep. And somebody had a false alarm at his school.
I guess I know. I bet I know who it was. No, that's not who I thought it was, but okay.
And I will be doing the same play ranger voice chat later after the game.
Why? What is that?
WX Radio somehow got invited to it.
What is it? What is it?
I don't know what it's going to be about, but we're going to find out. But first we got to
the sixth pitch of this at bat.
Sure, Brandon told us who the winning driver was.
Swung on, poked out into right center.
Well, I haven't yet, but he did get a win 3 weeks ago, but we are picking him again. It's number 20 was the winning driver this week.
Okay, very well. Now this is your case to keep, unless you should decide to sell it.
There's only one more race left of the
find out what's in your case?
Not the regular season.
So
One more
everyone.
race left of the season.
We
This
start by
weekend is the
opening those
championship,
cases. Whatever we find in those cases is obviously
and then
not
we'll
your
be
case.
off until
Let's
February.
begin.
So I'll be finding new ways to pick my cases after next week.
Yep.
Unless I pick.
In fact, our whole weekly test Rico's going to go with Mobile, and Tucson's going to go with Albuquerque, and White's going to go with WGOA.
And that's a fastball.
But yeah, so we have one race left. So I don't know if I'll be picking a champion for 14 straight weeks, picking the same case. We'll see. Anyway, let's start with number 1, since there is one race left.
That's Elizabeth. Let it be low. That's okay. That's okay. Pick 5 more cases before
And then
the
we'll
next
do
stop.
9, as in 93.9 Light FM.
Number 9. That's Maria. Come on, let's see the penny. $750 off the board. $750 not in your case. You still have 4 more cases to open before the next offer.
Okay, how about number 11?
Number 11. Show us something good. $500,000 off the board. Not
Oh
your case.
boy.
All right, 3 more to open. Pick a number.
Let's do 25.
Number 25, that's Madison. Good play. $300 off the board, $300 not in your case. All right, 2 more to open. Pick a number.
Okay, let's do
1 million.
6.
Number 6. Good, that's great. $25 is not in your case. Just 1 more case to go.
All right, and last case is going to be, how about number 10?
If you knock out the million, number 10, that's Joy. No huge amounts, please. 3
There's the
small
penny.
amounts in a row. That's very good. Okay, the first round is over. You picked 6 cases, and now it's time for the banker to make you an offer. He's not your friend. He doesn't want you to win. He is reading your every move, and he wants you out of here as soon as possible. With as little money as possible.
Make us some office.
And there he is on the phone.
See him.
Hello, banker. Okay, I'll tell him. This is a very fair offer, but it is very early. The offer is $16,000.
You don't even have to ask us, Hallie.
No deal.
Still 2-2.
Let's do number
6 huge amount.
3.
Number 3.
Yep.
4 small amounts in a row.
Nice small amount right there.
Pick 4 more cases before the next offer.
19.
Number 19, that's Jade. $200,000
Oh.
That'll hurt. You still have 3 more cases to open before the next offer.
How about number 21?
Number 21, that's Blair. Exactly what you want, $500. Not in your case, off the board.
Okay, next up is going to be
2 more cases to go.
How about 8?
Number 8. That's all right. You're still okay.
Okay.
All right. 1 more to open. Pick a number.
And that one more is going to be 15.
Number 15. $5,000 off the board. $5,000 not in your case. So you know that that's the banker, and it's his job to buy back your case. So he's about to make you an offer.
I know that that's the banker.
Hello, Mr. Banker. Right. Okay. I'll let them know. The offer went up, and this is a very nice amount of money. The banker wants to know if you will leave now for $80,000. So let me ask you.
Heck no.
Deal. Or no deal, banker. Now you have 4 more.
12.
Number 12. $50,000. All right, 3 more to open. Pick a number. 1 million.
I know the million's still up there. How about 17?
Number 17. That's Sophia. There goes $400,000.
Oh.
All right, 2 more to open. Pick a number.
How about number 2?
4 huge amounts are still available.
How about number 2? Two.
Number 2. That's Chandra. That's good. $75. A low amount out of the way. You have 1 more case to open. Pick a case. If
How about
you knock out the million,
5?
the offer's going to go way down. Number 5. That's Nadia. Very nice. $10. Nice low number off the board. Not in your case. So you know that that's the banker, and it's his job to buy back your case. So he's about to make you an offer. Hello? Okay. Okay. We're into the 6 figures.
Into the 6 figures.
You need to think this through. And the offer is $150,000.
No deal.
Wow, you have missed. No deal. This.
How about number 7?
Keep the million in play. Number 7. 3 small amounts in a row. That's very good.
All right.
You have 2 more cases to open. Pick a case.
How about 26?
Number 26. That's Carissa.
No, that's the
$1 million.
$1,000,000.
You still have 1 more case to open before the next offer.
Let's regroup with 4.
If you number 4. Okay, let's see that dollar.
Yeah, let's.
$75,000 off the board. $75,000 is not in your case. Whoa, this is not the way you wanted it to go.
No, that was not a good round.
Left column, small amounts.
The offer is getting dropped.
Hello?
Now the offer
Okay. Now step back for a second. The offer went down, but this is still a good offer. The offer is $100,000. So here's the question.
It's still in the six figures, and no, I'm not going to take that off. Yeah,
If
you're
you
not
knock out
taking that offer. Okay. Let's do 13.
number 13, that's Ashley. $1,000 off the board, not in your case. Pick one more case before the next offer.
Averaged almost 12 strikeouts per 9 innings, 194 Ks and 148.
Hey, there's 3 huge.
All right. 24.
Number 24, that's Janine. Let it be a small amount. $200 is off the
That
board.
is a small
$200, not in your case. Good round, good round. Let's see how much it helped. Hello? Okay. Okay. I'll tell him. Okay. And he's offering you $140,000. The moment.
No deal.
Wow, you have no deal.
now. This phase of the game.
7.
And as always,
50.
how about 16?
Number 16, that's Tori. Whoa, okay. $300,000 out of play. You need to avoid those huge amounts. Okay, that did not go great. Let's see what the banker is willing to offer. Hello? Okay, that's fair. This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away. The offer is $130,000.
Nope.
No deal, banker.
If we get that $750,000 off the board, it will.
If you keep the $750,000 in play, the offer's going to go up.
Okay, let's do 18.
Number 18, that's Cassidy.
Well,
$750,000 off the board.
$50,000. It's
out
gone.
of play. And
It's
not
off
in
the
your
board. It's not in your case.
Okay, that did not go great. Let's see what the banker is willing to offer. Hello, banker. Okay, I'll tell him. All right, the offer went down. Think carefully about your next move. And he's offering you $22,000.
Those picks really hurt you. A very low offer and no deal.
You have no deal. You
23.
Number 23. $100 out of play. Nice pick.
Okay.
I think the banker's getting a little woozy. This board is your board. Hello? Okay, that's fair. This, I think, is a decent amount of money. The banker wants to know if you will leave now for $30,000. Think about this.
Oh, I will not.
Deal. No deal, banker. Okay, one huge amount still remains on the board.
14.
Number 14. $1 off the board. $1 not in your case. Excellent, excellent. That was an incredible round, and there's a lot of money up there.
I don't know about that, Howie.
Hello? Okay, that's fair. This, I think, is a decent amount of money. The offer is $46,000.
No deal.
Wow, you have wins. No deal. Before we open your case, I'm going to give you the opportunity to switch your case with the one remaining up there.
Looks like how it comes to the plate, how it comes out of his hand.
Yeah.
All they have to do is ask Bryce, right?
20?
That's right. That's the way it works last time, apparently.
With
Exactly.
the other case, that's
Well, the other case happens to be another playoff driver, so I'm going to switch with him.
You want to know what's in your case?
Yep.
Let's see what's in your case. Not a bad deal. Not the best, but you could have done much worse.
No! Come on, y'all.
Hey, this is SPC Plainfield. It is about 2:45 on a Monday afternoon. I just came back from school. This is not a time where I would normally do a county request video, but I mean, this weekend it was really busy for me. We were getting outfits for my graduation in a couple weeks. We were finishing up preparing me for college, and I just didn't even get around to getting a county request video out in time. So, good thing now that I have some time before what I call my afternoon prime time with Classic Concentration, Inside Edition, Jeopardy, Millionaire, Switch, Split Second, Wheel of Fortune, among other things. I thought, why not I go ahead and take care of the county request video now. I accidentally deleted the screenshot of the actual request, but as far as I remember, they wanted the entire coverage of KXI 70 in Jerseyville. So let's make this quick here. So it serves Calhoun, Greene, Jersey, Macoupin, and Madison. Very small counties, but that's really how they said it. So that's the county request for this week. We'll have another one ready for you on Friday at the end of this week. So thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and we are going to do another exciting round of Acer machines. So this time we have the Acer Aspire 3020, the Z1650, the Aspire 1756, the 7745, the T180, and 1671. The way the 3020 came out was really weird, because it just came out as like the entire directory of the files. So it just came out as a complete directory of all of its files. And it wasn't put into ISO images or anything like that. Yep, as I figured, Disk 2 is also unbootable. The first two are unbootable. I'm assuming Disk 3 is unbootable too, and yes it is. Well, that's a fail right out of the gate. And I am saying it is a fail though because I have not tested any of these discs off camera. These have not been tested prior to taping. And I see an Acer has already reached Symantec Ghost, so it looks like the automated script actually succeeded. That's a first, but since this is an updated version of Symantec Ghost, it already works. So the image should be on this disk, because this was the only disk I received, but I want to make sure. So we'll go down to the Restore, and we'll just tell it to scan for images, and I'll look through the folder and see what we find. Okay, hasn't found anything. Oh, images. Here it is. Here is our image. And then, of course, oh, I gotta click in the box and then type it in. Didn't we have this problem like a while back? I think I recall we did. Where the program was locked to the Russian keyboard layout, and therefore I wasn't able to type in the password. Well, we got 2 fails in 1 episode. That is just nice. So the 3020 failed because those CDs are unbootable. The 1671 failed because the Symantec Ghost tool is locked to the Russian keyboard layout. And of course, I'm using the English US layout. So now I guess we're left with the 3 Windows 7 machines and the Aspire T180, which did come with Windows Vista, and it actually came with 2 different editions. It came with the option of Vista Home Basic, and then there was another model, like we're doing here, with Windows Vista Home Premium. But I'll see if that's actually right. So meanwhile, I'll go ahead and it says please insert backup disk 2 or the reset CD. And we'll go ahead and start that restore, and the other 2 are ready to start as well. Here we go, next. And here's disk 2, like it asks. And we'll start that one. And here's the other one. Alright, that's ready to start. And this should detect the second disc. Yep, because this is actually an 8-disc pack rather than just 2 or 3. So we'll start that restore. And off we go. it has been about 2 hours, and now the Aspire T180 is the winner, and it is now heading into the out-of-box experience. The 7745 is now copying over its files onto the target directory. As for the other two, however, the Z1650 and the 1756 are still copying files from their disks. So here we are at the Windows Vista Home Premium, and I could tell by the Windows Vista logo on top from earlier that this is Vista RTM, but we're going to find out here as we go through. So there's the Acer logo, and I was correct on the addition. This is the Home Premium variant of this specific Acer model. There was a lower end Home Basic model, as I've mentioned earlier. However, there weren't proper discs available for that specific variant. So there it is. Doesn't say Service Pack 1 or 2. So this is Home Premium RTM. No service packs. As soon as it listens to me, it's going quite slow for some reason, and I don't know why. So we'll skip the password and all that. And just like we saw with many other Acers, these are the wallpapers we've been seeing. So we'll use recommended settings, and we'll switch the hour, home network, and nothing else from the manufacturer on this screen, so we can just hit start. And now it'll assess the system performance, and then we will be at the desktop. Alright, here we are at the desktop, and I can already tell that Norton Internet Security is installed. NTI CD and DVD Maker 7 is also installed, along with that empowering technology thing that we saw on another Acer model a while back. The eSabi we know is that news program. It's also got Adobe Reader 7. It has PowerPoint Viewer 2003. And here comes the sidebar. I believe it has Office 2007. Yes, it does. This activates the trial for Office 2007, because Vista and Office 2007 both launched together. And it's kind of glitching out too, but the Acer launch tool is actually playing music, interestingly enough. Yeah, it's kind of glitching out. So there's the tool preparing to install all the remaining apps. And there's the Welcome Center, the default one in Vista. In Acer Zone we have this picture slide DVD, which I'm not sure what these are, but all these are removals. Those are all on installers. There's the user's guide. There's eSabi again. And then finally the games section. Doesn't look like it comes with anything new. It doesn't look like nothing else to see. It says, "Thank you for choosing this product. Please wait while the necessary drivers and programs are installed." You can see there's Norton down there saying that it's out of date. And then while this is running, it's going to run through that Acer Tour, which essentially is just like that. So the Acer Tour program is actually just like this here. It's going through the tour while the programs and drivers are being installed. So it talks about Acer's eData security, program which encrypts your files for greater security. And it talks about a few other things, including power management and everything else. But otherwise, I will head into the system properties and show you that this is indeed Vista Home Premium RTM. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's just absolutely glitching. Yeah, it's supposed to install a custom screensaver. See if I can move that window over. It's not responding. Lovely. Yeah, it's getting a little finicky. But I clearly think that that screensaver that we've seen already is probably going to be here. And now it's talking about e-recovery and how you can restore the operating system. So it talks about the e-recovery where you can back up your system or restore it back to the factory settings should you need it. But let me see if I can go into Task Manager and end it. And I'll just do it through the Control-Delete Security Options menu. And that talks about Norton here, which is included. Okay, I think this is getting a little too finicky to even continue on with. So I'm just gonna shut it down as everything slowly sprawls back to life. So now we're down to these three. So I see one of them is almost done. So we'll wait for that to finish and then we'll look at that install. Alright, so I have gotten the Aspire 1 756 to its out-of-box experience. I'm getting the 77.5 to its out-of-box experience, even though the updating portion of the restore was 3/4. Even though the update section of the restore process was a quarter or halfway done. But in reality, the actual restore process is essentially complete. So, here we go through the out-of-box experience on the 756. And I was actually wrong about the addition of starter. The 756 actually came with Home Premium pre-installed. And this is Service Pack 1. And what it meant by updating system was that Acer's launch tool was going to be used following the restore program and after installing devices to throw the system into system preparation and install the software before launching the out-of-box experience. So yeah, this is strange. It said that the Aspire 1 was supposed to come with 7 starter, but on the out-of-box experience it said Home Premium. There's the Skype, which has already been preloaded. And then we already know what that registration card's going to look like. And there's McAfee. And it looks like it actually waits to install the software until after the out-of-box experience. This is RTM with no service packs. I was wrong about the 756. The time is correct. Just need to switch that to a 5. And now it'll connect to the network and apply the settings and reach the desktop. Meanwhile, the Z1650 is finally almost at the end, copying all the files and everything. So we got the one with the newer logo and then the one with the older one. So there we go. We have a little more freedom on the other account because the main administrator is doing all the software installation and everything. So we can take a look at what this has got while it's going. So it's got Adobe Reader 10, and I've never heard of this program before. It's called Foos Kids. I wonder what this is. We can't seem to connect to the internet right now. I suppose it's because I don't have a network adapter connected. Yeah, we get that same message. It's probably because the servers have been offline for a long time. So, we can start seeing the Live Essentials stuff being installed. So there's the Acer VCM that runs on startup. We got News Espresso, which of course is that newspaper program. And then here's all the included games for both Windows and Acer. Yeah, from both the Acer selected titles and the ones that are included with Windows 7. And there's that Slingo program, and there's that Skippo game that we were going to try and take a look at in a previous episode. And it's got Evernote preloaded. I think we tried to look at it on Windows 8, but it required to sign in. So yeah, this is an installer essentially. So we'll go ahead and activate the McAfee trial as that now reaches the desktop. So yeah, that's essentially an installer for Evernote. Evernote also requires a sign in. Well then. So let's see if it comes with anything else. Any other backgrounds and screensavers? No, it just comes with the starter wallpaper by default, the default wallpaper for Windows 7 starter, and then there's the usual one. And it doesn't look like it comes with any screensavers. So let's look at that installation. On this one, well, pretty familiar. There's the Media Maker 8, Adobe Reader 9, the Game Zone. And when we look at all the apps that are included, there is the Skype installer, the one that installs Skype, as it's not fully preloaded on the system. And there's a lot of the other stuff, and here's all the games on this installation. And there's the Spin and Win game that we took a look at in that other episode. Or did we do it on a computer of identical nature? Yeah, I recall we did that game on a machine of identical nature, like this one here. So let's take a look now and see. So it has a screensaver and background already included. So let's take a quick peek at the screensaver. And yeah, nothing changed with this one. And these are the wallpapers that are included. There's the default Harmony and there's the default Harmony background. So yeah, other than that, nothing new to report. So now we will just wait for the Z1650 to finish, and then we'll be done. Alright, and finally, got the last computer into the out-of-box experience, and this is the one that has the starter edition, not that other one. So we already know that it will not come with any special backgrounds or anything, but we'll find out. This is Starter Service Pack 1. Central Time. So let's take a look at this copy of Windows, and of course since this is Starter we don't get any background personalization options, and that also means we will not get any custom screensavers either. So we got that Netflix web link, we got the Skype app which is fully installed, Cyberlink's UCam program. However, we're on a desktop computer, so it doesn't work. But at least we tried. There's that Foos Kids that we saw earlier, which we know does not work. There's Adobe Reader 10. Live Essentials comes pre-installed. And there's Norton. There's Nero version 10, the McAfee suite. Here's all the games that Acer chose. There's that Evernote, which we took a look at. And the rest are going to be the typical Acer items. So, that's going to do it then for this episode. So next time, I've got another dozen Acers to take a look at. So until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.